The moment the sword maniac's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. The elders and disciples who were originally extremely nervous began to twitch their mouths. Saint? How could he say that? The current cultivation world was different from 10,000 years ago. Even the rulers of the great sects did not dare say that they had the bearing of a saint. Moziki was also stunned for a moment before he started laughing crazily. In my opinion, you're just an idiot who practices the sword. Even if Jiang Shan had an extraordinary background, he's just a brat. This world has never lacked geniuses. What is lacking is a true powerhouse. If Jiang Shan does, he's not different from an ordinary mortal. Let me tell you, Jiang Shan killed the people from the network. The network will definitely not let him off easily. I don't need to say anything more. The network will definitely pursue him relentlessly. Even if Jiang Shan runs to the ends of the earth, it will be useless. Moziki was extremely arrogant. He had thought that he would have to pay more. However, who would have thought that the branch leader of the network would fly into a rage and order all the individual cultivators, forces, and assassins in the world to pursue Jiang Shan? Jiang Shan would definitely die. Hee, I'm not trying to stir up trouble. It's just that Jiang Shan is annoying. He's courting death. Moziki laughed coldly and the sword maniac's expression changed. Moziki, die. The sword maniac slashed out and broke the pale hand. Moziki was stunned. When had the feather transformation heavenly hand become so fragile? There was also the sword maniac's sword chi, the sword intent within it did not seem to match the inheritance of the immortal feather grotto heaven at all. Is it the swordsmanship technique that Jiang Shan taught you? Moziki was furious. How could Jiang Shan have such means? Damn it. At this moment, Moziki slowly rose up and was about to fight the sword maniac. However, in the next moment, a majestic aura descended. Everyone was startled. They looked up and saw a white-haired old man descending. It was the old man beside the sect master. Even though this person did not show his strength in the grotto heaven, he was a person with real power in the immortal feather grotto heaven. Even the elders did not dare provoke him. At this moment, Elder Bai slowly approached and looked around. What a disgrace. Moziki, as a dignified elder, you actually tried to kill a child? Moziki did not dare make a sound. This person had been following the sect master since the beginning. Elder Bai looked at the sword maniac again, and his eyes were filled with surprise. That sword aura and sword intent of yours just now, did you inherit it from Jiang Shan? That's right. The sword maniac was very respectful to this person. It was said that Elder Bai was a genuine nascent soul realm expert and was not someone ordinary people could underestimate. Even though he, the sword maniac, was the leader of the younger generation of the immortal feather grotto heaven, he did not dare be disrespectful to this person. Elder Bai nodded and said, let's forget about Jiang Shan. Moziki, you can't continue to seek revenge. If we go by your logic, are we going to pursue the heavens because they killed other disciples on the Saint cultivation platform? Moziki broke out in a cold sweat and did not dare answer this question. He could only say, Elder Bai, don't worry. I will not pursue Jiang Shan anymore. If he continued, it would be a slap to the sect master's face. That's for the best. He turned to the sword maniac. It's a good thing that you've gained so much. Cultivate well from now on. Very soon, the spiritual road will open and you are the hope of the immortal. Feather Grotto Heaven. Master Bai looked at the sword maniac. The latter was stunned at first. However, then his eyes lit up. Spiritual road. It was not a path. It was a trial. Only those who participated in the trial were qualified to enter that place. Anyone who could participate was a true prodigy. Perhaps, if he wanted to meet Zhang Shan again, he would have to rely on clearing the spiritual road. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At this moment, Jiang Ming also learned that the network was trying their best to kill him. Ying Sha had an ugly look on his face. Master. Don't call me master. Jiang Ming frowned. There was something strange about Ying Sha calling him master. Ying Sha nodded immediately. Sir, the network has already issued an order to completely ban you from all major places. I'm afraid you're in danger now. Indeed, the network was the largest assassination organization in the Feather Kingdom. In terms of execution and deterrence, it was probably stronger than the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. After all, the latter also cared about morality and their reputation. Jiang Ming was in a precarious situation. However, it did not matter. The killer is Zhang Shan. What does it have to do with me, Ming Kaichen? Jiang Ming said calmly. He had already transformed into another appearance. Different from his original appearance, Zhang Shan and Yan Qixia. He looked like a scholar and had the bearing of an earnest young man. Ying Sha was speechless. His appearance had also been changed, and even his dark water demonic snake aura had been concealed. He was no different from a human. However, was it really safe to do so? Very soon, Ying Sha was certain that this was the safest course of action. When they passed by a city, Ying Sha wanted to pull Jiang Ming away because this was the base camp of a nascent soul realm cultivator. It was said that this nascent soul stage cultivator came from the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and fought with the current sect master of the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. After that, he was defeated and left, establishing Jingyuan City here. The people coming and going were all immortal cultivators. In fact, there were even some martial arts experts here. In addition, there was a magical treasure here that was said to have been created by a powerful martial artist. It could see the true origin of all living beings. There was once a demon in the Golden Core realm who wanted to sneak in. However, he was discovered before he even stepped into the city gate. If he had not run fast enough, he would have been killed. In the end, their group was unimpeded here and directly entered the city. Sir, what kind of technique is this? Even the magic treasures refined by nascent soul realm cultivators can't see our true faces. Ying Sha was shocked. Wu Hen opened his mouth. There's no need to worry about it. Master's powers are boundless and remarkable. Ying Sha rolled his eyes. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked in a direction. For O2, the path after the Foundation establishment realm of martial arts. Jiang Ming's reaction caught everyone's attention. Master, is there a problem there? Do you need me to check it out? Wu Hen asked in a low voice. The three of them were all at the Void Core realm. Even Wu Hen, the weakest, could match an ordinary early-stage Golden Core realm cultivator. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Ming was a monster, and Mini Bai was a descendant of an ancient, terrifying, and ferocious demon. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head. There's no need for that for now. Let's find a place to stay in first. The group of people left, and a figure appeared in that direction, staring at the direction where Jiang Ming left. You can actually sense my existence? Interesting. It seems that not everyone in Jinyuan City is useless. Other than the Zhao family, there are still some capable people. However, since you know of my existence, I can't let you live. After all, there is a huge secret hidden here, and it is something that the young master needs. Whoever dares to disrupt the young master's plan will only die. He began to wonder who Jiang Ming was. However, he found that he could not figure out where Jiang Ming and the others came from at all. It was all thanks to the heaven-covering art. The Black Sword naturally noticed this. Bro, the guy in that direction is very suspicious. He'll be making a move on you soon. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's lips curled up slightly. Attack him? That was good. He was afraid that that guy would not dare make a move. The evil aura there is very strong. Other than that, I also sensed some familiar auras. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. No matter what, he would never have thought that the person being held hostage in that small courtyard was none other than Zhuanan. Lin Chongshan was no longer around, and Zhuanan was all alone now. She had wanted to leave the Feather Kingdom. However, she did not expect that the Ghost Spirit sect would be unable to find her. Instead, she was found by another group of people captured. He, little girl, I didn't expect you to be a tying concubine. Unfortunately, that old fart actually brought you to the Saint cultivation peak and helped you complete your soul. However, it diminished your quality. Regardless, it doesn't matter. With that young master here, you can still be useful. At that time, you will become a stepping stone for the young master to reach a higher level, ha ha ha. This strange evil cultivator stared at Zhuanan and could not help but laugh. It was a pity. Grandpa, I'm sorry. You disappeared on the Saint cultivation peak for me. However, I still can't escape my fate. Grandpa, if there is a next life, I will definitely repay you. However, she was destined to have no next life. Asterisk. Jiang Ming and the others found an inn and went upstairs to rest and cultivate. Unlike the inns in mortal cities, the inns here were different. They mainly used cultivation rooms, and they charged in spirit stones instead of silver. The price was extremely high. Fortunately, Jiang Ming did not lack spirit stones at all. What surprised him was that Ing Sha, who, as an assassin, was supposed to be rich, was no different from a poor man. Sir, don't look at me as an assassin. I'm just Chio's dog. The rewards for all the missions I complete fall into his hands. Unless it's necessary for cultivation, he won't give it to me. When I reached the Void Core realm, he suppressed my realm breakthrough, not wanting me to reach the Golden Core realm. Ing Sha smiled bitterly. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. He immediately waved his hand and threw out some spirit stones. Take them and cultivate. As he spoke, Jiang Ming entered his room. Ing Sha weighed the bag in his hand and could not help but smile bitterly. Just a few spirit stones? Never mind. However, when he entered the room and prepared to cultivate, he was stunned. He stared at the spirit stones in the bag. All of them were high-grade spirit stones. He had thought that Jiang Ming would only give him mid to low-grade spirit stones. After all, high-grade spirit stones were very rare. Among individual cultivators, it was easy to obtain mid to low-grade spirit stones. However, high-grade spirit stones were rare because the various spirit veins and spirit mines, where high-grade spirit stones were located, were all controlled by large factions. Even before he was captured by old demon Qiu, Ying Sha had rarely come into contact with high-grade spirit stones. However, this time, he had received over 100 high-grade spirit stones of extremely high purity. It was worth thousands of high-quality middle-grade spirit stones. Ying Sha took a deep breath, got up, and bowed in the direction of Jiang Ming. This was a great favor, and he had to thank him. Jiang Ming naturally noticed this and could not help but frown. He knew that high-grade spirit stones were controlled by large factions. However, they were not that scarce, right? Why did this guy look as if his life had been saved? Little did Jiang Ming know that the people he had been killing these days were all genius disciples from the grotto heavens and blessed lands. Their wealth was naturally unimaginable. Especially after taking the storage ring of Holy Sun Guqi, Jiang Ming was definitely the richest among the Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Forget it. Instead of thinking about these things, it's better to use the time to cultivate. Then, that evil person should come to my door. I need to further increase my strength before that. Jiang Ming raised his immortal cultivation to the void core realm. However, his martial arts cultivation had always been at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. It was not a problem with the small disaster pill. The main problem was that Jiang Ming needed to find the path after martial arts. Building the foundation of martial arts is the first step of the path of innate martial arts. What's the next step? He began to flip through the incomplete scripture and soon understood everything. After stepping into the peak of the Foundation establishment realm of martial arts, if one wanted to advance again, they would have to walk a completely different path. It was a completely different path from immortal cultivation. After the Foundation establishment realm of immortal cultivation, it was time to form their golden core and step onto the path of immortality. Martial arts were completely different. After the Foundation establishment realm of martial arts, it was the innate martial realm. It's different from what I've read in my previous life. His is a path of evolution at the level of life. Jiang Ming was ready to do whatever it took to perfect his martial arts foundation. Jiang Ming was invincible among the younger generation with his martial arts foundation. He even stood on equal footing with Holy Sun Guqi. Was his martial arts foundation not perfect enough? Naturally, to Jiang Ming, it was not perfect. After Jiang Ming experienced this experience, he discovered something shocking. There is a record of this in the Foundation establishment realm technique I got from the Black Rock ruins. In the ancient times, the Black Rock ruins had produced many stunning martial arts geniuses. Each of them would be the leader of the younger generation of the major forces in their era. Moreover, the most stunning disciple at that time was a ferocious powerhouse. With his cultivation at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, he fought hundreds of golden core realm cultivators alone. Among them, there were some cultivators who had reached the middle stage of the golden core realm. After that, the unparalleled disciple killed almost half of the golden core realm cultivators and defeated their leader. Although he left with injuries, he took the opportunity to hone his martial arts cultivation to the extreme. When he advanced to a special realm, he could take down golden core realm experts. Hearing this, Jiang Ming trembled. Yes, there was a special realm. It was different from the void core realm. The innate martial realm was a transition realm between the Foundation establishment realm and the golden core realm. The innate martial realm allowed one to cultivate their innate vitality, innate will, and innate soul. Normally martial artists would have to choose one of the three to focus on. However, Jiang Ming did not want to do that. The martial saint is different. He actually managed to cultivate all three at the same time. He pushed all three to the extreme, making it increasingly difficult for him to go past the innate martial realm. However, it was worth it. He became the most powerful person in his generation. Jiang Ming was a little excited at this moment. He also planned to step onto this path. The black sword appeared. Bro, are you crazy? The Black Rock ruins only produced one genius after countless years. Although you are extremely talented, it is extremely difficult for you to reach this step. The black sword tried its best to stop him. If he was not careful, he might end up crippling himself. After all, there were too many restrictions in the innate martial realm. To be precise, there were too many restrictions in the path of martial arts. It was more particular about the peak state than the path of immortal cultivation. Once you aged, even if you were originally in the foundation establishment realm of martial arts and had a lifespan of 200 to 300 years, you were destined to not be able to step into the innate martial realm after that golden age. Jiang Ming understood this. However, he did not care at all. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate this technique and wouldn't be suitable to walk this path. Even this martial saint is also a person with great luck. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to advance. If there's anyone who is most qualified to walk this path, it's undoubtedly me. The black sword was speechless. Jiang Ming was not lying. He was immortal and had plenty of time to squander. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The black sword glanced at him and was secretly shocked. Normally speaking, it would take at least 3 months or even half a year to advance to the beginner level of these 3 transformations. He's simply a monster. Jiang Ming had never heard of this before. Then, he spent another 7 days continuously advancing. Although he did not advance as fast as he wanted to, he was much better than he was in the past. Jiang Ming could not help but smile. Even if the 3 grotto heavens, the 6 blessed lands, and other massive forces attacked him together, Jiang Ming could easily deal with them. Just as Jiang Ming was about to continue practicing, he suddenly heard a voice from outside. Master, something happened outside. Oh? Jiang Ming was a little surprised. It was Wu Hen's voice. Logically speaking, Wu Hen would not disturb him. What exactly happened? Soon, Jiang Ming's expression turned ugly. Is there something happening in Jinyuan City? Is it that evil person? Could they possibly cause a huge disaster? Wu Hen nodded and replied, it's also the news that I've collected these days. It's said that many big families in Jinyuan City have been exterminated, and even some immortal cultivation forces have suffered. Although Jinyuan City was the territory of the Zhao family, there were still many martial arts and cultivation sects in the city. Jiang Ming would not be surprised if such strange incidents happened in a mortal city. However, how could such a thing happen in Jinyuan City, where cultivators and martial arts experts gathered? Master, do you want us to take action? In this way, we can earn the trust of many people in Jinyuan City. At this moment, Ing Sha walked over with an idea of his own. He would definitely be able to obtain his master's approval. After all, these big families that have suffered only have a few qi refinement realm cultivators at most. They are mainly engaged in business, and They are the external industries of a few cultivation factions. And these factions are mainly at the foundation establishment realm. There are not even many innate martial realm cultivators in these factions. In terms of combat strength, they are far from our match. As long as we make a move, we will definitely be able to intimidate them and gain a wave of goodwill. He looked at Jiang Ming expectantly. We are going to retreat. We must leave Jingyuan City immediately. Jiang Ming opened his mouth, causing Ying Sha to freeze on the spot. What did he mean? It was not easy for him to come to Jingyuan City. Shouldn't he choose to establish his power in Jingyuan City? Logically speaking, as long as you did not provoke the Zhao family and did not create too much of a negative influence in Jingyuan City, you could do whatever you wanted in Jingyuan City. If they joined forces, they would definitely be able to establish a strong force in Jingyuan City. Ying Sha was shocked. He really did not understand what Zhang Shan meant. You're too young. After following Master for a few years, you'll naturally understand how extraordinary Master's wisdom is. Wu Hen opened his mouth. As an old man who had followed Jiang Ming from the mortal world, how could he not understand Jiang Ming's actions? After that, they planned to leave Jingyuan City. Along the way, Jingyuan City was filled with a somber atmosphere. A murderous aura spread out, especially in the area they were currently in. There was no activity of golden core realm cultivators at all. In fact, everything here looked old and rotten. What kind of technique is this? Wu Hen's eyelids twitched. This should be a technique similar to the flow of time and space. It can make all living things in the world rapidly age, and finally decay and die. What a cruel method. Even the people from the network have never done this before. This is definitely the work of an evil cultivator force. Jiang Ming nodded and suddenly thought of something. The ghost spirit sect. He wondered how the old man and the little girl were doing. Just as the group was about to leave the street, they discovered that the nearby area seemed to have been sealed. Invisible walls blocked their way. It's a grand ceiling formation. Someone has set up an array here to trap and kill everyone who passes by. Ying Sha's expression kept changing. As an assassin of the network and a snake demon who had lived for about 200 years, his understanding of these things far exceeded Jiang Ming's and Wu Hen's. Hearing this, Wu Hen's expression changed. He immediately took a step forward and held his spear. Master, please step back. He looked around and did not dare slack off. Jiang Ming did not say anything. He looked around and finally landed in the direction of the alley exit. One figure after another walked out, and their auras were not weak. At the very least, they had to be at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. There was no need for them to say anything. Just by looking at their appearance, one could tell that these people were a group of evil cultivators. Although Ying Sha was an assassin from the network was only an assassination force, not some evil sect. However, in terms of killing intent, these guys were nothing. Now that I've just arrived, I should show off. Otherwise, why would he let me follow him all the way? This was what Ying Sha thought. He held a scimitar in his hand and looked at the newcomer. Who are you? Tell us your names. Jiang Ming and Wu Hen were rendered speechless. The leader of the other party was also stunned, but he immediately sneered. Bag. Why do you need to know? You're going to die anyway. I'll give you a piece of advice. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Don't let yourself suffer unnecessary torture. The leader was a short and wretched guy. At this moment, his smile seemed even more disgusting. However, when he said that, Ing Sha laughed out loud. I wasn't sure at first. However, now I see that you're a group of bastards. From the blood-devouring hall. Do you think you can make us stay? The expressions of the people opposite him changed slightly. The blood-devouring hall had been hiding for many years. They basically did not care about the outside world, nor did they participate in various events and battles. They did not expect that they would be seen through at a glance. If that's the case, then it's even more impossible for me to keep you alive. The wretched man was about to make a move, and an iron hammer swung over. Jiang Ming only took a glance and saw that the iron hammer was extraordinary. A normal hammer would definitely focus on strength and lethality. However, this thing was different. The appearance of the hammer was scary, and the main point was that it devoured blood. These people all have blood-devouring techniques and similar cultivation techniques. Looking at the blood and vengeful souls on the hammer, I'm afraid this guy has killed many people. Jiang Ming sighed and did not care. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He suddenly looked in a certain direction. It was the courtyard where he had sensed something was wrong when he had first entered the city 10 days ago. Jiang Ming had previously guessed that the existence in the courtyard must be related to the deaths that had been happening in Jinyuan City in recent days. That naturally had nothing to do with him unless the other party came to him. However, it was different now. First, the other party took the initiative to stir up trouble. Secondly, he could finally confirm who that familiar aura belonged to. Zhuanan. This group of people actually held that little girl hostage. Then what about Lin Chongshan? Jiang Ming was not too familiar with the two of them. However, they had been comrades for a brief time. Not to mention they had been very kind to him. However, no matter how low he was, Jiang Ming was still a human being. Let's end this quickly. In the next second, Wu Hen also pounced forward. Your opponent is me. Several other Foundation Establishment Realm experts rushed out, wanting to stop Wu Hen's figure. The spear swung up, and the moment it landed, heads flew up and blood splattered all over the ground. The entire place was deathly silent. You actually hid your cultivation. You are actually innate martial realm cultivators. Before this, these three people's cultivation realms were clearly at the middle and late stages of the Foundation Establishment realm. How could they conceal their cultivations? The evil cultivator turned around and wanted to run. Ing Sha sneered. You want to run? Too late. He held the scimitar in his hand and was about to pounce forward. However, he was forcefully stopped. That's enough. It was an old man with white hair and strange skin. He looked like he had the skin of an old tree that was about to die, withered and dry. Although it was normal for one's skin to change at an old age, it was obvious that one was about to die at this stage. At the very least, one would not have many years left to live. Therefore, Ing Sha was not afraid at all. Get lost. An old man with a foot in the grave dares come out and stop me? Die. In the next moment, Ing Sha's figure was sent flying. At this moment, Ing Sha's face was filled with shock. No one would have thought that the situation would develop to this stage. He, a dignified innate martial realm demon, was actually sent flying? At this moment, Ing Sha was furious. He stared at the strange old man in front of him and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Jiang Ming. He's not a human, he's a puppet. No matter how much you attack him, it's useless. A puppet? Ing Sha was stunned. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. This should be someone from a nearby manor. He was originally from a wealthy family. Here, however, now he had become a puppet. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. It seemed that some people were really extraordinary if they were to easily refine people into puppets. He kept looking around as if he wanted to capture the guy who was controlling everything behind the scenes. However, it was obvious that the other party was hiding very well. Even if Jiang Ming tried everything, he could not find the other party. However, they definitely won't be too far away. They're very likely at the intermediate realm of the Golden Core realm or even higher. This kind of person is either unable to get away, or he doesn't see us as a match at all. Maybe he doesn't possess enough strength to do so. In this case, it's much easier to deal with him. Jiang Ming let out a few long breaths, and his eyes were filled with ice. He walked toward the distance step by step, his eyes flickering with a cold light. The puppet suddenly moved and wanted to block Jiang Ming's path. You want to block my way? You can. However, you're too weak to succeed. Jiang Ming's eyes were cold. Come out and talk. After a moment of silence, a voice rang out. Who are you people? Why did you appear here? Cultivators outside Jinyuan City will not come here unless they are fugitives. However, what you have shown now are the standards of top geniuses. You belong to various big forces, even top forces. How could you appear in Jinyuan City? Are you still hiding? You want to get my answer out of me with just one sentence? Ridiculous. Jiang Ming shook his head and flicked his wrist. A fireball shot out and burned the puppet. This time, it finally caused a cry of pain to be heard. Clearly, the puppet had died, and the person behind him was also hurt. In the courtyard, a figure appeared. It was a young man in a blood-red robe. His expression was especially gloomy. It was all thanks to Jiang Ming's fireball. You can actually use a level 1 fireball to this extent. You're indeed not simple. At this moment, the young man stared at Jiang Ming as if he wanted to see through him. However, Jiang Ming glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and hand over the little girl." As soon as Jiang Ming said that, everyone was stunned. The youth also raised his head in shock and stared at the guy in front of him. How did you know? What is your relationship with that wretched girl? Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and said coldly, You don't have the right to know about this. If you don't want to offend the Divine Eye sect, hand over that wretched girl obediently. As soon as he said this, Ing Sha looked at Jiang Ming strangely. Jiang Ming was certainly good at making things up. The blood-red-robed youth's expression changed drastically. Such a young prodigy. Did the Divine Eye sect nurture some shocking figure? Again? Also, the Divine Eye sect came to Jinyuan City for this wretched girl. Master, we are not enemies of the Divine Eye sect. Although the blood devouring hall isn't afraid, we haven't recovered our vitality yet. It's not suitable for us to fight against the Divine Eye sect. Most importantly, the Divine Eye sect has a close relationship with an ancient power outside the Feather Kingdom. The blood-devouring hall's headquarters is basically outside the Feather Kingdom. If we provoke that ancient power, we won't survive for long, a subordinate said in a low voice. The blood-red-robed youth's eyelids trembled slightly. Jiang Ming was also a little surprised. Why was the blood-devouring hall so Afraid of the divine eye sect? In addition, his vitality had yet to fully recover? Did this mean that if the blood-devouring hall recovered, they might even be able to fight against the divine eye sect? Although the divine eye sect was not one of the 6 blessed lands, it still possessed the strength of a blessed land. If they could fight against it, didn't that mean that the blood-devouring hall was definitely one of the top forces below the blessed land? Just as Jiang Ming was thinking, the blood-red-robed youth seemed to have made a decision. He looked up at Jiang Ming with hatred. I'll hand this wretched girl over to you today. However, I will get back at you sooner or later. With that, the blood-red-robed youth left. The others also chose to leave. Other than the little girl's aura, there was no one else in the courtyard. Jiang Ming was stunned. He was just spouting nonsense and was waiting for the other party to see through him. In the end, the other party ran away? Sha, you seem to know this blood-devouring hall very well, right? Tell me about it? Sha immediately stepped forward and roughly explained the matter. In other words, the blood-devouring hall was originally one of the 6 blessed lands. However, 400 years ago, it suddenly fell out of the ranks of the 6 blessed lands and even disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. This was a little strange. Why would a faction that had been wiped out reappear after 4 centuries? I think it's very likely that someone has obtained the inheritance of the founder of the blood-devouring hall. You have to know that the founder of the blood-devouring hall is not an ordinary person. 1,000 years ago, he was called the blood-devouring Mad Lord and was a nascent soul realm expert. 400 years ago, someone wanted to fight for the territory where the blood-devouring hall was originally located. However, no one dared do so. They feared the existence of this crazy expert and suspected that he was still alive. The blood-devouring hall had a strong background. However, after so many years, how could a declining force stand up again? Come, follow me in to see the little girl. When Jiang Ming stepped into the courtyard, Sha, who was at the side, was still on alert, afraid that the people of the blood-devouring hall had set up some traps. When they arrived at a room, Jiang Ming smelled blood, and his face darkened slightly. Jiang Ming kicked open the door and strode in. Soon, he saw a girl covered in wounds. It was Zhuanan. Zhuanan was obviously in a bad state at this moment. She was blindfolded and a rag was stuffed into her mouth. She could not speak. These people were really cautious. They had already set up an array to isolate everything. However, they still tied Zhuanan up like this. Zhuanan was extremely frightened at this moment. She subconsciously thought that it was someone who came to torture her again. She curled up into a ball, her petite body trembling. Jiang Ming sighed, strode forward, and pulled off the cloth from Zhuanan's mouth. And then, don't be afraid. It's me. He used Zhang Shan's voice. Zhuanan was stunned at first, then she burst into tears. Mister. She threw herself into Jiang Ming's arms like a frightened little lamb. Jiang Ming rubbed her head and could not help but sigh. He asked, "Where is your grandfather?" Zhuanan fell silent. Jiang Ming also understood in an instant. He sighed again and said, "From today onwards, you will come back with me." He knew very well that something must have happened to Lin Chongshan. At the very least, he would have gone missing, and this was the best outcome. Regardless of whether he died or fell into the hands of another faction, such As the ghost spirit sect, Lin Chongshan would definitely not have a good ending. If it were anyone else, they would definitely clamor to avenge Lin Chongshan. However, Jiang Ming would not do so. He had met these two people by chance, and he had already done his best to save Zhuanan. However, just as they were about to leave, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It should be someone from the Zhao family. Ying Sha cried out in alarm, his expression especially gloomy. Jiang Ming's expression changed slightly. He only realized now that something was not right. Why didn't the Zhao family come? Why did they have to wait until the people of the blood-devouring hall left? There must be something strange about this. We don't have time to waste. Retreat. Jiang Ming's figure flashed, and he swept up Zhuanan before flying away. Wu Han and Ying Sha followed closely behind. Outside the courtyard, a group of soldiers wore cold expressions. Among them, the leader was a general in armor and a red cloak. When he saw the few people flying through the air, he immediately snorted coldly. Crazy brat, you want to escape? No way. He waved his hand, and soon, another fire arrow burst out. That's a middle-grade magical tool, the fire rain arrow. I did not expect the Zhao family to be so generous. Wu Hen's expression turned ugly. A middle-grade magical tool might not be considered a treasure, but using multiple middle-grade tools like the way the general was firing out the arrows would have to add up. It would be immensely expensive. Jiang Ming did not expect this, and his expression became more and more serious. The Zhao family should have nothing to do with the blood-devouring hall. There might be other forces behind this. He faintly sensed a familiar aura. Then, he looked in the direction of the aura. There was a person hidden in the corner, and his entire body was emitting the aura of the ghost spirit sect. It was not Huai Mei. It was another person. Interesting. Huai Mei should have been grounded and punished. Now that the ghost spirit sect has sent new people to look for Anan, coupled with the tricks of the blood-devouring hall, this is very likely a battle between the ghost spirit sect and the blood-devouring hall. Then what role does the Zhao family play in this? Jiang Ming's brain was working overtime. However, he could not think of a reason. It was too complicated. Perhaps he had to hide first and then capture a few people to interrogate. The asterisk starred. The expression of the person hiding in the corner changed. He waved his hand and said bluntly, "Don't worry about anything else. Focus on chasing after those guys. No matter what, you have to capture that girl." Hearing this, the armored general's expression darkened slightly. He was also a little unhappy with this arrogant fellow. However, he had no choice but to cooperate with the other party no matter what. Chase after him. After you catch up, other than that girl, no one else must be spared, the general shouted, and all the soldiers left. The big hunt had begun. Countless people in the city were extremely frightened. No one had expected that such a thing would happen in Jingyuan City, which had been peaceful for so long. In the past, although there were conflicts between the major forces in the city, they did not dare make a move because of the status of the Zhao family. The Zhao family's ruling power over the entire Jingyuan City was unimaginable. And now, the Zhao family had actually sent an army just to capture 3 men? Where did those 3 men come from? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a small tavern, a person in black robes and a fanged mask swept his gaze over and smiled slightly. Interesting. It must be a huge affair for the Zhao family to make such a big fuss. I want to see what kind of characters those three people are and what kind of things they have done. If there was someone here, they would definitely be extremely shocked because this person was none other than the number one individual cultivator in the Feather Kingdom, Wu Ming. Wu Ming's figure flashed and soon arrived in the distance, blocking the path of Jiang Ming and the others. Is this the aura of the 100 Tribulations sacred body? Wu Ming's expression changed slightly. He had seen a lot of things, and he had an extraordinary background. Thus, it was normal for him to recognize the 100 Tribulations sacred body. However, he had never expected that after the Black Rock ruins had been destroyed for 10,000 years, the 100 Tribulations sacred body would still be in this world. Is it the same as what the spirit Silkworm Mountain has? Or did he obtain the original technique? Wu Ming pondered for a long time. However, he still could not understand what was going on. He could only sigh, and then his figure gradually faded. He wanted to confirm how far these guys could go and whether they were worth it for him to save them. However, what Wu Ming did not know was that his existence had long been detected. Bro, there seems to be a nascent soul realm cultivator in front of us. He's probably not weak. You'd better avoid him, or else you might be in trouble. The Black Sword's voice rang out, causing Jiang Ming to be slightly stunned. A nascent soul realm cultivator? Could it be the ancestor of the Zhao family of Jinyuan City? No, it can't be. In order to deal with us, he wouldn't have brought out a nascent soul realm cultivator. Ing Sha opened his mouth. However, even though he said that, his expression was still rather ugly. At this moment, Jiang Ming's brain started working rapidly. Then, he suddenly took a step forward. As an earth-shattering roar erupted, Jiang Ming held a long sword and rushed into the distance. He wanted to see if there was anything hidden in front of him. However, there was no fluctuation in front of him after the attack. He seemed to be a little impatient. Your acting skills are really awesome. You actually made such a panicked appearance to cause the other party to misjudge you. I'm afraid that guy will think that you're some loser, the Black Sword thought to itself. That was indeed the case. At this moment, Wu Ming held such a view and could not help but shake his head. 3 young innate martial realm cultivators. Their talent is not bad. Unfortunately, they are still not up to the standard. However, that little girl's fate is a bit strange, it's worth my observation. Wu Ming hid in the void. Jiang Ming's attack just now did not cause any damage to him. At this moment, he directly broke through the air and attacked Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming and the others never expected that Wu Ming would be so persistent. To be precise, it was because of Zhuanan. A series of explosions rang out, and dust flew everywhere. A large number of soldiers and horses followed closely behind. Stop right there. With a loud shout, a beam of sword chi arrived in the air in the next moment, cutting a huge gully in front of Jiang Ming and the others. It was an early-stage golden core cultivator. Jiang Ming paused and stared at the general in front of him. He said coldly, "General, you've been chasing us since Jinyuan City. What's the reason?" The general coldly said, "Kid, I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Hand over the little girl in your hands and kill yourself as an apology." "I can. Let your souls reincarnate. And if I don't hand her over?" "Haha. Then, await your death," another person sneered. He was also an innate martial realm expert. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and immediately laughed out loud, causing the people opposite him to be stunned on the spot. He was simply courting death. However, Jiang Ming did not care about the other party's judgment. He took a few deep breaths, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he held a large blade in his hand. No need for nonsense. I will never hand this little girl over to you. If you want her, get that B** starred from the ghost spirit sect to come out and see me. Ming Kaichen. Ming Kaichen? The general raised his eyebrows and thought about it. However, he could not think of such a person among the various factions. It was strange. Logically speaking, such a young innate martial realm cultivator was definitely not some unknown person. How could he not know him? At all? Never mind. The general could not be bothered dwelling on this matter and immediately shouted, no need for nonsense. Now, quickly do as I say. Otherwise, you will die. He held a long spear in his hand, and waves of baleful aura spread out from it. There were also the lingering thoughts of vengeful souls. Clearly, this was a cultivator who had killed plenty of people. At this moment, the general just watched quietly, and his expression kept changing. As long as Jiang Ming dared refuse, he did not mind killing them. However, heavy footsteps sounded. It was Jiang Ming. Every step he took seemed to contain a suffocating and terrifying power. A large blade was also spinning in the air. This was a magical tool he had obtained from Holy Sun Guqi. Its power was extraordinary, and it was very likely to be a genuine vicious weapon of a sect. It had been used by many experts, masters, and other great cultivators. When the general saw this, his pupils shrank. What a vicious weapon! It was indeed extraordinary. Even someone like him, who had experienced many wars and whose hands were stained with blood, had never seen such a vicious weapon. This thing had taken at least thousands of lives. It was a true killing weapon. At this moment, a look of greed appeared in the general's eyes. This time, even if it was not for those ghost spirit sect fellows, he would do anything. For this vicious blade. I'll do it myself. He leaped up and landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and boil. He's at the golden core realm of immortal cultivation and at the peak of the foundation establishment realm of martial arts. This time even Jiang Ming could not help but tremble. To be able to cultivate his realm to this level was indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Ing Sha, how confident are you in killing this person? Jiang Ming glanced at Ing Sha. The latter frowned and said, I don't have much confidence. However, if you include Wu Hen, I do have some confidence. Alright, Wu Hen, you work with Ing Sha to kill this B** starred. The two of them nodded and rushed out one after another. As for Jiang Ming, the reason why he chose not to make a move was not because he was afraid of the other party, nor was it because he looked down on the other party. It was because he needed to ensure Zhuanan's safety. Since the Zhao family has already made their move, what about the ghost spirit sect? Jiang Ming's divine will reverberated, and he quickly sensed some auras hidden in the dark. In a certain corner, there was still someone hiding. However, this person did not have any killing intent. It was as if he was watching a show. Jiang Ming did not think much about it because another group of people had already appeared. As soon as the group of people appeared, they revealed fierce looks and stared at Jiang Ming and Zhuanan. Ming Kaichen, right? Hand over Zhuanan and I'll spare your life. Hearing this, Jiang Ming found it a little funny. While protecting Zhuanan, he also mocked these people. You didn't dare attack when the people of the blood-devouring hall were here. However, now they've left, you suddenly stepped out. What's wrong? Do you think the Divine Eye sect is easy to bully? Jiang Ming knew very well that this group of people had long hidden in a corner. When he had a conflict with the blood-devouring hall, these people must have been watching from the side. They even knew where the people of the blood-devouring hall were hiding. However, they did not make a move. In this case, Jiang Ming was puzzled. Why didn't the ghost spirit sect dare confront the blood-devouring hall head-on? The leader's expression changed. Obviously, Jiang Ming's words had provoked him. He was naturally afraid of the blood-devouring hall. The latter had many tricks up their sleeves, and once a conflict broke out, it would not be easy to deal with them. Most importantly, the blood-devouring hall was full of lunatics. No one was willing to get involved with these guys for no reason. Compared to those lunatics, it was obvious that these guys in front of him were easier to control. At the thought of this, the sinister-looking man said coldly, "What kind of trash is the blood-devouring hall? You, on the other hand, actually dared impersonate a Divine Eye sect disciple and kidnap the person my young master wanted. You really have guts. How dare a rat impersonating the Divine Eye sect act so impudently in front of me? Do you dare offend my young master? I'll tell you that Juanan is the person the ghost spirit sect's young master wants. Now, hand her over or die." A rat? Jiang Ming could not help but laugh in anger. "If I am a rat, then what are you guys who hide and bully the weak and fear the strong? Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Now, quickly come over and accept your death." Jiang Ming's reaction was far beyond everyone's expectations. His words made many people's eyelids twitch. How arrogant! The expression of the ghost spirit sect's sinister-looking young man who was leading the group turned even uglier. "Brat, since you insist on seeking death, then I will kill you and take Zhu Anan away." His name was Yin Xia, and he was a follower of the ghost spirit sect's young master. His cultivation had already reached the early stage golden core realm. Now that he had fully unleashed his strength and unleashed another evil magical tool, it caused waves of coldness to rise in one's heart. As expected, the ghost spirit sect isn't united. There are good people like Lim Chongshan and unpardonable people like you. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally understood what Lin Chongshan had said at the Saint Cultivation Peak. There were good and bad things on the path of ghost cultivation. These people in front of him were not doing this for the sake of their old friends. They were simply harming the living for their own future. They deserved to be killed. Jiang Ming was not a kind person. However, he was not the kind of person who was cruel either. Moreover, he had promised Lin Chongshan that he would protect Zhu Anan. He naturally would not let Zhu Anan be taken away. As a strong aura swept through, Jiang Ming instantly arrived in front of the other party. Jiang Ming soon started fighting with the evil magical tool. It was a flag of some sort. Yin Xia's expression changed slightly. The Yin flag was unable to defeat the other party? How was this possible? If one Yin flag doesn't work, then I'll bring out some more. I will definitely make you die here. 3 Yin flags shot out, forming the 3 talents formation. Jiang Ming could not help but take a few deep breaths of cold air. He seemed to be trapped here at the moment, and no matter which direction he tried to break through, he could not succeed. These 3 flags were all refined from the obsessions of innocent lives before they died tragically. They possess incomparably powerful evil energy. And willpower. Bro, if this stalemate continues, you will easily be drowned by these evil auras and remnant obsessions. The black sword's voice rang out, causing Jiang Ming's heart to tremble. It had been a long time since he had started cultivating, and this was the first time he had fallen into such a dangerous situation. However, it did not matter. I have a sword that can destroy all the evil in the world. The sword slashed out, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble. After a series of explosions, Jiang Ming held the fierce blade in his hand and replaced it with a saber. A fierce and terrifying sword chi turned into a tide and blasted out, shattering the barrier in the southeast. That was great. At this moment, the black sword was also extremely excited. It still underestimated Jiang Ming's strength. This small trapping formation of the 3 yin flags was extraordinary. However, it was difficult to trap Jiang Ming. Impossible. You are merely at the innate martial realm. My formation has killed no less than 3 or 4 innate martial realm cultivators. Xia was shocked. Where did this genius come from? He had actually broken through the technique that he was so proud of with that sword strike just now? Without giving him time to think, Jiang Ming took a step forward and was already in front of him. Since you had the audacity to pull that stunt, be prepared to be killed by me. Jiang Ming did not bother to say anything else. He attacked, making people's hearts tremble. Then, Xia was hit by the sword chi, and his expression instantly changed. This vicious blade was not ordinary. It had once accompanied Holy Sun Guqi on his conquests and was stained with the blood of a holy sun. In fact, it had even drunk the soul of a golden core realm cultivator in ancient times. The intensity of the baleful aura was not something ordinary people could imagine. Even Xia, a cultivator from the ghost spirit sect, felt his hair stand on end and his soul almost scattered. He wanted to run away immediately. However, Jiang Ming would not give him the chance. Since you're here, fuse with my blade and become a part of it. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to say anything else. With a raise of his hand, waves of lightning struck down. The entire place was deathly silent. The faces of all the ghost spirit sect cultivators fell, and they frantically tried to escape. However, the ominous lightning snaked into their bodies, causing their souls to scatter and become a part of the vicious blade. Jiang Ming's expression changed slightly. This thing was a little fierce. Would he not be able to suppress it? Bro, don't worry. With me around, this little thing won't dare attack you. The black sword spoke in a very arrogant manner, which stunned Jiang Ming. This vicious blade was powerful and terrifying enough. However, from what the black sword said, it seemed that this blade was nothing to it. I haven't seen you display your strength yet. Jiang Ming could not help but complain. The black sword immediately became listless. It said, that's because I haven't fully awakened yet. Wait for me to fully awaken, and I'll immediately show you. Saints are all trash to me. Jiang Ming pursed his lips. This thing only knew how to brag. However, the origin of the black sword was indeed extraordinary. After all, it was the weapon of a certain martial saint back in the previous era. Although this vicious blade was powerful and terrifying, it was at most at the level of a supreme-grade magical treasure. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I hope Wu Hen and Ing Sha are fine. He turned around and was stunned. This was too pathetic. At this moment, Wu Hen and Ing Sha had actually retreated, their bodies covered in wounds. Didn't you say that there was no doubt that the two of you would kill the enemy if you joined forces? Jiang Ming's face was cold. I wish that was the case, said Ing Sha with a bitter face. But the problem is that the other party has an extra helper. Most importantly, although their fire rain arrows were only middle-grade magical tools, with so many of them added together, they're impossible to dodge. F***ck. There's more. Looking up, it was another rain of fire arrows. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Without a word, he picked up Zhuanan and ran away. If he could not win, he had to run. The scene of Jiang Ming running away made everyone's eyes twitch. Ing Sha lowered his head silently. This was the person he wanted to follow? Wasn't he too cowardly? Wu Hen was used to it and turned into a streak of light as he rushed toward Jiang Ming. The soldiers of Jinyuan City were dumbfounded, especially the two generals. Old Zhua, what do you think of this kid? Isn't he too clever? Since when did the Feather Kingdom have such a prodigy? General Bite was speechless. Old Zhua was the new general of the Jinyuan army. He glanced into the distance and shook his head. To be able to reach the innate martial realm at such a young age indeed makes him a prodigy. Unfortunately, his temperament is lacking, and he has no courage. This kind of person who only knows how to run away when he encounters something difficult might be able to live for a long time. However, his future path is destined to be blocked. It does not matter if he has great talent. He's just destined to die young. At this point, Old Zhua continued, Old Bai, go back and report. I'll go after these three guys. The ghost spirit sect's envoy died at their hands. Thus, the higher-ups won't let this matter go so easily. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain it to the ghost spirit sect. General Bai nodded and immediately turned into a streak of light and flew toward Jinyuan City. Meanwhile, General Zhua rode on his flying sword to catch up with the three thieves. Sir, the new general of the Jinyuan army is chasing after us. Do you want us to kill him together? A cold light flashed in Wu Hen's eyes. He wanted to take care of this shadow. Ing Sha also had this intention. He directly took out his scimitar, and killing intent spread out. No. If General Bai had caught up to us, we could have joined forces to kill him. However, General Zhua is no ordinary person. Whether it's an immortal cultivation or martial arts, he has reached the golden core realm. It's very difficult to deal with him. Jiang Ming had long seen that Zui Yan was extraordinary. He was actually an expert who had raised his immortal cultivation to the golden core realm and completed the first change of the three transformations of martial arts. Jiang Ming was confident that the three of them could join forces to kill the other party. However, they would also pay a painful price. It was not worth it. However, we can't let this person attack us from behind. We have to think of a way to get rid of him. Jiang Ming's brain was working crazily. However, he could not think of a good solution. When it was late at night, Jiang Ming immediately landed on the ground. There was a forest nearby, and Zui Yan was staring at them from afar. Damn it, I really want to kill this guy. I, Ing Sha, have been an assassin for so many years. However, this is the first time I've been backed into a corner by someone. It's really frustrating. Ing Sha gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill the other party right now. However, he also understood that the current him was definitely not Zui Yan's. Match. Why is this guy staring at us, but not attacking? Because the person they want is in our hands, Jiang Ming said. They're afraid that we'll do something bad to Anan if we make a move. As he spoke, Jiang Ming subconsciously looked at the little girl in his arms. At this moment, Anan had already fallen asleep. This little girl had been tortured and shoved around for several days, and she was exhausted. However, being able to fall asleep at this critical moment was enough to show that Juanan had a high degree of trust in Jiang Ming. This little girl. Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. He had lived for so many years and had many old friends around him, such as Wu Hen. However, this was the first time he had taken care of such a small child. At the same time, Jiang Ming was also puzzled. What was so special about this little girl that made the blood-devouring hall, which had disappeared for 400 years, appear and make the ghost spirit sect and the Zhao family of Jinyuan go to war? Wait. Before this little girl seemed to be an empty shell. However, now she's a complete person. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits have actually gathered together. Previously, I did not think that the so-called empty shell was because the 3 souls and 7 spirits were not complete. However, normally speaking, humans are born with 3 souls and 7 spirits. Perhaps some of them might be missing. Previously, this little girl's soul was incomplete. However, she was no different from a normal person. It seems too strange. Jiang Ming's brain kept working. Soon, he asked the Black Sword, "Can you see the real situation of this little girl?" The Black Sword did not reply immediately, as if it was thinking about something. After a long time, it replied, "If I'm not wrong, she has a mysterious destiny, called the Heavenly Consort Destiny." Heavenly Consort Destiny? That's right. Such a person should have been born in the netherworld, not the human world. She is destined to become an immortal big shot in the netherworld. It's a pity that she was born in the human world. Because of the difference in the rules of heaven and earth between the human world and the netherworld, her 3 souls and 7 spirits were forced to disperse, leaving only an empty shell. The empty shell of the heavenly consort is a peerless furnace in the eyes of the cultivators who are good at dual cultivation and ghost cultivation. When the Black Sword said this, it could not help but sigh. She was supposed to be a saint destined to be immortal in the netherworld. Now, she has become someone else's plaything, a human cauldron. It's a joke. Jiang Ming's pupils shrank. No wonder the blood-devouring hall, ghost spirit sect, and the Zhao family of Jinyuan were so aggressive. No wonder the Jinyuan army general, Sui Yan, was so stubborn and did not make a move. This little girl was extremely special. She was enough to make a force become a blessed land of immortal cultivation. At this moment, the Black Sword spoke again. Lin Chongshan is quite capable. He actually found a way to gather the 3 souls and 7 spirits for this little girl. Unfortunately, it's useless even if he did. This is the human world, not the netherworld. It's not suitable for people with her destiny to cultivate. Unless what? Jiang Ming sensed that the Black Sword still had something to say. Perhaps it was the key to solving the little girl's tragic fate of becoming a furnace. The Black Sword pondered for a moment before saying, "We defy the heavens and change her destiny. Her destiny is not unchanging. If you can complete the change of destiny, she can find another destiny in the human world, namely the destiny of the Xianin Phoenix." Such an existence has one of the most powerful physiques in the world of immortal cultivation. Immediately, the black sword paused and said awkwardly, I'm talking about my era, however. Bro, do you still have the Shining Phoenix in this era? Jiang Ming acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He was thinking about changing Zhuanan's destiny. While Jiang Ming was thinking about how to defy the heavens and change his fate, groups of soldiers in Jinyuan City galloped on their horses. Their target was outside the city. What exactly happened? Jinyuan City has not been so boisterous for many years, someone said curiously. Another powerful sect member spoke up. Of course not. I heard that someone killed a disciple of the ghost spirit sect. When the mayor heard this, they flew into a rage and swore to arrest the three of them so that they could give the ghost spirit sect an explanation. Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp. How dare they attack the ghost spirit sect? Who didn't know that the ghost spirit sect was a famously evil sect? Whoever dared provoke it would probably have their entire family killed that night. That's right. The ghost spirit sect is one of the 6 blessed lands, and it's even stronger than the divine eye sect. Now, the mayor has gathered a large number of Jinyuan army generals and soldiers, a total of 10,000 people. There are 5 golden core realm cultivators, more than a dozen innate martial realm and foundation establishment realm cultivators, and the rest of the weakest soldiers are at least at the 5th level of the chi refinement realm. Meh. What nonsense. Shoo. Silence. You don't want to live anymore, huh? You actually dare talk about the ghost spirit sect like this? Don't you know the relationship between the ghost spirit sect and the mayor? This led to another problem. Jinyuan City had always been special. It was a neutral force that was not inferior to any sect's force and was only inferior to the 6 blessed lands. Not to mention, the strength of the old ancestor of Jinyuan City was extremely terrifying. He was once the competitor of the sect master of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. His status was extraordinary, even the forces of the blessed lands did not dare provoke him. Why would such a force cooperate with the ghost spirit sect? One had to know that among the 6 blessed lands, the ghost spirit sect had always been at the bottom, and could be replaced by divine eye sect at any time. The Zhao family of Jinyuan was actually interested in the ghost spirit sect. In the mayor's residence, the middle-aged man in a brocade robe had an ugly expression as he stared at the soldier who came to report. Are you saying that the person the ghost spirit sect wants is currently in the other party's hands? The person the ghost spirit sect wanted was naturally Zhuanan. This time, the ghost spirit sect and the Zhao family had paid a huge price for their cooperation. The Zhao family could not help but be moved because the ghost spirit sect would support the Zhao family in annexing the surrounding major sects and cities. For example, ancient cultivation city, which bordered the southeastern border, was backed by an immortal cultivation force called the Ancient Cultivation Academy. Like the Green Feather Cultivation Academy, it recruited talents from all over the world. It had a wide network and a deep foundation. The Zhao family had tried to take over the ancient cultivation city several times but failed. However, this time was different. Although the ghost spirit sect was at the bottom, it was one of the genuine forces of the 6 blessed lands. As long as they were willing to help restrain the Ancient Cultivation Academy, the Zhao family could take down ancient cultivation city. Once they opened this gap, they could march straight in and Seize more cities and territories of forces. In the future, they would no longer be a city. In the entire Feather Kingdom, the Zhao family of Jing Yuan could be considered royalty. Since that's the case, we naturally have to capture that little girl who has the life of a human cauldron and kill those 3 fanatics. From there, we can continue our cooperation with the Ghost Spirit sect. It's a pity that the cultivation furnace has fallen into the hands of the madman. It won't be easy to get it back. I want to kill those 3 people. However, I'm worried that they will kill the cultivation furnace. Zhao Bai rubbed his temples. This matter was too troublesome. But he could not give up just like that. The Zhao family's dream of becoming a dukedom must not be shattered. Pass down the order. Have Elder Mo take action. You must ensure the safety of the furnace and kill those 3 fanatics at the same time. Zhao Bai's eyes were extremely cold. In order to fulfill their dreams, he planned to use the true power of the Zhao family. When the subordinate heard this, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. Elder Mo. That was a guest elder of the Zhao family. One had to know that the mayor and the Zhao family were like 2 halves of the same coin. However, the main branch of the Zhao family was the core. It was naturally extremely difficult to transfer people from the Zhao family. Unless there was a huge incident, Zhao Bai would not use the power of the Zhao family. Mayor, will the Zhao family send a guest elder? Elder Mo was at the intermediate stage of the core realm and had a high status. Was such a small matter worth his time? The subordinate hesitated. Humph. Zhao Bai snorted coldly and said, if those people want to become members of the aristocratic families of the vassals and become true nobles of the Feather Kingdom, gaining a high reputation in the Feather Kingdoms, Imperial Court and the cultivation world, they must obediently listen to my orders. Perhaps this is the only chance for me to take the throne and replace that fellow. As long as I succeed, I will be a vassal of a region, and the Zhao family will listen to me. Zhao Bai's eyes were filled with madness. He seemed to have a high status and was the mayor of Jingyuan City. However, everyone knew that he was just a puppet and would be suppressed by the current head of the Zhao family for the rest of his life. If he wanted to seize power and place himself above that person, then he had to seize the cauldron back, and those 3 maniacs had to die. Zhao Chanan slowly opened his eyes, and a look of surprise flashed across them. Are you saying that Zhao Bai made an application for me to send a guest elder to take action, just to snatch back a cultivation furnace that the Ghost Spirit sect needs and 3 innate martial realm cultivators? He was the head of the Zhao family. Zhao Chanan could be considered Zhao Bai's nephew. However, in terms of cultivation, battle strength, and status, he was above Zhao Bai. In the past, Zhao Chanan had always allowed Zhao Bai to work outside. However, this time, he did not intend to ignore him. I already knew about his cooperation with the Ghost Spirit sect. However, he put in too much effort this time. Does he really think that the Zhao family needs to take down more territory? Moreover, the situation in the Feather Kingdom is extremely chaotic now. The Zhao family should keep our position and not get involved in the disputes between the top forces like the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. Zhao Bai can't see the situation clearly and wants to drag the Zhao family into the swamp. As soon as Zhao Chanan said that, the expressions of his subordinates could not help but turn cold. Why was he sending out a great cultivator in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm just to capture 3 puny innate martial realm cultivators? Wasn't that a little too much? The next moment, Zhao Chanan changed the topic. It's one thing to make a move. However, don't kill those three fellows. Let Elder Mo bring them back and let me see if they're qualified to become my subordinates. Zhao Chanan wanted to see just what kind of ruthless person dared attack the ghost spirit sect. The subordinate obeyed the order and left. Soon, a powerful and majestic aura erupted in Jingyuan City, causing countless people to tremble. It's a great cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. And it's Elder Mo from the Zhao family. It seemed like the Zhao family is serious. Ning Kaichen and the other two had some guts to kill the ghost spirit sect's disciple. However, they were too stupid and deserved to die. These people had already sentenced Jiang Ming and the other two to death. Alas, Jiang Ming and the other two were completely clueless about this. Although Wu Hen was on guard at the side, he was staring fixedly at Cui Yan at the other end. Jiang Ming was thinking about what the Black Sword said. Doing such a thing was bound to bring about great risks. For Jiang Ming, who had always been particular about being careful, this was simply a huge disaster. However, if he could change Zhuanan's fate, perhaps he could let the little girl become his help in the world of immortal cultivation. People who could be crowned with mysterious physiques and extraordinary destinies were the favored ones of the heavens and the targets of various factions. For now, most of the major forces in the Feather Kingdom have cultivated some kinds of strange techniques and physiques. There are very few people who are born with mysterious physiques and extraordinary destinies. Once they appear, they will be scouted and taken away by the major forces. Moreover, Zhuanan's destiny and physique are amongst the strongest in the world. She will be among the most powerful person out there. If one day, this little girl changes her destiny to become a shining phoenix, I'll have someone above me. Usually, Jiang Ming found joy amid hardship. However, things were very tense. Now, at this moment, the little girl, who had been sleeping soundly in his arms, opened her eyes and stared at him with watery eyes. Mister, don't look so sad. Can you smile? Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. This time, Jingyuan City and the Ghost Spirit sect joined forces. In addition, the blood-devouring Hall had unknown intentions and was likely to be hiding in the dark and watching him. Jiang Ming was not in the mood to smile even if he wanted to. Zhuanan noticed that Jiang Ming was in a bad mood and lowered her head. Subconsciously, in her opinion, Jiang Ming was so unhappy because of her. Suddenly, Zhuanan thought of something. She raised her head and extended her hand. Mister, this is what Grandpa told me to leave for you as a reward for protecting me. Jiang Ming was stunned. He glanced over and was instantly shocked. This is a Xiantian pill. The Xiantian pill is a mysterious pill that can help people complete the 3 transformations of the martial path in a short period of time. This kind of medicinal pill is priceless in the outside world. Jiang Ming could not help but be shocked. Unlike the breakthrough pills used by immortal cultivators to advance to the Golden Core realm, the path from the Foundation Establishment realm to the innate martial realm was even more difficult. It was easier said than done to complete the advancement on that path. On the other hand, Xiantian pills were enough to make one's advancement smoother and faster. Because the difficulty of refining was too high, coupled with the decline of the martial arts path, there were no Xiantian pills in the Feather Kingdom. Even if there were, they would only be limited to some ancient factions. The difficulty of obtaining even a single pill would be unimaginable. Grandpa obtained it by accident when he was treating me. He said it would be of great use to you. He wanted to give it to you personally. However, on the way back, Grandpa suddenly handed it to me and then disappeared. I don't know what happened to Grandpa. As she spoke, Zhuanan could not help but lower her head. She missed her grandfather a little. Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He caressed Zhuanan's little head and took a deep breath. Don't worry, one day I will bring you to find your grandpa. No matter what, I will give you an explanation. It was also an explanation to Lin Chongshan. He had agreed to protect Zhuanan because of the compassion in his heart on the Saint Cultivation Peak. Even if Lin Chongshan did not give him anything in return, Jiang Ming would guarantee the little girl's safety. However, now, he was indebted to Lin Chongshan. Just this Xiantian pill alone was enough to allow him to improve rapidly in the 3 transformations of the innate martial realm and ascend to the 1st level. Wu Hen, Ying Sha. Protect me. Jiang Ming shouted. Since he got a Xiantian pill, there was naturally no time to lose. A total of 12 Xiantian pills was enough for him to advance to the next realm. He would also have the strength to compete with Sui Yan, or even kill him. Sui Yan sensed the strange atmosphere here and subconsciously stood up, wanting to come over. Stop. Wu Hen and Ying Sha took a step forward in unison. Although the two of them could not kill Sui Yan when they joined forces, they could still distract him for a while. However, even if that guy intends to break through the realm, it's useless. How can he compare with an old man like me who has been immersed in the golden core realm for many years? Rather than wasting time, why not kneel down and surrender now? I, Sui Yan, can still consider letting you all live. Sui Yan spoke slowly, using both kindness and might, wanting to subdue the 3 people. Although he was the general of the Jinyuan army, he was from the Zhao family. Naturally, he wanted to set up a trap to prevent Zhao Bai from completing his scheme. You want to subdue us? Don't be ridiculous. Either let the Zhao family's ancestor come out and see my master, or don't talk nonsense. Wu Hen was extremely domineering and stunned Ying Sha, who was listening to him. Why was this guy so arrogant? He even asked the Zhao family's ancestor to come down. That was a genuine nascent soul realm cultivator. A nascent soul realm cultivator would be one of the top cultivators in the entire Feather Kingdom. Ying Sha had worked in the network for many years and had received a lot of information. He knew that there were no more than 100 nascent soul cultivators in the entire Feather Kingdom. Although 100 people was not a small number, one had to know that there were almost 40 million cultivators in the entire Feather Kingdom. There are no less than 40,000 to 50,000 Golden Core Realm cultivators. This means that only 1 in 400 of those Golden Core cultivators can become a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. This is enough to establish their supreme status. However, Wu Hen actually dared challenge the Zhao ancestor. He's digging his own grave. Ying Sha was filled with regret. If he followed Jiang Ming and Wu Hen, he would die even faster. Wu Hen did not seem to notice Ying Sha's ugly expression as he continued to clamor. Did you hear that? If you want to have a good discussion with my master, get your ancestor to come over. Of course, if he's old and weak and can't move, then get the Zhao family's head to come over. Seeing that Ing Sha was about to scream, Sui Yin, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth. All right. The very fact that you dared kill the ghost spirit sect's disciples is enough to prove that you're very bold. However, I never expected you to be such a stubborn, arrogant, and conceited bunch. You dare to clamor for the ancestor and family head to come forward and talk to you? Ridiculous. You must pay for this. Boom. Instantly, Zuyan's entire body erupted with layers of killing intent. A blue streak of light shot out. However, in the next second, it turned into an invincible sword chi that wanted to split Wu Hen in half. It was over. Ing Sha really wanted to close his eyes, not wanting to get involved in this mess. After all, Wu Hen was simply courting death. If he were to mess around with this guy, he would die. Unfortunately, he had already been targeted. Once Wu Hen died, it would be his turn next. Wu Hen, cut the crap. Let's stop this *** together. Ing Sha shouted loudly and lunged forward with the scimitar in his hand. However, Wu Hen was even faster. His long spear was like a white dragon coming out of the sea, rippling the surrounding air and condensing waves of scorching chi. The blue sword chi from the other side also approached. The two sides fiercely collided. After a muffled sound, the powerful aftershock caused the people from both sides to take a few steps back. Among them, Wu Hen and Ing Sha both retreated 7 to 8 steps, and Zhua Yan only retreated 2 steps or so. It was obvious who was stronger. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were definitely not Zuyan's match. However, Zuyan's face was also rather ashen. Zuyan only felt great shame and humiliation. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand and immediately swept over again. He shot out several attacks in a row. Zuyan's heart was burning with anger, and he kept brandishing his long sword in an attempt to kill the two people. If it was in the past, he would be able to kill Void Core Realm cultivators with 3 or 4 moves at most. However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was Wu Hen or Ing Sha, both of them were using their own strange movement techniques to move around the battlefield, continuously avoiding Zuyan's sword chi and attacks, causing the latter's attacks to all miss. Zuyan felt more and more ashamed in his heart and simply stopped brandishing his long sword, much less attacking the two people at the same time. I'll kill one first, then torture the other. Zuyan roared. He claimed to be the youngest Golden Core Realm cultivator in Jinyuan City outside of the Zhao family, a martial arts expert, and an expert in the army. How could he fall into such a deadlock? He had to use the bodies of these two ***stards to refine his sword and wash away his humiliation. However, he did not know that his actions had caused someone to shake his head repeatedly. He's quite talented, but unfortunately, his temperament is awful. It's even worse than that kid, Ming Kaichen. It was Wu Ming. He had been hiding in the darkness and wanted to take Zhu and in a way. However, he just wanted to watch the show. He wanted to see what would happen to Jiang Ming, who dared kill a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect and provoke the Zhao family. That was why he did not show up. However, at this moment, Wu Ming felt very bored. This hothead actually plans to break through at the last minute and advance to the actual innate martial realm. He's simply ignorant. Although he has a Santian pill, it's not safe. If you're not careful during the advancement process, you'll suffer from chi deviation and die. Such an arrogant and Ignorant person is not qualified to take care of the daughter of the heavenly consort. It's better to take that little girl away as soon as possible, lest she be harmed by this guy. As he spoke, Wu Ming was about to appear and take Zhuanan away. However, his expression changed slightly in the next moment. How is this possible? There are 3 heavenly flowers blooming over there. This is the sign of truly advancing to the innate martial realm. He stared at Jiang Ming in disbelief. 3 heavenly flowers appeared on Jiang Ming's head. It symbolized that he had truly stepped into the innate martial realm. However, this alone was nothing. At most, he was a martial arts expert at the innate martial realm who had completed a certain transformation. The most important thing was that Jiang Ming was surrounded by 5-colored spiritual energy. It was a sign of the 5 elemental platform. This meant that Jiang Ming had not only stepped into the innate martial realm, but it was also a terrifying sign that he would advance to the innate martial realm after completing the 3 transformations. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was about to rise. Thinking of this, Wu Ming suddenly looked at the sky. The rolling thunder descended. Boom! A loud explosion swept out, and even a nascent soul realm cultivator like Wu Ming almost could not withstand it. Such a commotion! Such a phenomenon! This kid is not an ordinary innate martial realm cultivator. Wu Ming was shocked. When an ordinary person advanced to the golden core realm and reached the innate martial realm, they would at most attract lightning and trigger the heavenly tribulation. However, what was the situation now? This was enough to show that Jiang Ming's breakthrough had resonated with heaven and earth, and even the heavenly cultivation admired him. Thinking of this, Wu Ming could not help but sigh. Looks like I underestimated this kid. This guy's background is definitely extraordinary, and he's definitely not some individual cultivator. He should be from some blessed land of immortal cultivation or some mysterious ancient sect. Otherwise, how could he have come this far? Wu Ming had long been rendered speechless. He could not be blamed for being so shocked. Jiang Ming's talent was too monstrous. However, truly stepping into the innate martial realm was only the beginning. Only by cultivating all 3 transformations of this realm could one be qualified to advance to the middle stage of the innate martial realm. This required a lot of time and resources. Many experts might not be able to advance to the middle stage of the innate martial realm even if they spent their entire lives cultivating. However, Jiang Ming was different. He had already cultivated the 3 transformations to perfection before he truly advanced to the innate martial realm. It could be said that if Jiang Ming wanted to advance to the middle stage innate martial realm now, he only needed to consume resources. Just as Wu Ming was in shock, the atmosphere changed again. The sky was covered in multicolored light, which turned into countless snakes of dark lightning and pounced straight at Jiang Ming. This was a type of heavenly tribulation. The path of immortal cultivation is against the heavens. Although the path of martial arts has not been long, it was also a cultivation path that was on par with the immortal path. To a certain extent, breaking through in the path of martial arts is even more heaven-defying than advancing in the immortal path. And it is easier to incur the jealousy of the heavens. However, even if the path of martial arts is more likely to attract the jealousy of the heavens, it shouldn't be like this. Most of the heavenly tribulations are to dissuade cultivators from taking further steps, or even become opportunities for cultivators to hone themselves. However, now it's different. This tribulation isn't to stop this kid from advancing, but to completely destroy him. Wu Ming could not help but gulp. He felt some compassion in his heart and wanted to help Jiang Ming block the heavenly tribulation's attacks. This was nothing to a nascent soul realm cultivator like him. However, such a tribulation was definitely a devastating blow to a cultivator who had yet to truly step into the innate martial realm. No. It's hard to come by such a genius. I'm definitely not letting him die. After all, there are so many individual cultivators in the world, and they are also suppressed and massacred by big forces. If we can open up a new cultivation path outside of the immortal path and let more people step onto the path of martial arts, it will be enough to guarantee the future of most individual cultivators in the world. Although Wu Ming was an individual cultivator, he had the interests of the world in his heart. From the moment he stepped into the world of immortal cultivation, he had been determined to seek a chance of survival for all the individual cultivators in the world. He would not let them become cannon fodder and tools for the big forces. Unfortunately, Wu Ming had not been able to achieve his dream for so many years because there were too many obstacles blocking his way. A year ago, some of the elders and leaders of some forces had even joined forces to kill him because he had hindered the big forces from monopolizing all the resources in the world of immortal cultivation. However, if I can help this kid live and let him open up a path of martial arts, then it will be different from the path of immortality. Even if those big forces want to stop or suppress him, there will be no reason for them to do so. The more Wu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately wanted to attack. However, he was quickly stunned on the spot. At the same time, Elder Mo, who had just arrived, was also stunned. This tribulation isn't shooting ordinary heavenly lightning. It's shooting profound lightning. It's shooting 9th grade profound lightning. Under normal circumstances, unless you advance to the nascent soul realm, it's impossible for the profound lightning to descend. After all, below the nascent soul realm, even cultivators who have stepped into the golden core realm are just ants. Only those who have reached the nascent soul realm will have the ability to compete with the heavens. The descent of the profound lightning is to kill nascent soul realm cultivators or to prevent cultivators from stepping into the nascent soul realm to ensure the authority of the heavens. Elder Mo could not help but look around, and his expression became increasingly ugly. Who was it? How could there be a new nascent soul realm cultivator near Jingyuan City, and another cultivator who was about to step into the nascent soul realm? No, this matter must be reported. There must not be a second nascent soul realm cultivator near Jingyuan City. Eh? Something's wrong. Elder Mo seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously looked in a direction. It was where Jiang Ming had broken through. He's so young and his essence is so exuberant. How can he advance to the nascent soul realm? He was about to advance to the golden core realm. No, he was about to advance to the innate martial realm. How is this possible? He's so young. Unlike the path of immortality, which could use various methods to stabilize the foundation, the path of martial arts pays more attention to the little details. At his age, even being at the foundation establishment realm of martial arts would make him a prodigy. However, he's already this strong. Most importantly, even if he advanced to the innate martial realm, he wouldn't attract any profound lightning. It was no wonder that Elder Mo was so surprised. There were 9 grades of profound lightning. The ninth grade was the lowest grade, and the first grade was the highest grade. And below the ninth grade there were still unranked levels. When many cultivators stepped into the nascent soul realm, they would at most attract profound lightning of a lower grade. Only a genius with sufficient talent and an exceptionally strong foundation would attract the descent of the ninth grade profound lightning from the heavenly tribulation when they stepped into the nascent soul realm. Although the path of martial arts was heaven-defying and easily provoked the jealousy of the heavens, if one advanced to the innate martial realm, they would at most attract the unranked profound lightning. However, now, outside Jinyuan City, an unknown, younger cultivator was about to break through to the innate martial realm and even attracted the ninth grade of the profound lightning. Once the news spread, the entire feather kingdom would be shocked. Boom. 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 The profound lightning fell fiercely. The lightning snakes seemed to have gained intelligence and charged at Jiang Ming ferociously. They opened their mouths to devour Jiang Ming's body and soul. Get lost. Jiang Ming did not even raise his head or open his eyes. He directly roared and shook away the lightning snakes. The killing intent that spread out from his body crushed many of the snakes, forcing them to turn into the original body of the profound lightning and return to the heavenly tribulation. Where are you going? Enter my body and become a part of my path to the innate martial realm. Jiang Ming chose to attack. He wanted to draw the power of the profound lightning into his body and improve his physique. What courage! Wu Ming and Elder Mo exclaimed in unison. 99% of the people in the world did not dare draw the power of the profound lightning into their bodies and continuously use it to temper their bodies. Those who dared do so were either powerful enough or had various powerful methods and experts protecting them. Otherwise, they would end up dead. Unfortunately, he is too stupid. Even if he advanced to the innate martial realm, he must not do this. It would only allow the profound lightning to wreak havoc in his body and eventually lead to death. Elder Mo shook his head. He did not intend to make a move. In his opinion, Jiang Ming was so stupid to actually draw the power of the profound lightning into his body. He was destined to die. Wu Ming did not think so. This kid's physique is quite special, similar to the spirit silkworm mountain's 9 transformations. It should be a branch of the 100 tribulation sacred body's special body refining technique. It's naturally very difficult for a powerful and profound body refining technique to advance to the innate martial realm. Once one advances to the innate martial realm, their combat strength will far exceed those of the same rank. Wu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, he knew that Jiang Ming alone was not enough. At this moment, there was another bolt of lightning from the tribulation. The aura of death was suffocating, and Jiang Ming would surely die. Seeing that Jiang Ming was about to be hit by the profound lightning, Wu Ming chose to attack. This was a bolt of profound lightning that was close to the 8th grade. Among all the nascent soul realm cultivators in the world, only 2 people other than himself had experienced this level of terrifying profound lightning. There was only one person who could resist this level of profound lightning before stepping into the nascent soul realm, and that was the sect master of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. He was the most stunning genius of the previous era. In addition, the sect master of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven was already in the ballpark of the nascent soul realm at that time. Thus, his combat strength was naturally powerful and shocking. On the other hand, Jiang Ming's immortal cultivation was only in the void core realm. How could he compete with him? I'll lend you a hand. Wu Ming attacked quickly. A sharp sword chi slashed out, turning into a long scarlet snake that pierced through the profound lightning and continued to resist the profound lightning that descended from above. Waves of lightning descended and clashed with the sword chi, causing waves of powerful airwaves to shake and scare people. Jiang Ming realized this and looked up subconsciously. His eyes were filled with surprise. Someone actually helped me. He had thought that they were all here to kill him. He did not expect that there would be someone who would help him. It seemed that there were still good people in this world. However, I don't need any help. Instead, it will delay my cultivation progress. Jiang Ming smiled slightly and looked up. His eyes flashed with brilliance. Draw fuse. Refine. The three words echoed in the world like thunder for a long time. He had to draw it first. Then, he fused with the rolling lightning and gathered it all in his spiritual core. In the end, it was refined into streaks of profound lightning in his body, continuously tempering his meridians, bones, and muscles. It could be considered as a remolding of his physical body. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth curled up slightly as he felt the majestic vitality and blood chi in his body, as well as the new power that was gradually born. It was different from the spiritual energy cultivated by the immortal path. After stepping into the innate martial realm, the cultivator would transform into an innate life form. It was different from the mortal body and the acquired body in the past. Naturally, a new type of energy would be derived. It was said in ancient scriptures that the innate life form possessed supreme power, like gods. The so-called gods referred to two things. One was a god that was high above everything, and the other was a powerful creature that was different from the postnatal humans when they were born in ancient times. 99% of humans today are postnatal life forms. Perhaps they have some innate constitution or are born as innate life forms. However, there are very few of them. The Black Sword was also extremely excited. Bro, once you enter the innate martial realm, you will be in two different worlds from the mortal world. Now, even if you enter the mortal world, you won't be affected by karma. The so-called mortal world referred to the secular world. In the past, Jiang Ming would be tainted by karma when he entered the secular world. However, now, the karma of mortals and the mortal world had nothing to do with him. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in one step. Haha, this is the innate martial realm of martial arts. It's on the same level as the golden core realm. I haven't reached the golden core realm yet. However, with my martial arts prowess and combat strength, I can kill anyone. Below the middle stage of the golden core realm, Jiang Ming had a proud look on his face. The Black Sword did not make any sarcastic remarks, because it was the truth. It should be known that at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, Jiang Ming had the ability to kill geniuses at the Void Core realm. Later on, when he stepped into the Void Core realm, his combat strength became even more terrifying. He was strong enough to fight with early-stage Golden Core realm cultivators. Now, Jiang Ming was in the Void Core realm in terms of cultivation, and in terms of martial arts, he was in the innate martial realm. Unless he met those early-stage Golden Core realm cultivators with monstrous talent and combat strength, he was invincible in the early-stage Golden Core realm. It was also at this moment that a ferocious killing intent rose. Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something and looked over coldly. Old man, are you also a member of the Zhao family? He had sensed this person's existence when he was breaking through the realm. And he had always been worried that this person would make a move to destroy his great opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. Elder Mo's expression was especially gloomy. He never expected that Jiang Ming would have such heaven-defying talent and luck. Not only did he not die from the 9th grade profound lightning, but he had also completed the path of the 3 transformations, thereby ascending to the heavens in one step and attaining the body of an innate life form. This kid was too monstrous, he had to be suppressed. Otherwise, when he fully matured, the Zhao family would find it very difficult to deal with the threat he posed. Elder Mo thought so. However, he did not think about why Jiang Ming would threaten the Zhao family. It was just that when they saw a genius who was not their own, they wanted to kill them. Elder Mo flew up and looked down at Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen, right? That's right, that's me. Jiang Ming nodded slightly and did not respect Elder Mo at all, even though the latter was a genuine mid-stage golden core realm cultivator. His contemptuous attitude instantly angered Elder Mo. Brat, I've received the Zhao family head's decree to bring you back. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Elder Mo became even more furious and shouted again, the head of the Zhao family wants to nurture you. This is a great opportunity for you. No matter what your past or current achievements are, kneeling down and submitting to the Zhao family is your only path. Therefore, kneel down. Elder Mo looked down with contempt in his eyes. In his opinion, letting Jiang Ming enter the Zhao family to be nurtured was a great reward. However, in Jiang Ming's eyes, this was just a big joke. What a joke. It would be much simpler to just say that you want me to become a slave of the Zhao family. Why are you making things up? Jiang Ming laughed coldly. The Zhao family was really shameless. Elder Mo's face darkened as he stared at Jiang Ming. Brat, are you provoking the Zhao family? Don't you know there are millions of people in and out of Jinyuan City who aren't even qualified to enter the Zhao family as slaves? Now that I'm giving you the chance to enter the Zhao family, you should be grateful. Jiang Ming shook his head. The black sword could not help but say, I've seen shameless people before. But this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you, old man. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. What an arrogant beast, you actually dare humiliate me. You're courting death. He naturally did not know about the existence of the black sword, nor did he expect that a weapon could speak or even curse. He subconsciously thought that Jiang Ming was insulting him. Clang. The sound of the sword resonated endlessly. It was as if there was a ferocious creature roaring. Immediately after, a sky-splitting sword aura appeared, and the moment it landed, the earth trembled. This was the method of a true golden core realm cultivator. What a powerful attack. It's definitely not something I can take head-on. Jiang Ming's face darkened slightly. Although he had advanced to the innate martial realm and thought that his combat strength was extremely strong, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could resist the attack of a cultivator at the middle stage of the golden core realm, not to mention that it was augmented by the power of his weapon. It had to be said that this old fellow was quite smart. He was not like those idiots in the past who looked down on anyone because they were at a higher realm. He put out all his best cards on the table immediately. Jiang Ming's body kept dodging, trying to avoid the attacks as much as possible. Elder Mo was also stunned. He never expected a young man like Jiang Ming to have such rich combat experience. He could successfully predict the direction of his attack every time. Hee, kid, I've lived for more than 200 years. However, this is the first time I've seen someone as young and experienced as you. Interesting, let me try your methods again. Elder Mo laughed wantonly, seemingly somewhat insolent. Jiang Ming was also forced to retreat a few hundred feet, and a ravine appeared in front of him. It was created by Elder Mo's sword, Qi. This is not the mortal world, but the cultivation world. In terms of spatial level, the quality of the earth here is even higher. For a sword to be able to slash out such a ravine means it's enough to show how terrifying the wielder is. Jiang Ming was secretly shocked. The Qi refinement realm cultivated spiritual energy, and after reaching the foundation establishment realm, spiritual energy became more condensed, faintly carrying some attributes of magical power. It was also known as pseudomana. The void core realm was the process of transforming all the spiritual energy in one's body into magical power. This was a kind of sublimation of power in terms of quality. After stepping onto the path of immortality in the golden core realm, one's magical power would display an unparalleled and terrifying increase in strength, completely different from the spiritual energy of the foundation establishment realm. This was also the reason why many top geniuses who were said to be invincible in the foundation establishment realm could not fight against the golden core realm cultivators. Jiang Ming was still in the void core realm. His spiritual energy was constantly transforming into magical power. However, he was still unable to defeat this old man. Looks like I still have to use my martial arts skills. Jiang Ming took a step forward and rushed to the front of the other party in a flash. Die. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ming activated the blood qi in his body and added it to the sword attack. You're only at the early innate martial realm, and you still want to fight me? You're courting death. Elder Mo snorted coldly. His wrist flipped the long sword and whistled. Immediately, he shot out a sharp sword qi, forming an airtight cage that trapped Jiang Ming. In the cage, Jiang Ming's expression gradually became solemn. It was indeed not easy to deal with a mid-stage golden core realm cultivator. If this continues, my energy will be completely exhausted. Therefore, I can only end this quickly. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and made a gesture to end the battle quickly. Elder Mo sneered. Even if I give you a chance to charge over, what can you do to me? I'll give you one now. F***ck. In the next moment, Elder Mo could not help but curse. This was because a streak of multicolored light had fled far away, and a loud roar was emitted. Wu Hen, Ing Sha, retreat. The meaning was very clear. He wanted to run. When Wu Hen and Ing Sha, who were currently joining hands to resist the enemy, heard these words, they immediately turned into streaks of light and chose to flee without a word, causing Sui Yan to be dumbstruck. What the hell? Why did they run away for no reason? Just as he was in a daze, an angry voice sounded, "Idiot, hurry up and chase them." It was Elder Mo. Sui Yan immediately nodded and chased after him into the distance. Not to mention the mayor's residence, if they could not catch up to these three maniacs, even the family head would not be able to protect him. After all, the ghost spirit sect would not let this matter rest so easily. Elder Mo also wanted to chase after him. However, he was blocked. Who is it? Elder Mo's expression darkened slightly when he felt a force blocking him in the void. Who dares stop the Zhao family from doing things? This place was not far from Jinyuan City and was considered the territory of the Zhao family. Who dared to stop the people of the Zhao family from chasing after the madman? He was simply courting death. However, in the next moment, a calm but suffocating voice echoed. I will let you go in 3 days. It was Wu Ming. He hid in the air and stared in the direction where Jiang Ming and the other two had left. He was a little lost in thought. This kid's realm is constantly breaking through, and he has vaguely reached the limit of the early innate martial realm. Perhaps he has the hope of advancing to the next stage in a short period of time. When the time comes, I'll use the Zhao family's guest elder to let him test his sword. Elder Mo's expression darkened slightly when he heard Wu Ming's words. Are you sure you want to become enemies with the Zhao family? Over the years, countless people and forces had wanted to become enemies with the Zhao family. However, they were all burned to ashes in the end. What right did this person before him have to stop the Zhao family? In the next moment, Elder Mo's expression suddenly changed. He sensed a powerful pressure coming from Wu Ming's body. The nascent soul realm. You're actually a nascent soul expert. Could it be that you're the person behind those 3 maniacs? Elder Mo naturally did not recognize Wu Ming because his status was far from enough to meet Wu Ming, the #1 individual cultivator in the Feather Kingdom. He subconsciously believed that Wu Ming was the mastermind behind Jiang Ming and the other 2. If I could nurture such a powerhouse, then I, Wu Ming, will be willing to die. Wu Ming could not help but laugh at himself. How could he be qualified to teach such a monstrous genius like Jiang Ming? Elder Mo fell silent and was especially shocked. First, he was shocked by Jiang Ming's ability. Such a person must have an extraordinary background. Perhaps he was a true disciple of some ancient sect or something. Secondly, he was shocked by Wu Ming's appearance. The #1 individual cultivator in the world, Wu Ming. Why are you here? Don't forget that you're still on the wanted list. The 3 grotto heavens, the 6 blessed lands, and all the other cultivation sects are looking for you. And don't forget that you're also a wanted criminal of the ancient Kingdom blessed land. Aren't you afraid of being suppressed by the Zhao family's ancestor? As Elder Mo spoke, he subconsciously took a few steps back and wanted to leave to report the news. Compared to those 3 young and arrogant brats, Wu Ming was more important. One had to know that once they captured Wu Ming, they would be able to claim credit from the ancient Kingdom blessed land. In the future, there would definitely be disciples of theirs who would enter the ancient Kingdom blessed land to cultivate. If the Zhao family could obtain this opportunity, the Zhao family would have the hope to compete with the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven in the future, or even become the ruler of both the mortal world and the cultivation world. Of course, Elder Mo's status was too low. He only knew that the ancient Kingdom blessed land wanted Wu Ming. However, he did not know the reason why. In any case, all the major forces were looking for Wu Ming, wanting to use this opportunity to befriend the ancient Kingdom blessed land. How could Wu Ming not understand that he was at the peak of danger? However, he was not afraid. Don't worry. When your ancestor comes, I won't be here. I won't take your life now. I'll let you go after 3 days. As for your little ideas, you can put them away. You won't have the chance to send back the news of my appearance. Wu Ming shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he quickly isolated the world. and rendered Elder Mo's voice transmission useless. This was the supreme power of a nascent soul realm expert. They had gradually gained the ability to cultivate and control the air. Powerful nascent soul realm experts could even try to fuse and refine a portion of the air. When they reached a higher realm, they could open up a small world in their bodies. Elder Mo naturally knew all this. However, he was still rendered speechless by the nascent soul realm expert's methods. However, after a full 3 days, Wu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. 3 days have passed. You can now go chase after those crazy people. Remember, don't think about spreading the news that you saw me back home. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wu Ming's tone was exceptionally cold. Elder Mo subconsciously shivered a few times. He immediately rushed into the distance obediently. He was going to get rid of Jiang Ming and the other two. How dare they make him encounter such trouble? Wu Ming followed behind him at a steady pace. His powerful aura of the nascent soul realm was completely concealed. Hee, this really makes me look forward to it. How far can that guy named Ning Kaichen go? Jiang Ming did not know that all of this had happened, and he did not know that Wu Ming, the #1 individual cultivator of the Feather Kingdom, had already set his eyes on him. He was currently working together with Wu Hen and Ying Sha to fight fiercely against Sui Yan, who was chasing after him. Bang! Bang! The sword chi rose sharply and destroyed a dragon-like spear. Wu Hen was forced back dozens of steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Wu Hen, are you all right? Ying Sha steadied Wu Hen's body. Seeing that the latter's aura was a little dispirited, he was immediately furious. Damn it, I've transformed and killed for so many years. However, I've never been at such a disadvantage. How dare you touch my comrade? Die. Ying Sha was stronger than Wu Hen, especially when his true body was revealed. He transformed into a dark water demonic snake and revealed his huge body. He burst out with a powerful demonic power that only belonged to his lineage. It caused the spiritual energy in the air to howl and turn into a huge crescent moon. A demon? Furthermore, it was a transformed demon who had cultivated a human immortal cultivation technique. Sui Yan was slightly surprised. Within the Feather Kingdom, there were not many demons. Most of them were at the mercy of cultivators and became food for others. Those who were treated slightly better were at most mounts or gatekeepers. The treatment they received was worlds apart from that of spirit beasts. Demons like Ying Sha, who could transform, were the rarest. They were basically suppressed by the major forces and would never see the light of day. They would also become the research targets of the major forces. Every part of their bodies was a great supplement for human cultivators. It could be said that they had no freedom at all. However, now, a wild, shape-shifting demon had appeared out of nowhere. This was a great opportunity. The corners of Sui Yan's mouth could not help but curl up as he laughed. Lightly, I was just worrying about how to improve my cultivation. I was still hoping to use my merit points in exchange for some natural treasures. However, now, I can save some merit points. As long as I can capture this transformed demon, as well as the other two maniacs, especially that innate martial realm brat, and bring back the person the ghost spirit sect wants, I'll be able to obtain a large number of merit points and apply for some treasures at the same time so that my cultivation can advance further. At this moment, Sui Yan laughed wantonly, and he gazed at the trio. How dare you look at me with such dirty eyes? You're simply courting death. Die. Ingsha roared wildly, bursting out with an incomparably powerful aura, wanting to suppress everything. The fierce battle began again. Jiang Ming protected Juanan. However, his gaze fell on the battlefield. Mister, will those two guys be alright? That guy in armor seemed to be very powerful. Juanan had a worried look on her face. Although she was young, she had followed Lin Chongshan for many years and had a good understanding of the various major powers and cultivation systems. Naturally, she knew what kind of person Wei Yan was. He was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Even though he was only in the early stage of the Golden Core Realm, his combat strength was unimaginably powerful and terrifying. Wu Han and Ing Sha were merely Void Core Realm cultivators. Even if they joined forces, they were still no match for a Golden Core Realm cultivator. If time dragged on, something might happen to the two of them. Jiang Ming naturally saw it more clearly. Wu Han's lungs were already injured, and he definitely would not be able to hold on for long. Ing Sha revealed his true form, transforming into a dark water demonic snake. But he still found it difficult to suppress Wei Yan. The gap between the Void Core Realm and the Golden Core Realm is too big. No wonder there are so many top geniuses in the Feather Kingdom. They all claim to be invincible in the same realm. However, there are almost no rumors of those top geniuses challenging Golden Core Realm cultivators. Jiang Ming secretly cursed in his heart, then patted Juanan's head and smiled. Don't worry. With me around, they won't die. The reason why he did not choose to attack was not because he was afraid of Wei Yan or the pursuers behind him, but because he wanted to temper Wu Han and Ing Sha's combat power. One had to know that as he grew stronger, it was also time for the two of them to choose to break through. Jiang Ming had planned to refine the pills for the two of them to break through to the Golden Core Realm. However, he found that there were many pills for the Golden Core Realm in Holy Sun Guqi's storage ring. The grades were not low either. As expected of the Holy Sun, he was richer than the Immortal cultivation forces in the Feather Kingdom. Boom! An explosion sounded out as waves of flames curled up in front of him. At this moment, Ing Sha was wrapped in a ball of flames. He subconsciously wailed and quickly transformed back into his human form. At this moment, Jiang Ming immediately shouted, "If you don't choose to break through now, when will you?" Although the two of them were defeated, the effect of honing their combat strength and consolidating their foundation had already been achieved. It was the best opportunity to choose to advance to the Golden Core Realm. Hearing this, Wu Han and Ing Sha's eyes lit up. They each took out a few medicinal pills, causing people to be involuntarily surprised. What a rich pill fragrance! Wei Yan's nose twitched a few times at first. After discovering the breakthrough pills in Wu Han and Ing Sha's hands, that expression became especially fascinating. This is the Ancient Kingdom breakthrough pill. Damn it! How did you bastards get a pill of this grade? Could it be? Damn it, were these three fellows from the Ancient Kingdom blessed land? If that was the case, the Zhao family really could not afford to offend them. When Ing Sha heard this, his eyes immediately rolled. He was about to open his mouth to agree. However, he did not expect Wu Han to speak first. "We're not from the Ancient Kingdom blessed land. If you want to attack, then attack." Wu Han's blood boiled. After taking the pill, his aura became stronger. He needed a battle to digest. the medicinal power and condense his aura so that he could step into the golden core realm. However, this scene seemed like suicide in Ing Sha's eyes. Wu Hen, are you F***king crazy? We're breaking through now, don't tell me. You're going to fight that man while breaking through? You're completely courting death. Ing Sha had never expected Wu Hen to be so arrogant. 99% of the people in the world did not dare choose to break through while fighting. It was way too dangerous. Ing Sha felt a wave of mental exhaustion. Ever since he had followed these two fellows, his worldview had been constantly refreshed, and his state of mind had also been constantly tormented. Wu Hen ignored him and shouted loudly. The spear in his hand turned into a white streak of light and he charged towards Zui Yan like a raging dragon. You're courting death. Zui Yan was furious. This was simply condescending. Zui Yan immediately brandished his long sword and wanted to kill Wu Hen. In the end, he was forcefully blocked. What? I clearly used 2/3 of my strength in this move. Even an ordinary early-stage Golden Core Realm expert would have to dodge it. However, this kid chose to take it head-on. And he successfully withstood it? Zui Yan felt that his brain was about to explode. He was really furious. However, he did not intend to continue this stalemate. Instead, he chose to attack step by step. At this moment, Zui Yan no longer used ordinary sword techniques and directly activated the Sword of Slaughter. Unlike ordinary sword techniques, the Sword of Slaughter carried waves of killing aura. It was created for attacking and killing. Immediately, layers of sharp sword chi erupted, wanting to pierce through Wu Hen's chest and grind his bones into dust. Wu Hen avoided quite a number of attacks. However, he could not withstand the lethal sword chi that erupted from Zui Yan, which was too dense. In the end, he was hit by a few of the attacks, and he took a few steps back as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The ground was completely dyed red. Wu Hen, let me help you. Ing Sha could not stand it anymore. Although he was also breaking through and should not be participating in the battle, Wu Hen would definitely die if this continued. The full moon pierced through the sky, and the scimitar struck out. This was Ing Sha's famous secret technique, and also a great lethal weapon that had accompanied him for many years. He had long reached the level of becoming one with the blade. This step was also known as the Minute Subtlety Realm. You haven't even reached the Golden Core Realm. However, you've already reached the 5th level of the Minute Subtlety Realm. Jiang Ming was surprised. Unlike people like him who did not cultivate any techniques and only focused on cultivation, most cultivators in the world still focused on cultivation as internal energy and then cultivated external energy to kill and protect themselves. The cultivation of these offensive techniques was also divided into stages. The lowest stage was the entry stage, and the highest was the peak stage. Most Chi Refinement Realm cultivators cultivated ordinary offensive techniques, and reaching the peak of that realm was the limit. The offensive methods of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were definitely more advanced. For example, the grade of this scimitar was not bad. It was normal for it to be cultivated to perfection. However, if one wanted to take a step further and step into the Minute Subtlety Realm, one's aptitude was good. If one wanted to reach the 5th level of the Minute Subtlety Realm, it would be even more difficult. Many Golden Core Realm cultivators might not be able to reach this level. Jiang Ming was naturally surprised that Ing Sha, a mere Void Core Realm cultivator, was this strong. However, thinking about it carefully, Ing Sha was a dark water demonic snake. And that scimitar technique also originated from the dark water tribe. Therefore, it was naturally extraordinary. It was rumored that the dark water tribe was a powerful tribe outside the Feather Kingdom. The dark water mystical snake was the leader of the tribe. The bloodline of the dark water demonic snake was inherited from the dark water mystical snake. Even if it was diluted, there were still some mysterious aspects. The full moon scimitar was also an attack technique inherited from the dark water tribe. When the two were combined, it could naturally produce a powerful force. If Ing Sha knew about this, he would be shocked. Many people did not know about these secrets, especially the full moon scimitar. It was the dark water demonic snake's strongest trump card, and it would not be used unless it was a critical moment. Thus, how did Jiang Ming know all of this? He had to thank Holy Sun Guqi for this. Not only did he have all kinds of mysterious cultivation techniques and lethal techniques in his storage ring, but he also had a lot of information and books. One of them recorded the development of the dark water tribe, the grade of their bloodline, and what kind of supernatural powers they had. I have to say that the information about the demon race in the Feather Kingdom is too scarce. It can't be compared to the ancient sects outside the Feather Kingdom. Of course, it's very likely that the top forces monopolize this information and don't let ordinary itinerant cultivators know, Jiang Ming thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a contemptuous smile. In order to maintain their power, these top forces were really unscrupulous. If he had not obtained Holy Sun Guqi's storage ring, Jiang Ming would have known nothing about the world outside the Feather Kingdom. However, the situation was different now. Jiang Ming had a lot of information. He might be able to use it to scam those forces later. After all, he was now Ning Kaichen, and Ning Kaichen was a scholar. Since he was a scholar, he naturally had to do some things that scholars should do, such as selling books. However, right now, we still have to settle the matters of the Zhao family and the ghost spirit sect. Speaking of which, it's quite strange. The Zhao family is working for the ghost spirit sect, and both sides are working together. However, now, the Zhao family is constantly attacking, and besides those weaklings from before, there's no one else from the ghost spirit sect. Jiang Ming could not help but frown. The ghost spirit sect cared a lot about Zhu Anan and wanted to capture her by all means. They should be chasing after her relentlessly. Why hadn't he seen anyone yet? At this moment, Zhu Anan said weakly, "Could it be that Grandpa Li, Grandma Wang, and the rest stepped forward to stop the young master's faction?" Grandpa Li? Jiang Ming was stunned and asked immediately. Grandma Wang? Who are they? Zhu Anan pursed her lips and said, Grandpa Li and Grandma Wang are Grandpa Lin's best friends. They've been taking good care of me for so many years. If it weren't for the three of them, I would have died long ago. As she spoke, Zhu Anan subconsciously lowered her head, as if she missed her grandparents. Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. This meant that Lin Chongshan was not alone in the ghost spirit sect. At least, he had some helpers. Someone who could stop the young master's faction was probably not an ordinary person. At the very least, they had to be at the Golden Core realm. This could also explain why the ghost spirit sect had sent out many Void Core realm and Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, but not a single Golden Core realm cultivator was seen. However, the matter of the ghost spirit sect has to be resolved. Who knows how long those two can last? If we don't deal with the person who caused the problem, there will be endless trouble. Jiang Ming rubbed his temples. He was most afraid of trouble. At the same time, two powerful auras rose from up ahead. Jiang Ming smiled. Immediately. F***ck. I could really break through while fighting. Ying Sha's face was filled with shock. Wu Hen glanced at him and said, "This is normal. Don't make a fuss." Ying Sha was instantly speechless. However, he did not have the time to argue with the other party because he wanted to avenge himself. Damn it, Sui Yan, weren't you very arrogant with your golden core realm? Cultivation? Now that I'm on the same level as you, I want to see if you can continue to be arrogant. The current Ying Sha could be said to be extremely arrogant. He just sized Sui Yan up from the corner of his eyes with disdain. With this, even if Sui Yan had been immersed in the golden core realm for many years, he could not help but feel a little angry. You monster! How arrogant! I wanted to convert you and let you be my mount to enjoy glory and wealth. However, you don't know what's good for you. I can only destroy your physical body and capture your soul so that you can reflect on yourself. As he spoke, Sui Yan immediately made his move. Waves of murderous sword chi approached. Hee, then come on. F***ck. In the next moment, Ying Sha could not help but curse. Sui Yan came over with a murderous look, then shot out a sharp sword chi and turned around to run. Why was he so shameless? This was somewhat similar to Jiang Ming. If he could not beat his enemy, he would run. How could Sui Yan think of running away? If this news were to spread back, his prestige in the Jingyuan army would plummet, and his position in the hearts of the great figures of the Zhao family would also be unstable. However, he had to run. Even if he has just entered the early golden core realm, he still has the strength to fight me. It is even more difficult for me to fight with two people, not to mention that Ning Kaichen is watching from behind. Once the three of them attack me together, I will definitely die. I might as well take the opportunity to escape and wait for the next opportunity to capture them. Sui Yan thought to himself. At the same time, he stared at the other side, killing intent rising in his eyes. I'll let you continue to be smug for a while. When I bring reinforcements, I'll definitely make sure that not even your bones will be left. Elder Mo? Is that you? Sui Yan looked at Elder Mo in shock. He was not shocked by the other party's arrival, but was curious as to why the other party had waited 3 days before coming. If he had come earlier, these three maniacs would have died 3 days ago. Elder Mo's expression was especially ugly at this moment. He shot a cold glance at Sui Yan before raising his hand. Without any mercy, a slap directly swung over, hitting Sui Yan's cheek until it was burning with pain, making the latter even more stunned. Elder Mo, why are you? You still have the cheek to ask me? I told you to chase after the madman and take back the furnace. However, you slacked off and wanted to escape. It's already good that I didn't kill you. Elder Mo's tone was very unfriendly. In reality, it was mainly because he had been confined for the past 3 days. That kind of humiliation made Elder Mo desperately want to vent. However, he did not dare target Wu Ming. Therefore, Sui Yan naturally became the best target to vent his anger on. Elder Mo looked down from above. His words made Sui Yan feel ashamed. The latter was angrier than ever. What right did this old fart have to talk about him? He had come here after 3 days. Zui Yan was practically certain that Elder Mo deliberately let those 3 people go. Zui Yan's eyes flashed with a bright light. He immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Elder Mo, it's not that I want to shirk responsibility, but those 3 maniacs are too powerful. That thief, Ning Kaichen, has advanced to the innate martial realm, and the other 2 have also broken through and advanced to the golden core realm. What? Elder Mo's expression changed drastically. After Ning Kaichen advanced to the innate martial realm, had the other 2 also broken through the shackles and reached the golden core realm? This was a life-threatening matter. Let's go. Come with me, General Bai, and the others will also arrive. At that time, we will have several golden core realm cultivators on our side. We will definitely be able to suppress them. Elder Mo had just sent a voice transmission and ordered General Bai to bring a few golden core realm cultivators over to help. Soon, General Bai Xiong, and the others arrived. There were 3 golden core realm cultivators as well. Right now, we have 5 golden core realm cultivators on our side. How can we not deal with those 3 maniacs? Elder Mo felt a little relieved. He immediately waved his hand and was about to kill Ning Kaichen and the other 2. When they arrived at their destination, Elder Mo's expression darkened slightly. The 3 maniacs had disappeared. Even the furnace had disappeared. Elder Mo, what should we do next? Do you want to continue pursuing them? Bai Xiong asked. Compared to Zui Yan, who had a somewhat stubborn temper, the former was a fence-sitter through and through. Although he was Zhao Bai's subordinate, he was extremely respectful to Elder Mo. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes, and his voice was exceptionally cold. Nonsense. Not to mention those 3 maniacs, just the cultivation furnace alone is the person the Ghost Spirit sect had specifically requested. It definitely hides some huge secret. It is a high-grade material for dual cultivation, and the family head had been waiting to enjoy it. When Elder Mo thought of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but curve into an arc immediately. He waved his hand, and array formation flags shot out one after another. There were 12. Set up the formation. Not only did it use the power of the magical tool to suppress it, but it also isolated the air. It seemed to be the means of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Go. Elder Mo pointed into the distance, and soon, 12 flags shot out. In an instant, they landed in 12 different locations, 3 flags in each of the 4 locations. Formed the array formation. The runes on the flag condensed with Elder Mo's golden core magical powers, quickly achieving the effect of the sealed sky forbidden zone. The few people trapped in the middle were Jiang Ming and his group. Damn it, this old fart is irritating. He actually used such a method to deal with us. He's isolated the area and cut off all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He wants to exhaust us to death. Ying Sha could not help but curse. Wu Hen's expression was very solemn as he looked at Jiang Ming. Master, we can't advance or retreat now. We can only fight. However, once we start fighting, without spiritual energy, our magical power will run dry at any time and we will be in a stalemate. There was something he did not say, and that was that they were already in a stalemate. They were outnumbered, how could they fight? Most importantly, there was a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core realm in the enemy camp. Before the battle even started, they were already at a disadvantage. Mister, don't worry about me. Since they want me, then hand me over. In Jiang Ming's arms, Zhu Enen's weak body could not help but tremble. However, her tone was unusually firm. She did not want to see Jiang Ming get into trouble because of her. Jiang Ming ruffled her hair and smiled. "Don't worry. With me around, they won't be able to do anything." As he spoke, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with starlight. It was like a vast star that could obliterate everything. "Moreover, they not only want you, but also our lives. If that's the case, then let the Zhao family suffer a loss today, and let the world know that I, Ning Kaichen, a scholar, am not someone to be trifled with." Jiang Ming made up his mind. He would definitely need to establish a force of his own in the future. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to fight alone. At most, he would just be a hands-off leader and the mastermind behind the scenes. Now, Zhang Shan's name was synonymous with the word maniac, and his reputation had risen in the Feather Kingdom. Yan Qixia could be considered Zhang Shan's senior, and he was Zhang Shan's hero. Neither of those identities was easy to use. Then, he would use Ning Kaichen's identity to pave the way for the legendary life of the mastermind behind the scenes. This was how it should be. Jiang Ming had already made up his mind and could not change it. He slowly turned around and looked at Elder Mo and the others who were slowly approaching. "How do you want to die?" At this moment, Jiang Ming was like a demon. His long hair flowed with the wind, and he looked more ferocious. Killing intent had risen. Today, if he did not kill these people, he, Ning Kaichen, would never return. Elder Mo and the others' proud expressions suddenly froze. What was going on? I heard that there was a madman named Zhang Shan who appeared in the Battle of the Saint Cultivation platform. He killed so many geniuses that they did not dare to raise their heads. However, he is backed by someone powerful, and is the descendant of a sect called the Flower Fruit Mountain. Elder Mo sneered. He had thought that the three fanatics in front of him were from a strong sect. However, after seeing Ying Sha's real body, he knew that these three people were definitely unorthodox. After all, the major sects, blessed lands of immortal cultivation, and the demon race outside the Feather Kingdom were enemies that would not rest until one of them died. How could they tolerate their disciples mixing with the demon race? Wait. Maybe Ying Sha was his mount. However, it was obvious that although this dark water demonic snake served Ning Kaichen, it was not a mount but a subordinate. It seemed to be inferior to others. However, its nature was completely different. Therefore, how dare these three unorthodox people be so arrogant? They were simply courting death. Ning Kaichen, I pity your talent. You were able to advance to the innate martial realm at such a young age and even attracted such a powerful heavenly tribulation. You are not inferior to Zhang Shan. Why don't you submit to me and become my slave? Elder Mo spoke arrogantly. In his opinion, this was a great reward. These thieves had no reason not to agree. It was not because of anything else, but because he was a guest elder of the Zhao family. He was destined to be superior to others. The sound of footsteps could be heard, causing one's heart to beat like a drum as it continuously trembled. Elder Mo's expression became especially cold. He stared at Jiang Ming, who was slowly approaching, and shouted coldly, Ning Kaichen, if you insist on fighting me, you can. However, you have to kneel down and apologize first. He was arrogant. It was as if letting him fight Jiang Ming was already a great reward for Jiang Ming. Elder Mo indeed had such a thought in mind. How could a little brat who had Just entered the innate martial realm, compete with him? He was simply courting death. However, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a contemptuous smile. It doesn't matter if I've just entered the innate martial realm. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping a coin. With a raise of his hand, boundless spiritual light condensed and turned into a huge sword that suddenly attacked the other party. Bang! This time Elder Mo's face could not help but turn green. This kid actually dared to attack him directly? Did he really think that he had the capital to be insufferably arrogant just because he had stepped into the innate martial realm? Utterly ridiculous. Good. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being impolite. Elder Mo's golden core realm magical power poured out, causing the air to distort slightly. Immediately, a sharp sword appeared out of nowhere and was held in Elder Mo's hand. Die. He did not waste any words. He used his golden core realm magical power to control the sharp sword and rushed toward Jiang Ming. The sound of sword chi slashing down erupted. The corners of Elder Mo's mouth could not help but curl up, as if this sword had already taken the other party's life. One had to know that this was a sword that contained his golden core magical power and half of his spiritual energy. Ordinary early-stage golden core cultivators and early-stage innate martial realm martial artists would die without a doubt. There was no chance of Jiang Ming surviving. Alas! Elder Mo, you're a great cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core realm. However, your sword moves are so light and easy. It's as if you're tickling me. After the sword chi passed, the dust scattered. Jiang Ming's slender figure appeared, causing Elder Mo's expression to change drastically. How was this possible? He was at the intermediate stage of the golden core realm, and even if he only used half of his spiritual energy, he could kill all cultivators at the early stage of the golden core realm and those who had just entered the innate martial realm. Why was Ning Kaichen unscathed? Again. He did not believe it and slashed out again with 2/3 of his spiritual energy. As the sword fell, the surrounding air void became even more distorted. Although it could not be compared to the means of a nascent soul realm cultivator, it was still extraordinary. Waves of sword chi burst out from the distorted air, causing people to be extremely frightened, especially Zui Yan, Bai Xiong, and the others in the distance. What sword technique is this? Why have we never heard of it? It shouldn't be the family sword technique. It's said that Elder Mo has been traveling outside for a few years. It is reasonable to say that only those who have reached the nascent soul realm can use such techniques. Elder Mo is only in the middle stage of the golden core realm. The group of people turned pale with fright, faintly realizing that they had underestimated Elder Mo. The latter might not have any hope of breaking through. However, his combat strength could not be underestimated. Even among those of the same level, with such a technique combined with the explosive sword chi in the void, he was quite powerful. Zui Yan and Bai Xiong believed that even if they had entered the middle stage of the golden core realm, they might not be able to defeat Elder Mo. However, it's strange. Previously, Elder Mo's technique used only half of his spiritual energy. Even if we were to join forces, we would still have to dodge it. Why did Ning Kaichen not dodge at all and remain unharmed? Bai Xiong questioned. Zui Yan also had a puzzled look. However, he said, he's going to die anyway. Elder Mo used 2/3 of his spiritual energy this time. Even a mid-stage Golden Core Realm Cultivator would have to dodge it. The difference was too great. Even if prodigies were born with stronger bodies, they were still no match for Golden Core Realm Cultivators. Elder Mo's sword was too sharp and fast. It was definitely not something that a guy who had just entered the innate martial realm could dodge. Alright, there's no need for any nonsense. Everyone, get ready. We must capture the girl. She's the most important target of the family. If we can't capture her, I'm afraid the ghost spirit sect will go to the family and the mayor's residence to cause trouble, Sui Yen said slowly, his eyes vicious as he stared at Wu Hen and Ing Sha. He planned to join forces with the other 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators to kill these 2 after Ning Kaichen died. And then take back the girl. Elder Mo also thought so. He did not think that Jiang Ming had the ability to dodge his sword. Unfortunately, he had misjudged again. As the sword chi descended, it was as if it could slash a huge ravine in the ground. The power was unimaginable. However, Jiang Ming did not care. He just raised his hand slowly and then suddenly turned it into a fist. The sword chi and his fist clashed, stirring up layers of shocking air waves, forcing Jiang Ming to take a step or 2 back. On the other hand, Elder Mo was sent flying. Elder Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was especially pale, and his aura became more and more dispirited. Of course, most of them were shocked and puzzled. How is this possible? I've already used 2/3 of my spiritual energy. Why can't I kill you? At this moment, Elder Mo had a complicated expression on his face. He had thought it would be easy to get rid of Ning Kaichen. However, he did not expect the other party to be able to withstand his attack. And even send him flying dozens of feet away. No. Something was wrong. At this moment, Elder Mo's brain was working crazily as he looked in a certain direction, suspiciously. He suspected that it was the nascent soul realm cultivator hidden in the area who had made a move. However, he did not know that his glance made Wu Ming scoff. He was even more surprised. Idiot, if I attack, how can you survive? You just don't want to admit you're weak. Wu Ming was very disdainful. Of course, he also knew that Jiang Ming's seemingly casual punch contained raw power. He transcended the minute subtlety realm and cultivated the true intent of the path of swordsmanship. This kid actually reached the level of heavenly integration. Above the integration of man and martial arts was the realm of the integration of the heavens and man, where one would comprehend concepts and cultivate the true intent of any path. The sudden change caused everyone, including Ing Sha and Wu Hen, to be stunned on the spot. Only Jiang Ming and Elder Mo knew what was going on. Did that mysterious existence make a move? He's terrifying. Jiang Ming thought to himself and felt a little uneasy. Facing these few Golden Core Realm cultivators, he did not feel any pressure at all. In any case, if he could not beat them, he would just run away. However, if it was a nascent soul realm cultivator who had been hiding in the dark, Jiang Ming did not know what to do. If they were targeted for some reason, they would not even have the chance to escape. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. I hope that person doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Elder Mo looked as if he had eaten something he should not have. Damn it. That B***starred was playing tricks on him again. If he had stayed outside and activated these array formation flags, he would have been able to use the trapping array formation to deal with these crazy people. However, now, his connection with the flags had been cut off. Therefore, he was also a trapped beast. He had no choice but to face Jiang Ming and the other two. Outside, on the other side. What's going on? Why did Elder Mo run in for no reason? Don't tell me he wants to take care of 3 crazy people alone? Then why did he call us over? What's wrong with him? He could have just used the trapping array formation to kill him. However, he had to show off. It's as if everyone knows that he's at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. General Bai and the other two ridiculed him. Sui Yan also had a look of cold mockery. Elder Mo was indeed a brainless idiot, as well as arrogant and conceited. Did he really think that he was very impressive just because he was in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm? What a joke! Ing Sha could not understand what Elder Mo was thinking about. Fortunately, it was not important. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He looked at Elder Mo as if he was looking at tonight's dinner. Old B** starred, it was you who took the initiative to come in and seek death. Then don't blame me for what I'm about to do. Don't choose to run away. He did not waste any time and directly revealed his true body, erupting with the lethal power in his bloodline. Full Moon Scimitar. Wait. Elder Mo immediately shouted out. He was also regretful and enlightened in his heart. He finally understood why Sui Yan had run away. Once Ing Sha revealed his true form, his battle prowess was truly not weak. Even he himself was under pressure. Not to mention that Wu Hen was also continuously moving forward. If he wanted to join forces with Ing Sha, the pressure on him would increase exponentially. There was even a high possibility that he would die here. No, he had to escape. Elder Mo kept unleashing powerful attacks. However, he still could not block the joint attacks of Wu Hen and Ing Sha. This made him think crazily, trying to find a way to escape from this trapping array formation. Unfortunately, the connection between him and the 12 array formation flags had been cut off. Now that he was trapped here, he had no way to leave. Bang! In the next moment, Ing Sha unleashed the Divine Dragon Tail technique and the Full Moon Scimitar. In a flash, Elder Mo flew backward and happened to hit the edge of the trapping array formation. He was immediately bounced back, and then he was sent flying by the Divine Dragon Tail technique. At this moment, General Bai and the others no longer had the energy to complain. They all revealed shocked expressions. A dignified mid-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator was actually ravaged by 2 people who had just entered the early stage Golden Core Realm less than 4 hours ago. Elder Mo's cultivation was probably from taking pills. No. Although Elder Mo's aptitude was average and he was old, he was destined to not be able to break through to the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. However, his battle prowess was genuine and definitely not something those people who took pills could compare to. One had to know that he had fought with 2 cultivators who had just entered the middle stage of Golden Core Realm. In the end, he killed one of them and heavily injured the other. This was enough to show that his battle prowess was not too strong, but not too weak either. When General Bai thought of this, he could not help but swallow his saliva. The expressions of the people at the side were also extremely ugly. It's not that Elder Mo is weak, but that these 2 fellows are incredibly strong. Even if these 2 guys were not top geniuses, they are close to it. Otherwise, they would not have been able to do this. 2 second-rate geniuses appeared at once. The Flower Fruit Mountain doesn't seem to be weak. If these 3 people don't die this time, their sect will be able to establish their reputation. After all, their opponent this time is us, and behind us is the Zhao family of Jinyuan City. They were secretly shocked and looked at each other a few times. In the end, Sui Yan said coldly, "There's no need to say anything more. Offending us means offending the Zhao family. Not to mention that they dared to abduct the person that the Zhao family and the ghost spirit sect wanted. Just this crime alone is enough for them to be killed without a doubt. The Flower Fruit Mountain is destined to have no chance of survival." Sui Yan had not opened his mouth before this. However, once he spoke, his words were convincing. The Zhao family could not compare to the 3 grotto heavens and 6 blessed lands. However, they were quite powerful. In front of the Zhao family, ordinary sects and clans could only choose between submission and destruction. Ning Kaichen and the other 2 would definitely die. The Flower Fruit Mountain would definitely be destroyed. However, when they wanted to send a message for help, a powerful aura came from afar. It was Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming walked forward step by step, causing the ground to tremble. He did not waste any words. His aura burst out. The power of blood qi in his body surged and quickly turned into a long dragon of blood qi. "Kill them!" Jiang Ming shouted, causing Wu Han and Ying Sha to instinctively dodge. They understood that Jiang Ming intended to defeat Elder Mo himself. Elder Mo also noticed this, and his face turned even more ashen. "Ning Kaichen, you are so arrogant. How dare a mere innate martial realm martial artist come here and ask for death? Don't think that just because you've stepped into the innate martial realm, you're qualified to fight against Golden Core realm cultivators." Elder Mo was furious. As everyone knew, the path of martial arts was always weaker than that of the immortal path. Thus, martial artists were no match for immortal cultivators. Even if Jiang Ming had become a martial artist at the innate martial realm, he was destined not to be qualified to fight with him. Otherwise, why would he have escaped earlier? Unfortunately, what he did not know was that Jiang Ming had already completed his transformation. Wu Ming was very surprised. The battle was still ongoing. Jiang Ming took a few more steps forward. The rebound just now had also caused some damage to him. Fortunately, it was not too serious. At most, it was some flesh wounds. On the other hand, Elder Mo was spurting blood all over the ground. His aura was getting more and more dispirited. He no longer had the bearing of a mid-stage Golden Core realm cultivator. When he saw Jiang Ming approaching him step by step, Elder Mo felt a wave of regret. He had underestimated this kid too much. He should have used his full power to kill him. Little did he know that even if he used all of it, it would at most cause a greater but not fatal injury to Jiang Ming. Once he did that, Jiang Ming would be more serious and his attacks would be more tyrannical. At that time, the one who would really be unlucky would be Elder Mo himself. "Now, do you have any last words?" Jiang Ming stood there like a god overlooking everything below. Elder Mo was embarrassed. He was burning with anger. Not only Elder Mo, but Sui Yan, Bai Xiong, and the other 2 were also glaring at Jiang Ming with hatred. "Brat, don't think that you're invincible, just because you injured Elder Mo. With the 4 of us here, don't even think about escaping. You only have one fate, and that is to be suppressed and crushed by us." Sui Yan immediately shouted, "The 3 of you, join forces to kill this." ****. He understood that no one was Jiang Ming's match in a one-on-one fight. The 4 of them had to work together to have a great chance of killing Jiang Ming. Bai Xiong's eyes flickered. He also thought so. Although Jiang Ming's combat strength was strong and even a little strange, he was definitely not a match for the 4 of them. As long as he seized the opportunity and used all his trump cards, he would definitely be able to kill this kid. For a moment, the atmosphere became exceptionally tense. At this moment, a voice sounded. "I'll go with you. Don't hurt him." It was Zhuanan. She was very worried about Jiang Ming's safety. At this moment, tears fell, and she decided to leave with these villains. She only hoped that Jiang Ming could be safe. "Not only will we capture you, but we will also kill this man." How dare he kill a ghost spirit sect disciple? This is an unforgivable crime and must be severely punished. For a moment, Zuyan's killing intent burst out from all over his body. Bai Xiong and the other 2 also took a step forward and looked at Jiang Ming with a sinister smile. "Brat, die." They all used their strongest trump cards and moves, and they took out their incomparably powerful magical tools to kill Jiang Ming directly. Dense mist surrounded them. Baleful aura exploded at this moment, turning into the most astonishing power in the world. It continuously condensed into a corporeal form before finally slashing down. For a moment, the atmosphere was somber. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths. Zhuanan was especially heartbroken. Was another person going to die because of her? At this moment, Wuhan walked up and patted the little girl's shoulder. "Don't worry. Master's abilities are extraordinary. He's not someone these people can easily kill. Moreover, if Master wants to escape, they won't be able to keep up. Right now, he is not running or dodging. This is enough to show that these 4 people are not his match at all." The corners of Ying Sha's mouth twitched. Although he did not want to admit it, Jiang Ming's aptitude and achievements in the past were indeed amazing. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. For a moment, the sword chi swept across, turning into a huge wall, making people feel an unimaginable sense of suffocation. The 4 Golden Core Realm cultivators joined forces and unleashed their full power. Their power was even more majestic than the killing force that Elder Mo had created alone, and it made people feel even more hopeless. "Brat, you can now report to the netherworld. Remember, my name is Bai Xiong." Thrust. Before Bai Xiong could finish speaking, a fist came crashing down on his head. The entire place was deathly silent. Zuyan was slightly hesitant. In the next moment, his head also fell to the ground, dead as a doornail. One had to know that the vitality of Golden Core Realm cultivators was extremely strong. It was not something that cultivators at the Chi Refinement and Foundation Establishment realms could compare to. As long as there was still a breath left, there was a possibility of survival. However, if their heads fell to the ground, no one could survive. After killing Bai Xiong and Zuyan, Jiang Ming's gaze slowly fell on the other 2. "Run." The 2 of them broke out in cold sweat under Jiang Ming's gaze. They immediately wanted to escape. However, Jiang Ming had no intention of letting them go. "People will kill those who kill. Since you wanted to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Escape? You're all Golden Core Realm cultivators." Jiang Ming shook his head with a look of disappointment. The 2 of them were speechless. They had to escape immediately and report everything that had happened here. They did not even have the time to care about Elder Mo. Only by reporting all of this could the family pay attention to it and send more experts to avenge their previous humiliation. The two of them quickly flew a few miles away. They were still squeezing out their potential to speed up. However, in the next moment, Jiang Ming's figure appeared in front of them. At the same level, the speed of an innate martial realm martial artist is not something that you early-stage golden core realm cultivators can compare to. Jiang Ming smiled indifferently. He had the appearance of a scholar. However, his evil side was obvious. With 2 consecutive punches, he killed the 2 golden core realm cultivators and settled the crisis of this pursuit. As for Elder Mo, he had long escaped. Jiang Ming had already noticed this. However, he did not care because Elder Mo was the bait that he deliberately let go. However, I hope that the next person who appears won't be someone from the Zhao family, but a cultivator from the ghost spirit sect. Jiang Ming frowned. He had tried every possible method to lure out a golden core realm expert from the ghost spirit sect. However, the other party had not appeared for a long time. Could it be that Zhuanan's 2 elders were so powerful that they could make the ghost spirit sect's young master's faction fear them, causing them to not dare make a move? Wu Hen, who saw this, walked over. Master, why do you have to lure out the ghost spirit sect? They should be more dangerous than the Zhao family, right? This is different from your usual style. What was Jiang Ming's principle in life? He just wanted to be carefree and live peacefully. However, now, Jiang Ming was actually planning to lure out the ghost spirit sect's people. He was putting himself in danger. Wu Hen was puzzled. However, he also understood that Jiang Ming must have a reason for doing so. The reason is simple. I want to find out where Lin Chongshan is. Even if I have to die, I want to know the cause of his death. Wu Hen was stunned. Didn't Lin Chongshan get into trouble because he was trying to save that little girl? The ghost spirit sect shouldn't know the truth, right? No, they definitely know. If I'm not wrong, Lin Chongshan most likely died at the hands of the ghost spirit sect. When Jiang Ming said this, he instinctively let out a long sigh. Although he did not want to admit it, Lin Chongshan was definitely dead. There was no possibility of him surviving at all. Even if there was, it was a possibility that they had forcefully made up to comfort themselves. Zhu Anan was isolated outside and could not hear the conversation. It was Jiang Ming's selfish intention to let Lin Chongshan live in the little girl's heart forever. Actually, I have a selfish motive as well. I'm more curious about what kind of opportunity Lin Chongshan found to make the little girl's 3 souls and 7 spirits return to her original body. Perhaps there's a great opportunity hidden within. On the one hand, it can allow the little girl to change her destiny. On the other hand, it's also an opportunity for me. Jiang Ming desperately needed opportunities. He was not the successor of a large sect, and he lacked resources. He had to seek more high-level opportunities to make himself stronger. At the Zhao family estate, someone spoke. Patriarch Ning Kaichen is too arrogant. He did not respect the Zhao family at all and even killed the 4 generals of our army. This kind of thief must not be indulged and must be severely punished. It was Elder Mo. At this moment, he looked like he was crying bitterly, as if he had suffered some inhumane treatment. Zhao Chang'an sat at the head of the table, his slender fingers tapping on the chair handle. After hearing everything, he could not help but chuckle. Elder Mo, you're really funny. Elder Mo was stunned. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me that the existence of that mysterious nascent soul realm cultivator is enough to threaten you. I believe that you have sensed that the other party has no intention of killing you at all. If that's the case, then you have no reason to find trouble with that nascent soul realm cultivator. Then shouldn't you, a dignified mid-stage golden core realm cultivator, kill that kid? Hee, in my opinion, you underestimated the other party too much in the beginning, and then you started to feel afraid of fighting. In the end, you fled back, right? Zhao Chanan's voice was exceptionally calm. However, he managed to guess Elder Mo's thoughts thoroughly, causing the latter to fall to the ground. He still wanted to say something, but he saw Zhao Chanan slowly stand up with a cold expression. Don't think about lying in front of me. Since you can't do this, then you'll be the one to appease the ghost spirit sex envoy. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful golden core realm magical power poured out and wrapped Elder Mo up, throwing him into a courtyard. Elder Mo was stunned and did not understand what had happened. What did the family head mean when he said that he wanted him to quell the ghost spirit sex envoy's anger? In the next moment, Elder Mo's entire body stiffened. He could not help but turn his head with an ugly expression. Behind him, the door was wide open, and it was pitch black inside. It was like a ghost's domain. Ah! Elder Mo cried out in fear. He wanted to escape. However, it was too late. A huge force exploded in the room, directly crippling Elder Mo's cultivation, causing his face to turn even paler. This was definitely a technique of a cultivator at the peak of the golden core realm. The envoy of the ghost spirit sect had appeared. Elder Mo still wanted to escape. Unfortunately, he did not have any cultivation at all and was directly swept into the room. Bang! The door was closed. Everything returned to normal. Zhao Chanan naturally sensed what had happened, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Those ghost spirit sect members killed the Zhao family's people just like that. It seems like they are very confident. And that Zhao Bai. He couldn't resolve the pressure brought by the ghost spirit sect on his own. Therefore, he lured the other party into the house and brought him into the family estate. He really deserves to die. At this moment, the anger in Zhao Chanan's heart rose faintly. However, he quickly suppressed it. Now was not the time to be angry. He had received some news that the ghost spirit sect's young master was about to marry a goddess candidate from an ancient sect outside the Feather Kingdom. Even if the latter was only a candidate, the benefits it would bring to the ghost spirit sect were unimaginable. It was very likely that the ghost spirit sect would become the leader of the 6 blessed lands and replace the spirit Silkworm Mountain. If that's the case, this is the #1 faction under the 3 grotto heavens. Even the Zhao family can't afford to offend it. Moreover, the ghost spirit sect's ancestor seems to be about to break through. Once he reaches that step, he will even have the ability to fight against the 2 great grotto heavens other than the immortal feather grotto heaven. In this way, let alone cooperating with them, the Zhao family can only curry favor with them. Otherwise, the Zhao family will most likely face destruction, let alone expand. Our strength. He pondered for a long time. Zhao Chanan finally made his decision. Men, order all the hidden guards of the Zhao family to move out. Also, pass a message to the network to kill Ning Kaichen. This kid wants to establish the Flower Fruit Mountain, huh? Then, give him this chance. I only hope that he can get what he wants and establish his flower fruit mountain in the afterlife. His life and the girl will be our best chance to curry favor with the ghost. Spirit sect. 7 days passed. Master. Outside a cave, Ing Sha's shouts made Jiang Ming frown. Silence. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming snapped his fingers. Ing Sha immediately shut his mouth. His voice had been sealed. Ing Sha had an aggrieved expression. Jiang Ming was so mean. He had caught a hare and brought it back to share. At this moment, Jiang Ming walked out and glared at the other party. He immediately released the seal. Tell me, what's the matter? Jiang Ming knew Ing Sha's temperament. He probably had evil intentions. Ing Sha was not annoyed that he had been seen through. Instead, he smiled and said, Sir, my cultivation has been stagnant recently. I've been stuck at the early stage of the Golden Core realm and haven't been able to enter the middle stage of the Golden Core realm for a long time. Do you think there's any way to solve this? Jiang Ming was slightly stunned when he heard that. You just advanced to the Golden Core realm a few days ago. What do you want? At this point? He was very puzzled. As a snake demon, it took Ing Sha hundreds of years to advance to the Golden Core realm. How could he make a major breakthrough in just a few days? This speed was too shocking. In response, Ing Sha scratched the back of his head. Without hesitation, he immediately displayed his bloodline power, causing Jiang Ming's pupils to shrink. Your bloodline has completed its transformation and reached the level of the Dark Water Mystical Snake. The Dark Water Mystical Snake was much more advanced than the Dark Water Demonic Snake. Tell me honestly, what's going on? Jiang Ming interrupted the smug Ing Sha, looking as if he would not mind cooking him into soup if he did not tell the truth. Ing Sha instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He did not dare to continue showing off. He knew very well how powerful the man in front of him was. Although he was powerful, he could at most fight Elder Mo to a draw. The latter could not gain any advantage in Jiang Ming's hands at all. In fact, Jiang Ming did not even use his full strength in the previous battle. This is all thanks to the pill you gave me. Of course, it's also related to Mini Bai. Ing Sha subconsciously glanced at Mini Bai in Jiang Ming's arms. These days, he had been following Mini Bai. He could clearly feel that his bloodline was constantly evolving and transforming. Now, it was exceptionally powerful. Of course, it was the pill that Jiang Ming gave him that allowed him to complete the breakthrough in the end. Ing Sha did not know the details of the pill. However, he knew how terrifying it was. If he could get another one, it would be enough to help him advance to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Ming squinted slightly. This was beyond his expectations. The pill he had given him was a basic pill that he used to cultivate martial arts and complete the transformation of the 100 Tribulations sacred body. It was so effective on Ing Sha that it could even transform his bloodline? You're right. Demons are different from humans. They are born with strong physiques and have all kinds of magical abilities. However, most of them, especially the dark water demonic snakes, pay more attention to physical strength, which is quite similar to martial arts. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming understood. On the path of cultivation, the demon race obviously had a greater advantage than humans. Not only did they have a longer lifespan, but their physiques were also stronger. Jiang Ming collected his thoughts and glanced at Ing Sha. he said. Indifferently, I have a lot of these pills. However, I can't give them to you. For no reason unless you can get my approval. He had already given him one previously. This was the best he could do. If he wanted to obtain it again, then Ing Sha would have to pay a price. Hearing this, Ing Sha was not annoyed. Instead, he asked excitedly, why? Don't I go and destroy Elder Mo? Jiang Ming held his forehead. He sighed. I have a mission for you now. There is a bandit camp on the east side of this mountain range. Go and deal with them and gather all their resources. At that time, I can reward you with another pill. Of course, the other party has a mid-stage golden core realm cultivator and an early-stage innate martial realm expert. If you want to refuse, I won't force you. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Ing Sha turned into a plume of black smoke and flew away. Jiang Ming was stunned. This guy was a little too impatient. There were so many golden core realm cultivators in that camp. However, that's good. Those bandits are bandits that the Jinyuan army couldn't eliminate even after spending a lot of effort and manpower. They must have a huge pile of treasure. At that time, as long as Ing Sha brings back those treasures, I will be able to refine the essence converting pill. When Jiang Ming thought of this, his eyes lit up. The so-called essence converting pill was of an extremely high grade and was the best choice to advance to the golden core realm. If he could obtain it, he would have a chance to cultivate the most perfect core. What Jiang Ming lacked the most now was the materials to refine the essence converting pill. Holy Sun Guqi had many good things in his storage ring. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any natural treasures that can be used to refine the essence converting pill. This was the biggest difference between the successors of such great forces and individual cultivators. Individual cultivators had to rely on themselves for everything. Even if it was a golden core realm or nascent soul realm individual cultivator, their lifespan would not be more than 500 or 800 years. Unless you were extremely talented in alchemy, then you would need to spend a lot of time refining pills. Perhaps half of your life would be wasted on these things. Of course, there were other ways. He could go to some places to buy and exchange ingredients. However, this often required a lot of money, and it was easy for others to target him. In short, individual cultivators had such a sad life. Jinyang Mountain Range was connected to Jinyuan City and Yangzhou City. There were also countless small and medium-sized cities and mortal cities along this stretch of land. There were no less than hundreds of bandit gangs and bandit nests here. The Jinyuan army and the Yangzhou army often carried out raids. However, these bandit gangs and bandit nests kept cropping up. Especially the 4 great bandit gangs and the 9 great thief lairs. These 13 gangs could be said to be the most powerful forces in the Jinyang Mountain Range. They often became enemies with the various large immortal cultivation factions and often caused massacres. Not long ago, a mortal city and an immortal cultivation town were massacred. Among the people who died were dozens of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators at their peak and Void Core Realm cultivators. And the strongest among the 13 gangs was undoubtedly the Black Wind Mountain. At this moment, facing the Black Wind Mountain, the commander of the Yangzhou army, Di Tianfeng, was vexed. Commander, should we attack? Now that the Black Wind Mountain is becoming more and more powerful, if we don't defeat them, they will become the absolute Masters of the Jiang mountain range in the future. At that time it will be enough to compete with Yang Zhou's Li family and Jin Yuan's Zhao family. A subordinate commander walked in and began his persuasion. He was eager to attack the mountain and destroy those bandits. At this moment, the commander on the other side said, "Old Li, I know that you are from the Li family and that you place the Li family's interests above everything else. However, you must know that once you send troops and engage in battle, the ones who will die will be innocent soldiers. No matter how many casualties you suffer, you will not be able to severely injure the Black Wind Mountain." Old Li was furious when he heard that. "Son, what do you mean? I'm a member of the Li family. However, I'm advocating an immediate attack, not for the sake of the Li family, but for the sake of the people at the foot of the mountain. In the past few days, some of the towns that belong to Yangzhou City have been attacked by the Black Wind Mountain. A large number of people have died tragically." Commander's son snorted coldly. "Old Li, you're really living in the past. Those commoners are just a bunch of lambs that can be slaughtered by us. Their only use is to contribute labor by mining for us to obtain spirit stones and other resources. Other than that, what other use do they have? Their lives can't be considered lives at all." Commander's son spoke bluntly, as if he did not care about the lives of those innocent people at all. This undoubtedly angered Old Li. "Old son, if you have the guts, then shut your mouth and come out to fight me." Old Li really wanted to press this guy to the ground and kill him. Such inhumanity! To think that he was the commander of the Yangzhou army. Commander's son could not be bothered to waste his breath. "Old Li, don't forget that you're an immortal cultivator, not a philanthropist. As an immortal cultivator, you're an extraordinary existence. Why should you care about the lives of some ants in the mortal world? You." Old Li wanted to berate him, but he was stopped. "Commander Li, I know that you're very eager to eradicate the Black Wind Mountain and return peace to the countless citizens and towns. However, how can the Black Wind Mountain be eliminated so easily? If our army moves, they will flee upon hearing the news. They will even use their territorial advantage to ambush us. At that time, just as Commander's son said, not only will we not be able to deal with the Black Wind bandits, but our soldiers will also die in vain." His words also made Old Li slightly stunned. The latter immediately clenched his fists and said, "At most, I will go deep alone and behead those bandit leaders." "How about that? Are you courting death?" An early-stage golden core realm cultivator dared to venture deep into the thief's lair. Don't forget that the Black Wind Mountain has an intermediate golden core realm cultivator and an early-stage innate martial realm expert. How can you fight against them?" Commander's son sneered. Although the commander did not speak, his meaning was clear. He did not agree with this method, and this undoubtedly made Old Li even angrier. "Do you think the hundreds of millions of people in Yangzhou can survive? Alright, since you insist on not going, then I'll go alone. As for whether I live or die, there's no need for you to say anything." He was about to turn around and head to the Black Wind Mountain, planning to go deep into the thieves' lair and catch them off guard. However, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted, forming a shocking pressure that suppressed Old Li. "What the hell?" Old Li's face darkened slightly as he looked at his commander in disbelief. "Commander, what do you mean?" He had a vague guess in his heart. However, it was too bold, so much so that Old Li did not want to admit it at all. In response, the Grand Commander remained silent. On the contrary, it was Commander Sun who took a step forward and laughed mockingly. To tell you the truth, the reason why the Black Wind Mountain and other forces can survive is because of the higher-ups. As a member of the Li family, you are too much of a fringe member. In addition, you are always opposing the higher-ups of the Li family and want to be loyal to the royal family of the Feather Kingdom. This is already a violation of the Li family's taboo. Not to mention, the Black Wind Mountain is the cash cow for the Li and Zhao families. If you touch it, wouldn't that be touching the Li and Zhao families' interests? Commander Sun sneered and sized up Old Li as if he was looking at an idiot. The latter also shivered from being doused in such a bucket of cold water. No, Sun, don't try to bluff me. Although the Li family is a little selfish, we will not treat the lives of the people under Yangzhou as worthless. This is the Li family's duty to guard Yangzhou for the royal family of the Feather Kingdom. We will never let them down. Old Li kept roaring. However, his heart was clear as a mirror. He only pretended not to believe it. One had to know that both the Grand Commander and Commander Sun were under the command of a certain important figure of the Li family, and if that important figure was placed in the Li family, other than the family head and ancestor, no one could suppress him. In fact, this conspiracy was closely related to the family head. Aha! Old Li roared crazily. He really wanted to hear the words of those people in the family saying that everything was fake. It was also at this moment that a power that could make one's heart tremble erupted. What happened? Why did a battle suddenly break out? The commander was very shocked. He immediately looked into the distance and jumped in fright. There were actually quite a number of powerful cultivators flying into the sky. This time, the situation seemed to be very bad. Who are they? Could it be that Old Li made arrangements early on and knew our plan? Therefore, he chose to attack the Black Wind Mountain. When the commander thought of this, he immediately glanced at Old Li, only to find that the latter was also shocked. Then, who was it? A battle actually broke out within the Black Wind Mountain? The one who had led the battle was none other than Ying Sha, who had come to plunder the treasures. Damn it, a bunch of Foundation Establishment Realm and Void Core Realm cultivators dare to be rude in front of me? You're courting death. Ying Sha's eyes flashed with a cold light. The demonic essence in his entire body erupted, turning into a shocking demonic might. What the hell? It's actually a demon. And it's a transformed demon. At this moment, many Qi Refinement Realm cultivators were trembling with fear. It was a Gold Core Realm demon. It was nothing to those top forces. However, to small Qi Refinement Realm cultivators like them, it was a fatal blow. Run! Just as the scimitar was about to fall, a few Qi Refinement Realm cultivators, including a half-step Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, immediately tried to escape. However, they were too late and were crushed by the scimitar. It was not just this place. The cultivators in other places also died. For a time, the number of casualties in the Black Wind Mountain was uncountable. The expressions of the cultivators at the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm and Void Core Realm changed wildly. Sir, what should we do now? This demon has such combat strength even before revealing its true form. We are definitely not its match. One of them looked at the third in command. He was a young man, the son of the current leader. His expression was also very ugly. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Father is currently cultivating in seclusion. He is about to complete a major breakthrough. We must not disturb him." His father was the leader of this place, a mid-stage golden core realm cultivator. Once he broke through and advanced again, he would naturally be a late-stage golden core realm cultivator. That would be a qualitative leap. One had to know that although the middle stage of the golden core realm was powerful, it was not invincible here. There were still some great experts hidden in other gangs and thieves' nests. Only those who reached the late stage of the golden core realm could suppress them and become the well-deserved overlord of the Jiang mountain range. As a result, the third in command naturally would not come out to disturb his father. However, the thing in front of him was too ferocious. If my uncle were here, things would be much easier. He is a martial arts expert at the early stage of the innate martial realm. Even if he can't suppress this demon, he can still fight it and buy enough time for father to come out of seclusion. The third in command stared at Ing Sha as if he were staring at a huge treasure trove. A transformed demon's entire body was filled with treasures. The demonic essence, demonic core, and so on, including the demonic flesh all over his body, were all great tonics, enough to allow him to advance to the golden core realm. He definitely could not let it go. Ing Sha naturally sensed that the so-called second-in-command was not around, and the leader was still in seclusion. He immediately sneered and was about to dive down, killing all the people in front of him. This caused the third in command's expression to change drastically. ****. If you dare kill me, my father will never let you off. Even if you are also a golden core realm demon, you will definitely not be able to defeat my father." The third in command felt a great pressure and was extremely afraid. In order to survive, he could only threaten Ing Sha loudly. Even if he could not obtain the other party's treasures, he could not let himself die. If it was in the past, your words would indeed scare me away. Unfortunately, my master has said that he will definitely open the Black Wind Mountain's treasure vault and strip it bare. Therefore, I'm sorry." Ing Sha laughed wildly. This was the laughter of a golden core realm demon. Even if everyone present was a cultivator, they felt great fear. Were they really going to die here? Damn it. Previously, they had planned to go down the mountain and plunder again to enjoy the taste of those women in the town. It was also at this moment that a roar resounded through the world. Where did this bold demon come from? How dare you attack the Black Wind Mountain like this? You really don't know what's good for you. An incomparably tyrannical and powerful aura swept out, causing everyone's eyes to involuntarily light up. The aura of an innate martial realm martial artist. This was the second in command. Uncle. Seeing the newcomer, the third in command was immediately overjoyed and wanted to go to him immediately. Unfortunately, Ing Sha was still in front of him, making him not dare to move at all. Ing Sha did not have much time to pay attention to this little void core realm cultivator. His eyes were all fixed on the innate martial realm expert who had just arrived. Innate martial realm? Interesting. I've seen many golden core realm cultivators in my life, but this is the second time I've seen an innate martial realm martial artist. Ing Sha was secretly amazed. It was difficult to advance and break through to the innate martial realm. However, once one reached that level, their battle prowess was indeed extraordinary. It was on a completely different level from The foundation establishment realm of martial arts. After all, after reaching the innate martial realm, the body would derive all kinds of spiritual light energy, making up for the lack of power and inability to use immortal cultivation techniques. In terms of one-on-one combat, unless he encountered a genius golden core realm cultivator, the innate martial realm martial artist was definitely the stronger party among them. When the third in command heard this, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Hee, I thought you were very powerful. So, you're just a coward. Where did your arrogance go? The third in command subconsciously thought that Ing Sha was afraid of the second in command. Otherwise, he would not have said those words just now. However, in the next moment, the head of the third in command fell to the ground. The entire place was dead silent. What an annoying guy. It's best to kill him as soon as possible. Ing Sha shook his head. When the second in command saw this scene, it immediately caused him to be abnormally furious. Monster, how dare you kill my nephew? You're courting death. Iron Sand Divine. Palm. A palm that seemed to be made of black iron sand came crashing down, shaking out shockwaves. The second in command's eyes were suffused with cold light and anger, as if he could burn Ing Sha to ashes. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Between Golden Core Realm demons and innate martial realm martial artists, who were stronger? You're the one who's courting death. You're just an early innate martial realm loser. Those who don't know better would think that you can attract the heavenly tribulation just like my master. However, you're just a good-for-nothing who relied on pills and external forces to advance. Ing Sha snorted coldly. How could he not see through this fellow's facade? Although Jiang Ming also relied on pills to complete the breakthrough, he was so much stronger than this man. How could anyone compare to him? Ing Sha was not an ordinary demon. Even though he was stuck in the void core realm in the past, his knowledge was exceptionally broad. Naturally, he knew the gap between the second in command and Jiang Ming. However, how would the second in command know about this? He stared fixedly at Ing Sha. He was clearly infuriated by Ing Sha's words. A mere monster dares to be so impudent? If I let you escape today, wouldn't the Black Wind Mountain's reputation be shattered? Therefore, you can stay here. In the next moment, he chose to attack. With a speed that was as fast as lightning, it was obvious that he was an expert with rich combat experience. In an instant, he forced his way in front of Ing Sha. Kill them. A majestic power erupted at this moment. Countless tides came crashing down, wanting to crush Ing Sha into pieces. Upon seeing this, Ing Sha sneered and resisted with his physical body without a care. Although you are an innate martial realm expert and have derived the power of the spiritual light, you are too ignorant to think that you can compete with my body. He did not waste any time. With a raise of his hand, he shook the other party. So much that he took many steps back. This was the strength of a demon. Not to mention, Ing Sha had already completed his transformation into a dark water mystical snake. Only Jiang Ming could test how terrifying his physical body was. Clang! The blade broke. The second in command only felt a tearing pain between his thumb and forefinger, and his expression became especially ugly. This demon's body was so strong. It was not that the second in command did not have any experience in fighting demons, but even if those demons' bodies were a little stronger, it would not be too extraordinary. On the other hand, this guy in front of him had yet to reveal his true body. However, his physical strength was already so powerful that it was really hard to fathom. Ing Sha laughed coldly as he walked closer step by step. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. "How dare you? Who allowed you to enter my territory?" It was the commander of the Yangzhou army, and he had arrived with a towering rage. His words were filled with boundless might. The arrival of this person undoubtedly caused many bandits in Black Wind Mountain to panic. Right now, the leader was still in seclusion. Once the commander of the army arrived, the Black Wind Mountain would probably be reduced to ashes. However, in the next moment, their expressions were extremely strange, because the second-in-command did not have the slightest intention of being afraid of this person. Instead, he shouted, "Commander, quickly come and help. This demon trespassed on our territory and even dared offend the Black Wind Mountain. This is ruining our plans. We can't forgive him." As soon as he said this, everyone present was shocked. What was the meaning of this? Some of the smarter bandits realized something, and their expressions changed drastically. What? Are the Black Wind Mountain and the commander of the Yangzhou army allies? In other words, do officials collude with bandits? It's very likely that the entire Yangzhou army is behind this, including the overlords of Yangzhou, the Li family. If that's the case, then every battle and extermination of the bandits before was all an act. No wonder we were able to escape smoothly every time, while the government troops returned empty-handed every time. Ing Sha also saw this, and could not help but smile, saying, "It's not beyond my expectations." The Black Wind Mountain is located on the Jinyuan Mountain range. It's impossible for it to stand firm for so many years without the support of other factions. However, I have to thank you. With the support of the Li family and the military of Yangzhou, the treasure vault of the Black Wind Mountain will definitely be filled to the brim. This is a great thing. Ing Sha's face was filled with excitement, as if he had just seen a dazzling array of treasures. This time it could be said to be a huge harvest. This undoubtedly angered the second-in-command and the commander. Crazy thief. Demon. How can you covet the things of the Li family and the military of Yangzhou? Since you're already here, then you'll be captured to become a watchdog of the Li family. The commander was extremely tempted. It would be a great joy if he could subdue a demon with a golden core realm cultivation base. He immediately planned to attack. Then, he walked forward step by step, causing the ground to tremble. The entire place was deathly silent. Did this mid-stage golden core realm commander finally choose to attack? At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it. It was because Ing Sha was too arrogant and treated the tens of thousands of people in the Black Wind Mountain like they were ants. "Commander, this monster is a little strange. Let's attack together." The second-in-command spoke. Before the commander could reply, another tyrannical aura spread out. Who was it? Everyone looked up and saw a majestic aura sweeping over them. It shook the heavens and the earth, causing gusts of wind to blow. "Hee, my friend is here." Ing Sha was pleasantly surprised. He alone could not defeat the two of them. If there was someone to help him, that would be a great thing. Thus, Wu Hen arrived. At this moment, Wu Hen was holding a long spear in his hand. He was like a god, standing between heaven and earth, giving off an irresistible pressure. "Who are you? You can't just be an immortal cultivator." The second-in-command took a deep look at Wu Hen and immediately recognized The other party's power. I'm a dual cultivator, Wu Hen said concisely. He could not be bothered to waste his breath. Therefore, he held his spear and leaped forward. I was just about to advance to the innate martial realm. Today, I can use you to sharpen my spear and prepare for my breakthrough to the innate martial realm. At this moment, waves of shocking power swept out from Wu Hen's body and exploded. The spear was truly like a dragon. Everyone could not help but gasp. They held their breaths as they vaguely realized something. Damn it! The second in command was furious. He had never thought that this little brat in front of him would dare attack him. One had to know that he was a dignified, innate martial realm expert. However, what about the other party? He was not the same. It seemed like he had half a foot in the innate martial realm. However, as long as he had not fully stepped into it, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. A mere ant dares to be so impudent? Do you really think that you're amazing? Just because you're almost at the innate martial realm? You're courting death. At this moment, an endless battle arose. In the dense air, the power of dragons and tigers swept out, turning into an overbearing blade that poured down. Without any hesitation, the second in command charged toward Wu Hen, swearing to cut down the person in front of him. It was also at this moment that everyone present could not help but hold their breaths, their faces filled with horror. This was the true power of an innate martial realm expert. In the air, dense fog surrounded them. An incomparably terrifying pressure swept out at this moment. That was the power that erupted from the battle between the two experts. Ying Sha swept a glance over and secretly exclaimed, Wu Hen is really sneaky. Previously, when he fought with Elder Mo and the others, he did not use all his abilities at all. He only used the combat strength of the path of immortal cultivation. If he had used his martial arts skills as well, he would have been unstoppable. However, it's enough to show that Wu Hen's martial arts foundation is extremely deep. He can't compete with our master. However, he's more terrifying and tyrannical than the second in command. His foundation is so strong that once he advances to the innate martial realm, he will definitely be one of the top martial arts experts of the same level. Jiang Ming himself was very monstrous and awesome. However, his subordinates were also so powerful and terrifying. It was really amazing. However, Ying Sha was not in the mood to care about that now, because there was still a commander eyeing him covetously. He's a mid-stage golden core realm cultivator. This is very troublesome. It's impossible to kill him. At most, it'll be a stalemate for a while. I hope our master can act quickly. When Ying Sha thought of this, he could not help but take a deep breath. The rich demonic essence in his body burst forth at this moment. His true body appeared. At this moment, Ying Sha appeared in the form of a dark water mystical snake. Damn it! How terrifying! What kind of demon is this? A dark water demonic snake? No, it's too strong to be one, right? Many bandits did not know much about the dark water demonic snake. Thus, they did not know what the dark water mystical snake was. What a bunch of idiots! Ying Sha looked disdainful, but he was actually very pleased with himself. This was the first time he revealed his true form after he became a dark water mystical snake. He had to make this battle exciting. Thinking of this, Ying Sha roared. The sound reverberated, causing the eyelids of many bandits to twitch and their heads to ache. This was the dark water mystical snake's ability. To be precise, this was a useless skill of the dark water mystical snake. It could cause serious damage to the enemy's mind because its voice had the ability to capture and attack the soul. Clang! The blade fell to the ground. At this moment, even the commander was surprised. He stared at the reeling Sha, a dark water mystical snake. At this moment, in the Li family house in Yangzhou City, a cultivator's expression turned cold as he looked in the direction of the Jinyang mountain range in shock. This is a dark water mystical snake. He's destined to be the supreme king of the dark water lineage. Such a powerful demon would definitely go past the nascent soul realm. How did a tyrannical existence actually appear in the Feather Kingdom? What were the people of the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, the other 2 Grotto Heavens, and the 6 Blessed Lands thinking? Why didn't they tell us about this in advance? At this moment, the Li family's head was completely flustered. The dark water demonic snake's appearance would probably trigger the dark water clan. By then, would Yangzhou City be surrounded and captured by a demonic army? No. Although Yangzhou City is close to the border of the Feather Kingdom, we're still a safe distance away. The North Feather City is the only place in the Feather Kingdom where the royal bloodline holds real power. Therefore, even if the demonic army arrives, it will be impossible for them to cross North Feather City and directly arrive at Yangzhou City, he muttered to himself, but more questions arose in his heart. Where did this dark water mystical snake come from? There were even more forces that had noticed this. All of their attention fell on the snake. However, no one noticed that at this moment, somewhere in the Black Wind Mountain, a young cultivator had appeared. It was Jiang Ming. Of course, he was now in Ning Saichen's disguise. Sha, I have to thank you for helping distract those people. Now that everyone's attention is on you, no one will notice even if I empty the Black Wind Mountain's treasure vault. Jiang Ming could not help but smile as he looked at Wu Hen and Sha, who were fighting fiercely in the sky. Then, he entered the treasure vault and prepared to plunder wantonly. It had to be said that the Black Wind Mountain's treasure vault was indeed extraordinary. There were all kinds of natural treasures, especially some of the herbs that Jiang Ming needed. Look at all these herbs. It's enough for me to refine a perfect breakthrough pill and advance to the Golden Core realm. At this moment, Jiang Ming was pleasantly surprised. He had not been trapped in the Void Core realm for long. However, he understood that the Golden Core realm was different from other realms. Once he reached this level, his combat strength would undergo a great change. Even if Jiang Ming's combat strength was powerful and terrifying, it was not easy to kill a Golden Core realm cultivator while he was in the Void Core realm. This was because the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm cultivated spiritual energy, while the Void Core realm cultivated spiritual energy with magical properties. Only by reaching the Golden Core realm could one fully cultivate the Golden Core realm magical powers. However, the magical powers are also divided into several levels. Wu Hen and Sha have cultivated different levels of magical power. I am the kind of person who likes to pursue perfection. I need to cultivate to perfection too. Make sure I break through with no flaws in my cultivation base. Jiang Ming kept muttering. However, his hands didn't stop moving. He crazily plundered batch after batch of treasures. It had to be said that Holy Sun Guqi's storage ring was very large. Even if it could hold more than half of the treasure vault, it could only fill a quarter of his storage ring. It's a pity that Holy Sun Guqi doesn't have any reserves at all. Otherwise, I would be able to live freely and cultivate freely. Jiang Ming was puzzled. He could not believe that Holy Sun Guqi only had this many treasures in his storage ring. Forget it. Jiang Ming put aside all this and was about to continue packing when he suddenly sensed something and looked ahead. That is, just now, he sensed a faint aura coming over, and then he tiptoed over. He was afraid that it was the bandit leader. However, when he reached the vault door, before he could open it, there was a tremor behind him. A powerful aura was approaching. A sharp sword aura pierced Jiang Ming's throat. What the hell? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. He immediately raised his hand to deflect the other party's attack and subconsciously glanced at it. It was a woman. It was a woman who was extremely beautiful, but clad in rags. She seemed to be in a frenzy. Jiang Ming's heart sank slightly. This woman had clearly been violated. It was to the point that she was attacking anyone she came across. Get lost. Jiang Ming was not a saint. He slowly raised his hand and waved. A bloody hole appeared on the woman's forehead. Then, her body tilted and fell to the ground. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up. There was something strange in this room. Jiang Ming slowly walked over. After a careful inspection, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. The immortal spirit herb was an extremely rare treasure. In ancient times, it was an essential item for many cultivators to advance. Later on, due to some special reasons, this spirit herb gradually became extinct. If one wanted to find it, they had to step into many dangerous places and had to risk death. However, immortal spirit herbs were not irreplaceable. Therefore, many cultivators used other natural treasures to replace them. However, to Jiang Ming, the value of the immortal spirit herb was the highest. He had originally planned to use the mystic spirit herb as a substitute as part of the ingredients needed for the breakthrough pill. However, he was fortunate to have found the immortal spirit herb now. This way, I can refine the most perfect breakthrough pill. Now, I'll be one step closer to the golden core realm. Jiang Ming was extremely excited. However, he was also confused. Immortal spirit herbs were extremely hard to find. Therefore, why would the Black Wind Mountain have one? In addition, this woman should also be here to get the immortal spirit herb, and had ended up meeting him. Jiang Ming naturally would not sympathize with this dead woman. He immediately took the immortal spirit herb and was about to leave when a voice sounded in his ear. Brat, if you dare to touch that immortal spirit herb, I'll make sure your soul and body are destroyed. Jiang Ming raised his brows and knew who the owner of the voice was. It was the leader of the Black Wind Mountain who had not shown himself all this while. If you want it, you can come and find me. In any case, the Zhao family has always been domineering. After saying that, Jiang Ming took the immortal spirit herb and turned into a streak of light as he soared into the sky. Wu Hen, Ying Sha. Let's go. His appearance stunned countless people. What was going on? Another person had appeared out of nowhere. Wu Hen and Ying Sha reacted quickly. They immediately pushed back their opponents and turned into streaks of light and followed Ning Kaichen. You want to escape? No way, the commander and the second-in-command roared. They wanted to chase after him. However, they were shaken back by a powerful force. So strong. The two of them looked at each other in shock. The third person who had just appeared was so powerful. Just his sword intent was enough to force the two of them back. It was indeed extraordinary. Sir, something bad has happened. Our treasury has been ransacked, and there is nothing left. The second-in-command stood stiffly in the air, unable to say a word. The entire treasury was originally filled with treasures and resources. However, now it was empty. He could not understand how big the thief's storage ring was, and how it was able to move so many things away. Who are they? At this moment, the second-in-command's anger rose, as if it could burn everything. He knew very well that once his brother came out of seclusion and learned of all this, he would definitely receive a huge punishment. The commander's expression was also ugly. A portion of the things in the treasure vault should belong to them. Now, it was all gone. They had wasted so much of their time and energy. At this moment, a voice rang out. Go to Jinyuan City and find the Zhao family. Earlier, that thief said that he was from the Zhao family, but I don't think so. However, he must have some relationship with the Zhao family. Quickly go to the Zhao family and investigate the identities of these thieves. Then, do your best to capture them and punish them severely. It was the leader. He was furious. However, there was nothing he could do. Now, at the critical moment of breaking through, the slightest mistake would cause deviation, and this was definitely not what he needed. Of course, he would never let those thieves off. If he caught them, he would definitely crush their bones and scatter their ashes, destroying their bodies and souls. ******. Jiang Ming returned to the original cave and found a lot of things to throw out. Come, split it among yourselves. Everyone has a share. Don't fight for more. Jiang Ming could be said to be extremely rich now. Ying Sha was speechless. He finally understood that his master was using him as a distraction while he desperately ransacked the treasure vault. At this moment, Ying Sha had the urge to beat someone up, and he could not even suppress it. However, when he saw some treasures, his eyes lit up and he immediately knelt down and slid forward. Master, you are like my patron. I have no way to repay your kindness. I can only repay it with my body. Shut up. Jiang Ming found him odd and smacked him away. Then, he took a few deep breaths and slowly said, I'll start refining pills next. All of you, guard the door. Remember not to let anyone disturb you. He was afraid that Ying Sha would disturb him again like before. Thus, he placed all his hopes on Wu Hen. Jiang Ming began to refine pills. The pill I need is simple. It's the breakthrough divine pill. However, it's not easy to refine a perfect breakthrough divine pill. If I want to completely refine the breakthrough divine pill, I need to constantly improve my pill refining techniques. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but frown slightly. Before this, he had been stuck at the level of a mid-grade alchemist. Even though he had improved his skills to the level of a high-grade alchemist through a large number of failures in order to refine the breakthrough divine pill, he had just entered the realm of a high-grade alchemist. If I want to refine a breakthrough divine pill, I need to immerse myself in high-level alchemy for a period of time. However, no one knows what kind of storm will be stirred up in the outside world. I hope that before I advance to the Golden Core realm, there won't be any trouble. Immediately after, Jiang Ming devoted himself to refining pills. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a look of surprise. Good heavens, I was still thinking about how to refine pills before. However, Now, I've actually improved my pill refining methods to this level in one go. Reaching the so-called pill cloud formation stage. The pill cloud formation stage was not an ordinary thing. Even among high-grade alchemists, it was very difficult for anyone to form pill clouds. Right now, Jiang Ming was at the stage where the pill clouds were about to form. It was precisely this that made Jiang Ming's brain work. Right now, he was pondering over how to complete the breakthrough and allow his pill refining techniques to reach the limit so that he could produce pill clouds. Clearly, this was not a simple matter. However, it wouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but take a deep breath. Then, he tried his best to produce the so-called pill clouds. Days passed, just like that. At this moment, there was a huge uproar in the outside world. What did you say? The Black Wind Mountain's treasure vault was robbed, and the person who did it was from the Zhao family? Zhao Chanan stood up abruptly and stared at the second in command of the Black Wind Mountain in front of him. The latter's expression was quite ugly as he hurriedly said, Patriarch Zhao. You don't need to be angry. We know that he is not a member of the Zhao family. However, this thief actually had the audacity to pretend to be a member of the Zhao family. I just want to ask you, has there been any golden core realm cultivator who offended the Zhao family recently? Zhao Chanan narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, yes, but I don't think they have the guts to do so. However, it's not good. Send someone to capture them first. In short, I'd rather kill 1,000 people than let one of them go. Understood. Their target was none other than Ming Kaichen and the other two thieves. Oh my god, is this Ming Kaichen really going to die? He had already provoked the Zhao family, and now, he provoked the Li family as well. He simply does not know what's good for him. This guy is simply courting death. Does he really think that he can act recklessly just because he's strong? He had no idea how terrifying and powerful the Zhao family is. This time it's not just the Zhao family, but also the Li fantastic. I wonder what Ming Kaichen has done to make the two great families so angry that they joined forces to capture him. Countless people gossiped. However, there were also people who raised their doubts. Why is there a leader of the Black Wind Mountain here? What is the relationship between the Zhao family, the Li family, and the Black Wind Mountain? Why would they rather capture Ming Kaichen than pay attention to the bigger hidden danger of the Black Wind Mountain? Don't you think there's a big problem here? Someone raised this question. He was a smart man. However, unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. There were countless smart people in Jinyuan City. Naturally, they could see that there was something fishy going on. However, it did not matter. No matter how smart one was, they could not challenge the might of the Zhao family. Soon, figures flew out one after another. Their target was the Jinyang mountain range. I'll go. Wu Hen, this is big. The Zhao family of Jinyuan and the Li family of Yangzhou have sent their experts into the Jinyang mountain range to hunt us down. Yingsha's face was filled with panic. He wanted to run away immediately, but he had to take Minnie Bai with him. He did not care whether the others lived or died. Wu Hen naturally saw through this and sneered. He said disdainfully, "You have no idea how powerful our master is. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the early stage of the innate martial realm. Even if he breaks through in his immortal cultivation, he'll just be at the golden core realm." At this moment, Yingsha was speechless. He kept feeling that Wu Hen was out of his mind. However, Wu Hen did not care at all. What he believed in was not just Jiang Ming's absolute strength. He believed in Jiang Ming's wisdom. He did not believe that Jiang Ming could not guess all of this. Since Jiang Ming dared to enter the cave to refine pills, he must have been prepared. At the same time, the armies of the Zhao and Li families had arrived, numbering in the tens of thousands, and all of them were at least at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Among them, there were no less than a few hundred people who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm, and there were also around 30 people who had reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. There were even 8 Golden Core realm cultivators, and the 2 strongest among them were in the middle and late stages of the Golden Core realm. It was an extremely powerful lineup. However, such a powerful lineup that no one dared to look at directly was blocked at this moment. Retreat! A voice rang out. All the soldiers were startled and immediately looked forward. A man in green robes stood in front of them. Who is that? Everyone stared at the mysterious green-robed man with vigilance. The 2 experts leading the team were Zhao Yuan and Li Yang. At this moment, their faces were filled with disdain. Move aside. Don't interfere with our business, or else you will be destroyed. 2. However, the green-robed man shook his head slightly. He slowly raised his hand and a vast sword chi swept out, shocking everyone. Countless fallen leaves turned into sharp sword auras and cut down many cultivators from the Zhao and Li families. I repeat for the last time, everyone, leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. The green-robed man's tone was somewhat turbulent, making one shudder. This was actually a nascent soul realm cultivator. The green-robed man was none other than Wu Ming. As a nascent soul realm cultivator, even if he stood still and did not make a move, he was still extremely terrifying. Some soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles had already noticed this. Only Zhao Yuan and Li Yang, the 2 idiots, did not realize this and still dared to shout wantonly at a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, at this moment, these 2 were also quite frightened. A nascent soul realm cultivator. How could there be a nascent soul realm cultivator here? Suddenly, they realized something. He's the #1 individual cultivator in the world, Wu Ming. Wu Ming shook his head. You've misunderstood one thing. I'm not the #1 individual cultivator in the world. At most, I'm the #1 individual cultivator in the Feather Kingdom. There was no difference. At this moment, Zhao Yuan and Li Yang's faces turned even uglier. They had never thought that the person in front of them would have such a terrifying background. This was not an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. His cultivation had reached at least the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. That was more than 10 years ago. It would be normal for Wu Ming to have entered the late stage of the nascent soul realm now. This was a powerful realm that could be compared to the ancestors of the Zhao and Li families. For a moment, everyone could not help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. They vaguely realized something and immediately planned to escape to the other side. However, Wu Ming seemed to have thought of something and immediately raised his hand to freeze the 2 of them in place. Forget it, I'll let you stay first. He was a master of array formations, and he had trapped Zhao Yuan, Li Yang, and tens of thousands of people. A trapping array, it's over. And it's a high-level trapping array. This time, Zhao Yuan and Li Yang wanted to cry. They thought that this was a simple mission. However, who would have thought that they would encounter a nascent soul realm expert? This was simply unpredictable. Wu Ming also glanced in the direction of the Jinyang mountain range behind him. To be precise, it was where Jiang Ming was. This kid is quite cunning. He knows how to use me to stop everything. Not bad, not bad at all. Unfortunately, Wu Ming had guessed wrong. Wu Hen had also miscalculated. Jiang Ming did not know all of this. He thought that the enemy had not come and was still refining pills. 10 days later, the huge cave exploded. In the distance, Wu Hen and Ing Sha's hearts could not help but tremble. Although they had long since received the warning and retreated far away, they were still quite shocked by this commotion. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths, and their eyes lit up. It was because the pill fragrance coming out of the cave was really refreshing, as if a whiff of it could make one become an immortal. Although it was ridiculous, it was enough to show how terrifying this kind of medicinal pill was. At this moment, Jiang Ming slowly walked out of the cave, attracting the attention of Wu Ming, who was further away. This guy has already consumed a medicinal pill and is preparing to break through? Wu Ming was filled with anticipation. When this kid broke through to the innate martial realm, it caused a huge sensation. Who knew what kind of scene it would cause now? Perhaps it was really shocking. It was also at this moment that everyone could not help but hold their breath and subconsciously take a step back. Zhao Yuan, Li Yang, and the others were confused. They could naturally tell that the kid who walked out of the cave was about to break through. However, what did this count as? It was just a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Those who did not know better would think that the kid was about to become an immortal. Damn it! Look at the sky, suddenly, Zhao Yuan exclaimed. Li Yang's pupils constricted as his expression changed drastically. Things seemed to have gone beyond his imagination. Thunder rumbled, causing the earth to tremble. At this moment, countless air currents began to reverse, turning into waves of sharp sword aura. Everyone present could not help but gasp. My goodness, he's just breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Previously, I heard that the 4 great Golden Core realm cultivators died in this kid's hands, and Elder Mo also fell in this guy's hands. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Unimaginable. It's simply unimaginable. At this moment, Zhao Yuan and Li Yang looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. They were both Golden Core realm cultivators. However, why was there such a huge difference? However, this kid has caused such a shocking commotion. The pill tribulation must not be simple. Whether he can withstand it is another matter. Zhao Yuan suddenly said in a low voice. Li Yang immediately nodded in agreement. They did not want to see such a monstrous Golden Core realm cultivator being born. It was simply a great humiliation to them. At the same time, they were also looking forward to the look of despair on this guy's face before he died. Rumble. The sky changed color, and endless dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It's the profound lightning heavenly tribulation again. Wu Ming's expression froze. He had thought that the other party would be able to bring in the profound lightning heavenly tribulation. However, he did not expect it to be an 8th grade one. That's right. With his martial arts at the innate martial realm, coupled with the incomparably powerful effect of the breakthrough divine pill in his body, it's normal for him to attract such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Wu Ming's expression changed drastically. Because another bolt of lightning had descended. Other than the profound lightning heavenly tribulation, are there other tribulations? This is a pill tribulation. Moreover, it was the most powerful pill tribulation. It was several times stronger than the golden core realm heavenly tribulation that the sect master of the immortal feather grotto heaven had experienced. Such a powerful golden core realm heavenly tribulation paired with the profound lightning heavenly tribulation was unimaginable. Who could bring this forth? The sky seemed to be shaking. The two heavenly tribulation lightning bolts quickly turned into one and kept striking toward the ground. Wu Ming could not help but take a few steps back, afraid that he would be implicated if he was not careful. The next moment, Jiang Ming raised his head and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Why is it such a powerful heavenly tribulation? He had never thought that the golden core realm heavenly tribulation would be so fierce. Any one of them was not something that ordinary golden core realm cultivators could withstand. Not to mention, the combination of these two was dozens of times more powerful than an ordinary golden core realm heavenly tribulation. Damn it! Retreat! Jiang Ming was not a fool. He did not want to be struck by lightning for nothing, even if he had already stepped into the innate martial realm and could defeat a mid-stage golden core realm cultivator. However, facing such a terrifying heavenly tribulation made him nervous. Unfortunately, no matter where he ran, the heavenly tribulation would strike him. Wu Han and Ing Sha were completely speechless. Did their master do something that angered the heavens? This was especially true for Ing Sha. He was considering whether he could take Minnie by and run away. Otherwise, if he continued to resist, he would be on the verge of death. Just as Ing Sha was deep in thought, Wu Han suddenly let out a cry of surprise, causing the former to take a look, and his expression instantly changed. Jiang Ming actually drew the lightning of the heavenly tribulation and ran toward the army of cultivators from the Zhao and Li families. Zhao Yuan and Li Yang, who were gloating, were dumbfounded. What the F***CK? Don't come over. That's right. We didn't provoke you. Thus, why did you lure the lightning to us? Jiang Ming sneered. He could now see that it was not that the Zhao and Li families had not sent anyone to attack him. It was that mysterious person, who had been hiding in the dark, who had helped. All of you are here to kill me, and you still dare say that you have no grudges against me? What a joke! Jiang Ming snorted coldly. He had always been a person who would not touch anyone unless they provoked him. At this moment, he attracted the lightning of the heavenly tribulation to rush over, causing the expressions of the group of people in the distance to change crazily. Damn it, get lost, someone roared, wanting to push back this powerful aura. In the end, he realized that the lightning was getting closer and closer. The trapping array that he had set up could not withstand such a powerful thunderbolt. It rumbled continuously and was about to shatter. Zhao Yuan's expression turned uglier and uglier. He knew that if he did not make a move now, he would definitely die. He immediately shouted, Li Yang. The two of us are in the middle and late stages of the golden core realm, respectively. We can definitely hold on. As long as we resist the lightning and force him to keep attacking that kid, it will be enough. Li Yang nodded immediately, his eyes flashing with viciousness. Go back. The two of them took out their magical treasures at the same time, and the golden core realm magical power in their bodies poured out, making the falling lightning form an arc and slash at Jiang Ming again. However, this was within Jiang Ming's expectations. That's all you have? Ridiculous. Mini-Bai, it's your turn. Jiang Ming shouted and summoned Mini-Bai. The latter only opened her mouth slightly and absorbed all the lightning. This was Mini-Bai's talent. To others, the lightning tribulation was a huge disaster. However, to her, it was a great tonic. Soon, many lightning bolts were devoured. Even the protective barriers that Zhao Yuan and Li Yang had cast were devoured. F***ck. Zhao Yuan and Li Yang were stunned for a moment before they were struck by lightning. The two of them were instantly injured. Fortunately, their cultivation realms were not low. Even if they were struck by lightning, they could still recover their senses. Then, their expressions darkened. You're courting death. That's right. How dare you strike me? I'll kill you. The two of them attacked crazily, clashing with the lightning. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. These two were incredibly stupid and had thrown aside their duty for their pride. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. However, he did not care. He used the remaining lightning to continuously wash his body and condense his magical power. This scene also attracted the attention of Wu Ming in the distance. This kid's golden core realm mana seems to be extraordinary. Is he trying to refine the highest level of magic? Wu Ming was secretly amazed. The vast majority of cultivators who advanced to the golden core realm would condense magical power, or mana, at the level of the primordial core. Anyone who could reach the golden core realm was a genius. They would reach a higher level of mana condensation. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not reach the highest level. In the past 1,000 years of the Feather Kingdom, only the sect master of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven had successfully condensed mana to the level of the core demon. Even Wu Ming himself had not condensed his mana to that level. This kid seems to be planning to become the second person after Sect Master Mo to condense the mana of the core demon level in 1,000 years. Jiang Ming swallowed enough lightning and continuously cleansed himself. He was not planning to condense any mana. If he wanted to condense it, he would have to use his alchemy. However, after thinking about it, he realized he could combine them. Right now, what Jiang Ming was going to condense was top-grade profound alchemy level mana. Seeing this, Wu Ming was instantly speechless. Jiang Ming was very ambitious. Only peerless prodigies could pull this off. This was simply a joke. However, he was also looking forward to it because Jiang Ming's current situation was obviously capable of doing this. Perhaps this kid can really create a miracle. At this moment, Wu Ming prayed crazily. If Jiang Ming could do this, he could even worship Jiang Ming as his master. He only hoped that Jiang Ming could return a peaceful future to the world of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming did not know that Wu Ming had so many thoughts. He immediately walked forward step by step, and the momentum in his body exploded in an instant, making people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, everyone could not help but hold their breath, especially Zhao Yuan and Li Yang. They could feel the signs of Jiang Ming's imminent breakthrough. What level of golden core realm mana is that? I'm not very sure. However, it's definitely not the first level. The two of them looked horrified. They were born into noble families. However, the mana of the golden core realm they cultivated was only at the first level. However, was this kid in front of them going to leave them behind? What should we do? Should we work together to destroy this kid's advancement? Sure. As long as we disrupt his advancement, this kid will definitely go berserk. At that time all our plans will be completed. For a moment, the two of them had evil thoughts. Jiang Ming took a look and noticed that Wu Ming was ready to come and protect him. However, he didn't need it. I need to battle. Jiang Ming took a step forward instead of retreating. His aura swept out in an instant. He wanted to kill the two of them here and complete the advancement of the Golden Core realm at the same time. For a time, the two sides had already crossed swords no less than 20 times. Jiang Ming took a few steps back, and many bloody wounds appeared on his body. However, they soon formed scabs. Opposite them, Zhao Yuan and Li Yang were in a worse state. They had never expected that the kid in front of them was a martial arts expert who had reached the innate martial realm. He's too powerful. Isn't this kid going against the natural order? Jiang Ming had already completed his breakthrough. At this moment, he was both an immortal cultivator and a martial artist. He had entered the mystic spell realm, and it made people shudder. Martial arts are innate, and they nurture the power of the spiritual light. The golden core realm of immortal cultivation is also astoundingly powerful. Not to mention how strong his mana is. People this young who become golden core realm cultivators are usually the prodigies among prodigies of top sex. This kid is both a martial artist and an immortal cultivator. His talent is really monstrous. Looking at the level of profound lightning, even the heavens are afraid of him and want to strike him down. Zhao Yuan and Li Yang were rendered speechless. They immediately wanted to run away. However, they were completely locked down and could not move at all. Ning Kaichen were not like Elder Mo or Zhui Yan, were real members of the Zhao and Li families. If you dare to touch us, you'll definitely face endless revenge from the Zhao and Li families. At this moment, Zhao Yuan and Li Yang stared at Jiang Ming and kept threatening him. Since you dared try to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Jiang Ming snorted coldly. They were really stupid and arrogant. Did they really think that everyone in the world was afraid of the Zhao and Li families? Today, all of you will stay here and turn into corpses. When the time comes, I will definitely pay my respects to your families. The fierce blade appeared and attracted countless lightning bolts, turning them into waves of evil power. Boom! Boom! After the two explosions, Zhao Yuan and Li Shi could no longer be seen. Not even their corpses were left. They turned into dust and dissipated into the air. The remaining cultivators of the two families were speechless. They had never expected that this young man in front of them would be so decisive in killing. He did not give anyone a chance to breathe. In the distance, Wu Ming revealed a look of approval. He was extremely talented and extremely lucky. He was also a person with great perseverance. This was what a true prodigy should look like. Now, it was even better. This kid was so decisive in killing, and he resembled him when he was young. As Wu Ming thought about this, he even stroked his non-existent beard. However, in the next moment, he was stunned on the spot. Because Jiang Ming did not plan to let everyone go. Mister, let them all live. Jiang Ming did not have the ability to kill tens of thousands of people in one breath, even if they were only at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment realms. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment. Then, he thought for a moment and slowly said, yes. Killing two evil leaders is enough. Killing too many people will only be a sin. Then, Jiang Ming nodded and said, it seems that you still have some sense of propriety. You're not the kind of person who likes to play with people's hearts and likes to kill. This way, I can rest assured. Wu Ming froze on the spot. Was this kid testing him just now? No. How did this kid determine his location? Wu Ming was quite shocked. He had clearly hidden himself very well. Therefore, how could his true location be found? Do you have some secret treasure on you? Are you able to detect the location of others? Wu Ming asked. He seriously doubted the existence of such a possibility. After all, he was a mighty nascent soul realm cultivator. If the other party did not have any means, they would definitely not be able to find his location. Little did he know that Jiang Ming had only determined the other party's location after a period of analysis. It was strange. They knew each other's existence, so why were they so secretive? Could it be that these nascent soul realm cultivators had voyeuristic tendencies? Whatever. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to think about this. He asked bluntly. Mister, be frank. Why did you help me so many times? He did not believe that this nascent soul realm cultivator was acting out of the goodness of his heart. After all, this was the world of immortal cultivation, which was extremely cruel. How could there be such a kind person? It was not that there were no good people. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to survive and cultivate to the nascent soul realm, as good people basically did not live long. Wu Ming was also clear about this point. The reason why I attacked was because of your talent, luck, perseverance, and temperament. I want to recruit you and let you open up a bright path for all the individual cultivators in the world. Wu Ming spoke indifferently. He did not expect Jiang Ming to agree immediately. However, he had ways to make him agree. As long as you promise me, I can guide you in your cultivation and guarantee that you can reach the nascent soul realm and become absolutely powerful. Wu Ming said proudly. This time, Jiang Ming revealed a curious look. What stage of the nascent soul realm are you at? He could not see through Wu Ming's true cultivation level, he only knew that Wu Ming was a nascent soul realm cultivator. As for what stage he was at exactly, he did not know. I'm at least a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Wu Ming smiled. His cultivation realm had reached a bottleneck. He would be able to advance to the peak of the nascent soul realm in 2 years at most, which was why he said that he was at least in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. However, the next moment, Wu Ming was infuriated by Jiang Ming's words. What kind of golden core realm mana did you cultivate? And what kind of nascent soul mana as well? Was it the profound alchemy level mana? This time, Wu Ming was instantly speechless. Why did he think it was so easy to cultivate? However, thinking about it carefully, wasn't this kid in front of him the most top-notch expert at the innate martial realm? He had also cultivated golden core realm mana. It seemed normal for such a talented person to say such words. He rubbed his temples and slowly said, I haven't cultivated any mana in the nascent soul realm. I've only cultivated the golden core realm mana. Although the nascent soul realm mana can't be compared to the mana you've cultivated. My realm is high enough. Therefore, it's more than enough to teach you. Wu Ming raised his head arrogantly. It was not easy for a nascent soul realm cultivator to cultivate high-level mana. In fact, he was one of the very few people in the Feather Kingdom with such a high level of mana. Wu Ming indeed had the right to be arrogant. He came from a humble background. However, he had reached his current level with sheer determination. He could be said to be a genius and a person with great perseverance. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been born in the Feather Kingdom. However, how many of them could become legends in the end? Most of them died halfway through their journeys. If they were not killed, they would be sheltered in a sect. Thus, even if their cultivation realm was sufficient, their combat strength would not be able to compete with some cultivators with inferior talent, who had more combat experience and stronger lethal techniques. Or perhaps, they would be arrogant and complacent, and their cultivation realms would stagnate in the end, turning them into average people. All in all, only those who could train hard and become famous could be considered true talents and prodigies. Wu Ming was a powerful cultivator and was the #1 person among the individual cultivators in the Feather Kingdom. He was confident that he could make Jiang Ming acknowledge him as his master, and was even more confident that he could teach Jiang Ming well. Alas, he was set to be disappointed. "Thank you for your kindness. However, I don't really need your guidance." Jiang Ming responded in neither a servile nor an overbearing manner. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, before his eyes widened. "Kid, you should know that with me teaching you, you can avoid many detours on your cultivation path. Why would you reject me?" He did not understand. One had to know that although the lifespan of immortal cultivators far exceeded that of mortals, it was also limited. If he were to reach the end of his life while cultivating, wouldn't that waste his talent? Even geniuses could not avoid detours. Only expert teachers could help them. However, he had no idea who was in front of him. Jiang Ming was immortal. It did not matter how long he took on the path of cultivation. Jiang Ming naturally could not say this out loud. He could only smile indifferently and say, "Mister, I know you have good intentions. However, I already have an inheritance, and I have a faction supporting me. Therefore, it's not convenient for me to take another master." Only then did Wu Ming return to his senses, and slap himself. "That's true. Look at how silly I am. You're such a genius, and you have so many mysterious techniques and treasures on you. There must be some big faction behind you. However, I've been traveling outside for many years, and I've never seen a disciple of a large sect or a blessed land of immortal cultivation who can reach your level." "Which ancient sect or blessed land of immortal cultivation are you from?" "The Flower Fruit Mountain," Ning Kaichen said concisely. Wu Ming was stunned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar. However, he could not recall it in a short period of time. Regardless, he had traveled for so many years and had never heard of the Flower Fruit Mountain. "Since that's the case, then you should work hard. I hope that one day you can shake the world. At that time, I hope that you can repay my kindness." Wu Ming was shameless for once. Otherwise, with his personality, he definitely would not have said such words. Jiang Ming nodded and said, "As long as it is within my ability, and does not harm my personal interests, I will naturally repay you." The help that the other party had given him was indeed what he needed. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the cultivators of the Zhao and Li families to withstand such powerful heavenly lightning. It was all thanks to Wu Ming's help. This was a favor. It might not be big. However, Jiang Ming would remember it. After hearing Jiang Ming's words, Wu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Then, I will leave first. Also, I need to warn you that the little girl beside you is not in good condition. If you want to save her, you will have to pay a huge price, and this price may make your many years of cultivation go to waste. With that, Wu Ming left. Jiang Ming frowned. Naturally, he believed the words of this powerful cultivator in the nascent Soul realm, which meant that Zhuanan's situation was indeed very bad. If he helped Zhuanan change her fate, it would even affect his cultivation and future. Forget it. We'll take things one step at a time. At least I have to protect Enan. This was a promise to Lin Chongshan. Cultivators, unless they were really evil, would definitely value every promise they made. Jiang Ming quickly headed into the distance. Soon, he had brought Zhuanan out and left with Wu Hen and Ying Sha. Then, many streaks of light descended, causing the eyelids of many to tremble. What happened? Where are Zhao Yuan and Li Yang? There were quite a number of people, and the leaders were Zhao Chanan and Li Jianwu. Seeing the arrival of these two, everyone held their breaths for a moment, appearing extremely anxious. Sir, it's Ning Kaichen. He killed Lord Zhao Yuan and Lord Li Yang. A cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm spoke with a fearful expression because Jiang Ming's previous performance was too shocking. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chanan could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. He asked with some doubt, "Are you serious?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhao Chanan and Li Jianwu could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. What kind of person was Ning Kaichen to actually be able to do this? It was simply shocking. However, they did not have time to think about it, because Ning Kaichen and the others had already left for a while. They probably could not catch up even if they wanted to. Contact the network and pursue Ning Kaichen with all your might. At this moment, the network received another important mission, which was to kill Ning Kaichen. Interesting. Very interesting. First, there was Zhang Shan, and now, there's Ning Kaichen. When did the Feather Kingdom give birth to such prodigies? The master of the network, Luoqing, could not help but narrow his eyes, his fingers tapping on his chair. On the other side, many people were also deeply confused. They did not quite understand how things had developed to this point. It was simply puzzling. Zhang Shan had suppressed the geniuses of the various forces on the Saint Cultivation Peak and had even killed several prodigies of the forces in succession. Now, an extremely young cultivator, Ning Kaichen, had appeared and killed even more people. No one would dare to believe it if this spread. The Flower Fruit Mountain, eh? What kind of sect is this? Why is it unheard of? Could it be some unknown blessed land of immortal cultivation? If that's the case, then it's a little terrifying. An unknown sect like that is not an ordinary sect. I'm afraid we've offended some ultimate and terrifyingly supreme existences. Luoqing, the master of the network, could not help but be silent for a long time at this moment. He kept feeling that there was something extremely strange about this. He quickly sent a message back to the headquarters of the network outside the Feather Kingdom. He received a response in an instant. There is no Flower Fruit Mountain. Of course, it could also be a force that we don't know about. However, it doesn't matter. Geniuses of that level are rare in the outside world. However, it's not like they don't exist. Because no one dares provoke the network. This time, Luoqing finally felt relieved. What he wanted was not to know about the existence of the Flower Fruit Mountain. He just wanted to know if he would be abandoned by the network once the Flower Fruit Mountain was held accountable after killing Zhang Shan and Ning Kaichen. It was obvious that the current generation of people did not respect geniuses like Jiang Ming and Ning Kaichen. After all, geniuses need to be tempered, fought, and nearly killed to grow. Flowers in a greenhouse can't become great talents. Geniuses who have experienced tempering, battles, and other tribulations often die young. If a few die young, I believe that the flower fruit mountain will not be able to hold us accountable. Thinking of this, Luo Cheng's lips curled into a cruel smile as he waved his hand. Send out all the gold medal assassins now. We must get rid of Jiang Ming and Ning Kaichen in the shortest time possible. As soon as this order was issued, the network trembled. A gold medal assassin. And a gold medal assassin from the network, no less. In the entire Seven Kills Temple, all the assassins were at the Golden Core realm, and the network was about the same. However, there was a world of difference. The Seven Kills Temple was known as the #1 assassination force in the Feather Kingdom. The strength of their gold medal assassins would not exceed the peak of the Golden Core realm. However, the gold medal assassins of the network were not like that. In order to become a gold medal assassin of the network, one had to first reach the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm and have a good record. One had to have the ability to assassinate a cultivator stronger than oneself, namely a cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. As for the top-notch gold medal assassins of the network, they would easily be able to take down nascent soul realm cultivators. Once such a terrifying lineup set off, Jiang Ming and Ning Kaichen would definitely die. Of course, the main target is still Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen is just a secondary target. After all, the people Jiang Ming killed were from the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, the Spirit Silkworm Mountain, Green Feather Cultivation Academy, and the Divine Eye Sect. It's a world of difference compared to the trash that Ning Kaichen killed from the Zhao and Li families. This was Luo Cheng's intention. Actually, it was mainly because the network had taken a blow to their reputation last time. This time, they had to regain their good name no matter what. Therefore, Jiang Ming had to die. At the same time, in the Ghost Spirit sect, young Master Huai slowly opened his eyes, his expression turning extremely cold. Is that old thing still obstructing us? Why didn't our people capture Zhu? And then? Huai nodded and prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. Huaiyan, who was sitting at the head of the table, was completely enraged. Those two elders were useless. As long as I dual cultivate with Zhuanan, I will definitely have the opportunity to reach the deity transformation realm in the future. At that time, the entire Ghost Spirit sect will soar and even have the strength to contend with the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. This is a great opportunity for the Ghost Spirit sect, but these two insist on stopping the Ghost Spirit sect from reaching a higher level. Since they've made such a choice, then let them die. This time, Huaiyan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill some people. Fortunately, he still had some sense of propriety. After all, those were two elders who could not be killed just like that. Tell the Seven Kills Temple to get ready. Let them kill those two elders, and then we'll put on a show to avenge them. In short, I want to clear my name and go ashore. The Ghost Spirit sect's reputation has always been terrible. If we want to become a Grotto Heaven, then the Ghost Spirit sect needs a good reputation, a reputation that is as good as the 3 Grotto Heavens. A strange look flashed across Huai's eyes. However, she did not dare say anything. She could only nod and turn to leave. However, she did not expect Huai En to stare at her beautiful figure. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. Zhu Anen is a supreme-grade cultivation furnace, and Huai Mei is not bad either. Although she's from the same clan, they're so far apart. I think I can enjoy her. Huai Mei did not know that she was being watched. She immediately wanted to contact the people from the Seven Kills Temple. However, someone grabbed her wrist. Who is it? Huai Mei's expression changed. How could someone catch her off guard in her own sect? However, when she turned around, she saw a familiar figure. It was Zhuanan. When she saw this little girl, her expression changed. Of course, she knew that Zhuanan was with Ning Kaichen at the moment. If the former was here, didn't that mean that Ning Kaichen was here as well? As expected, when she looked over, she saw a young man dressed like a scholar slowly approaching Ning Kaichen. At this moment, Huai Mei shouted angrily. She had never thought that Ning Kaichen would dare appear here so openly. This guy had killed many ghost spirit sect disciples. However, Jiang Ming's face was indifferent at this moment. He did not feel guilty at all, let alone repent. Ning Kaichen, die. Huai Mei was about to attack, but was stopped by a figure. If you want to attack my master, you have to go through me. Ing Sha laughed coldly. After he took Jiang Ming's breakthrough pill, his cultivation level improved greatly, and he reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Coupled with the terrifying bloodline of the dark water mystical snake, his combat power had soared. Huai Mei could not resist him at all. Huai Mei also realized this and could not help but frown slightly as she glanced at Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen, why have you come this time? She looked vigilant and kept retreating. Ing Sha watched with a smile. She wanted to run away in front of him, a powerful middle-stage Golden Core realm demon? What a joke. Jiang Ming was not in a hurry. He just said, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't contact the people of the Seven Kills Temple to deal with those two elders. Otherwise, you will face my endless revenge. Hee hee, what a joke. Although the Ghost Spirit sect is not a grotto heaven, it is still one of the 6 blessed lands. There are several nascent soul realm cultivators guarding it. It doesn't matter if you are in the Golden Core realm. Huai Mei was panicking. Because of Ning Kaichen's silent arrival, no one in the sect sensed anything. Huai Mei furrowed her brows tightly, and her expression became increasingly gloomy. Ning Kaichen, what do you want? You told me not to contact the 7 Kills Temple to deal with those 2 elders. However, do you think you can go against the Ghost Spirit sect's young master? To tell you the truth, although my young master is from the younger generation, he is already a respected senior here. His cultivation has long reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and there are many cultivators at higher realms underneath him. He even has a few nascent soul realm elders supporting him. At this moment, Huai Mei was obviously a little fierce. Jiang Ming naturally saw this and could not help but smile. You don't have to tell me all this. I said that I came from the Flower Fruit Mountain. Oh right, the Zhang Shan you met before as my senior. Huai Mei was startled. As expected, this guy and Zhang Shan were old acquaintances. They came from the same sect. Huai Mei thought of this and could not help but say, in that case, what do you plan to do? She looked at him curiously. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, you don't plan to continue attacking me? Huaimei laughed bitterly and said, I don't want to deal with those two elders either. However, this is the young master's order after all. I, Huaimei, cannot disobey. Thus, I will contact the Seven Kills Temple to deal with the two elders. However, I hope you can protect their lives and not let them get hurt. Jiang Ming took a deep look at Huaimei. In fact, from the incident at the Saint Cultivation Peak, it was enough to see that although Huaimei seemed arrogant and despotic, she was actually a good person. She seemed to want to capture Zhuanan and bring her back. However, in fact, she was very worried about Zhuanan's fate and future. She was a good person. Unfortunately, she was too weak and was destined to be unable to protect herself. She could only live under the oppression of power. When Jiang Ming thought of this, he immediately said, actually, your own situation is not good either. That young master of your clan has been keeping an eye on you. I believe you have not realized this. Huaimei was startled. She had never expected Jiang Ming to say this. Regardless, she believed him. Because that young master might not be a lecherous person. However, he was someone who would do anything to climb to a higher realm. It was normal for such a person to not let her off, because she could be considered a rather good cultivation furnace. Whoosh. Huaimei slowly exhaled and asked seriously, since you've already said so, you must have a good way to solve this problem. Why don't you tell me and see if I have a way to escape? Hee, then how are you going to repay me? Jiang Ming asked with a smile. She never thought that Jiang Ming would be so astute. He was not someone who was easily blinded by lust. She had flirted with him for no reason. Huaimei took a few deep breaths. After pondering for a while, she finally patted her head and said, I know a mystic realm that has many natural treasures. I believe you will be very interested. In fact, Jiang Ming was not very interested. However, since it was related to the mystic realm, he was naturally invested. Tell me. Soon, Jiang Ming learned a lot of useful information from Huaimei, such as the origin of this so-called mystic realm. I didn't expect that this so-called mystic realm was actually established by an existence that was about to step into the quasi-saint realm. Jiang Ming sighed. The quasi-saint referred to people who had the qualifications to create a blessed land of immortal cultivation but had not yet done so. Such a person was very close to becoming a saint. If this mystic realm really exists, why don't you go in and explore it? Jiang Ming was curious. A mystic realm left behind by a quasi-saint was something that anyone would be tempted to keep a secret. Therefore, why did Huaimei tell him about it? Could it be that you want to use me to explore this mystic realm for you? Jiang Ming asked with a smile, causing Huaimei's expression to change slightly. He had guessed correctly. That was indeed her plan. After all, it was very likely that she would return empty-handed if she relied on herself to go to that mystic realm. However, if she could get close to this person in front of her, it would be of great benefit to her. After all, Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan are from the same lineage, and his cultivation realm is even stronger. He is a prodigy of the flower fruit mountain, Huaimei thought to herself. However, she didn't know that the so-called flower fruit mountain was just a place that Jiang Ming made up. Jiang Ming naturally saw through this woman's thoughts. However, he was not angry. He said bluntly, since you've already made up your mind, I'll agree to your request. It's time to set off, isn't it? He was very concerned about the ruins left behind by this quasi-saint. One had to know that quasi-saints were extremely powerful. They were miles ahead of the nascent soul realm experts. They were also very close to stepping into sainthood. The relics left behind by such figures were naturally unimaginable. There must be another world inside. Jiang Ming's family knew about his history. He was not born in a blessed land of immortal cultivation. Therefore, all kinds of natural treasures and rich resources, especially things like inheritances, were extremely important to him. The 100 Tribulations sacred body was his foundation. However, he still needed offensive and defensive techniques. Jiang Ming had to make a trip to the mystic realm of the remains of a quasi-saint. Very soon, he left Ing Sha to protect the two elders while he began to set up a plan behind the scenes. He planned to let the network's mission succeed, but also make the network's mission fail at the same time. You mean to say that, by letting the two elders fake their deaths, everyone, including the young master, would think that the two elders are really dead? Huaimei was stunned. She never expected Jiang Ming to suggest such a plan. She thought that Jiang Ming was planning to escape with the two elders. Haha, running away is a good idea. However, it's not feasible. It's better to settle this once and for all and let those elders fake their deaths. The Seven Kills Temple quickly received the news and sent assassins. Immediately. Killing two ghost spirit sect elders was not a troublesome matter to begin with. Moreover, this was an assassination mission given by the ghost spirit sect's own people. Therefore, it was even simpler. Most importantly, the reward for this assassination mission was too generous, making it impossible for anyone to resist the temptation. Elder Li and Elder Wang had already heard of this news. Friend, are you sure you can hide this from the Seven Kills Temple and the young master? Let's not talk about the young master's side. Just the Seven Kills Temple's side is enough. They have rich experience and are not something that ordinary forces can contend against. If anything happens to you, I'm afraid that the two of us will die, but you and Anan will be implicated. They knew very well that Ning Kaichen was the person protecting Zhuanan. Although they were not sure that Zhuanan was related to Ning Kaichen, who was from the Flower Fruit Mountain and outside of the Feather Kingdom, they were old. They had rich experience and sharp eyes. Naturally, they could see that Ning Kaichen really wanted to protect Zhuanan. Therefore, they would rather die than let Ning Kaichen get hurt. Otherwise, who would protect Zhuanan? Haha, elders, you can rest assured that my plan has been set up long ago. There will definitely be no mistakes, Jiang Ming said with a smile. His scheme was so well guarded that it was naturally not something that ordinary forces could compare to. In this way, the two elders could fake their deaths and deceive everyone. However, Elder Li and Elder Wang were still a little uneasy. It was mainly because although the Seven Kills Temple could not compare to the network, it was still an old assassin force. How could such an old assassination organization be so easily deceived? For a moment, everyone could not help but look at each other, not knowing what to say. At the same time, Zhuanan also walked over. Grandpa Li, Grandma Wang, this is a gift. You must accept it. As she spoke, Zhuanan handed over her gifts, which were 2 sets of medicinal pills. Upon seeing these medicinal pills, Elder Wang and Elder Li were stunned on the spot. They looked at Zhuanan in disbelief. Anan, where did you get this? This is actually a medicinal pill that can extend one's lifespan. It's extremely useful to our cultivation base. Its value is extraordinary. That's right. We must not accept such a precious medicinal pill. After all, our aptitude is limited. We will definitely not have the opportunity to continue breaking through in the future. It is better to leave it for others. Hearing this, Elder Li and Elder Wang could not help but be silent for a long time before revealing a bitter smile. Old Lin is really thoughtful. He didn't forget us. Yes, we must remember his friendship in our hearts. Elder Li and Elder Wang carefully held them up, as if they were really going to collect them. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. He had refined this mainly because Zhuanan had deep feelings for the two elders. Therefore, she hoped that the two elders could live longer. At the very least, when Inan was older and less concerned about life and death, she would consider other things. Right now, the most important thing was to fake their deaths. I have to act well. I have to think about how to act well. Jiang Ming fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was still not satisfied with the previous plan. This also gave Elder Li and Elder Wang a better understanding of Jiang Ming. This young man was extremely thoughtful. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. It was clearly a perfect plan. However, he still wanted to continue thinking about it. Little did they know that Jiang Ming was acting for them because the two elders had been worried about whether this plan could be completed. Jiang Ming's diligence naturally made it difficult for the two elders to continue questioning him. It was also at this moment that a voice transmission entered his ears. "They're here." Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. The assassin had arrived. The assassins sent by the Seven Kills Temple, this time were very strong. They had reached the peak of the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. It was easy for them to deal with two mid-stage Golden Core realm cultivators who were nearing the end of their lives. In the next moment, a powerful force swept out, causing people's eyelids to twitch slightly. "Old farts, come out and face your death," the assassin pretended to shout loudly. Those who didn't know better would think that the two elders' enemies had come to find him. The assassin was undoubtedly harboring such intentions. Although the entire Ghost Spirit sect knew that the death of the two elders was closely related to the young master, the truth was the same. Therefore, it was better to put it in a nicer tone. In the next moment, a powerful force swept out and shattered the window. Elder Li and Elder Wang looked at each other and walked out of the room. Where did this assailant come from? How dare you disturb us? Elder Li snorted coldly. However, he was acting. Elder Wang also looked quite angry and said coldly, "Little thief, you'd better retreat obediently. Otherwise, when the experts of the Ghost Spirit sect arrive, you will definitely die." However, the killer snorted coldly. It's not easy to kill two mid-stage Golden Core realm cultivators. However, it's easy to kill two mid-stage Golden Core realm cultivators who are nearing the end of their lifespans and have run out of energy. The assassin was very smart. He understood that even if this was an internal conflict within the Ghost Spirit sect, they would send people to help sooner or later. After all, they had to stand firm for the greater good. However, in the next moment, a powerful force came crashing down, causing the entire ground to tremble. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths. They had never expected things to develop to this stage. This assassin was too decisive. Of course, Elder Wang and Elder Li also pretended to be afraid. All of this was within Jiang Ming's expectations. Die. The two elders looked fierce and immediately charged at the assassin. You actually dare come here and cause trouble? You don't know what's good for you. Die. The assassin raised his hand, and his frightening aura shot out. I have to say that although Mr. Li and Mr. Wang are old and frail, and they are nearing the end of their lives, their acting talents are extraordinary. Jiang Ming muttered. You're courting death. Two old farts who are about to reach the end of their lives actually dare to attack me? Ridiculous. The assassin snorted coldly and raised the long blade in his hand. Bang! This slash failed to kill the two elders. However, the two elders were also heavily injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their expressions instantly became dispirited. The assassin attacked again. He had no intention of letting these two old farts go. Although he was cursing and looking down on them, his actions were extremely ruthless. Jiang Ming stood in the distance and watched. Beside him was Huai Mei. Are you sure your plan can succeed? Huai Mei asked, with a frown. Now, this assassin was fighting with all his might. If anything happened, no one could bear the consequences. Jiang Ming smiled and said, although I didn't expect that this assassin would really do his best to kill the two elders, I had already expected this situation. Thus, I put some armor on the two elders. Can armor protect them from him? Are you kidding me? However, the assassin stopped at this moment. The two elders had died. The assassin checked the situation and left in a hurry after confirming that the two elders were dead. He originally wanted to burn the corpses. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to leave it for the ghost spirit sex people to check and confirm that he had completed the mission. He did not want them to find an excuse to say that he had failed and scam him out of his money. As a result, the two elders were quickly forgotten here. Now's the time. Jiang Ming's eyes glinted as he took away the two elders' corpses, without a word, leaving behind ashes on the ground. When the ghost spirit sex experts came to check, there were only ashes left. Haha, these two old farts are really unlucky. After living for so long, they ended up like this. I have to say that it's a kind of tragedy. There is no need to care. They have been going against the young master all this while. This is destined to be their tragic ending. Speaking of which, do we still need to pay the 7 kills temple? If they are burnt to ashes, we can go back on our word, right? This was unfeasible. One had to know that the 7 kills temple was backed by the Mo family, who ruled the immortal Feather Grotto heaven. Even the current young master of the ghost spirit sect did not dare go against them. Naturally, they would not renege on their debts, pay the compensation, and then announce this matter to the public. Tell them that the two of them had gone mad and died. The young master came to investigate and then said these words, causing Huai Mei's eyes to widen. Things had already developed to this stage, and she could only feel the cold bloodedness of this young master. It was not a level that ordinary people could reach. However, she also understood something, which was that after the current situation developed, perhaps she should leave the ghost spirit sect as soon as possible. After that, Huai Mei's application to go out to gain experience was naturally approved. After all, Huai Mei's real reason was to go out to look for Zhu an inn, which was exactly what the young master wanted. Then, Jiang Ming and Huai Mei met at an inn. You're already leaving the ghost spirit sect, so why are you still looking for me? Jiang Ming was puzzled. What was this woman thinking? Huai Mei did not answer the question immediately. Instead, she asked, "How are the two elders now?" "Don't worry, the two elders are living very well in the mortal world now. Moreover, I've already sent them to the Jiang kingdom. With their current cultivation and energy, they are enough to establish a strong force," Jiang Ming said calmly. Originally, the two elders only had less than 10 years left to live. However, after taking the pills given by Jiang Ming, one could extend their lifespan and live for another 30 years. One had to know that the two elders were not mortals. It was easy for a pill to extend a mortal's lifespan by 10 or 20 years. However, it was much more difficult to extend the lifespan of a golden core realm cultivator. However, to Jiang Ming, it was not a big deal. He had an immortal constitution, and any drop of his blood could prolong one's life. All right. Huai Mei nodded first, then took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Ming seriously. "Weren't you planning to go to that mystic realm before? We can set off now." Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. "What did you say? Didn't you say that the mystic realm only opens once every 30 years? The last time it opened was less than 10 years ago." He had planned to wait for another 20 years or so before going. However, he was also weary of going without reaching the nascent soul realm first. As for the reward, he naturally did not care too much. However, someone forcefully opened that mystic realm. "You should have seen this person before. It's the one from the ancient kingdom blessed land." Jiang Ming could not help but frown when Huai Mei said that. "Was it Holy Sun Guqi?" Jiang Ming gasped and said, "The people around him are at most in the golden core realm. How can they forcefully open the mystic realm?" "I'm not sure, but he's the holy son of the ancient kingdom blessed land, and the number one holy son. How can the combat strength of his people only be at the golden core realm? There will definitely be a nascent soul realm cultivator protecting him." This time, Huai Mei could not help but look at Jiang Ming strangely. They were both from blessed lands of immortal cultivation. However, why was there such a huge difference in rankings between the two of them? Jiang Ming did not care about this. He was more concerned about the true intentions of Holy Sun Guqi. It's impossible for this fellow to open the mystic realm for no reason. There must be a huge problem. Interesting. I want to see what Holy Sun Guqi is up to. As he spoke, Jiang Ming brought Huai Mei to his current residence. Then, he continued to meditate. He planned to further stabilize his cultivation in a short period of time. We will depart in 10 days. Right now, Holy Sun Guqi was forcefully opening the hidden area of the secret realm. According to legend, the person who created this mystic realm was a supreme expert of the elemental spirit Immortal sect. After his death, the once influential elemental spirit Immortal sect was destroyed. This was an unimaginable event. Within 10 days, Huai Mei had gone to Zhu and many times to ask about many things. In fact, she really wanted to take in away. After all, Huai Mei was not at ease with this so-called Ning Caichen's character. She was afraid that he was the same as the ghost spirit sect's young master. However, Zhuanan kept shaking her head and kept convincing Huai Mei not to be so paranoid. She was fully convinced Ning Caichen was a good person. And then, why do you trust these stinky men, but not me? Huai Mei had a bitter smile on her face. She could naturally sense that the little girl in front of her had an inexplicably high level of trust in Zhang Shan and Ning Caichen. This was something she could not imagine. She had known many men and had experienced the incident with the young master. She could not believe these men no matter what. This was because these men thought based on their lower bodies. Most importantly, Zhuanin's physique was too special. Huaimei had always felt that Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan might have ulterior motives for Zhuanin. However, Zhuanin shook her head. Mimi, you must trust my intuition. Think about it, when has my intuition ever gone wrong all these years? Huaimei was startled and then fell into deep thought. Indeed, Zhuanin's intuition was very terrifying. There was basically no possibility of her judgment being wrong. At the thought of this, she could not help but take a few deep breaths and say, then do you really think that the two of them came from the flower fruit mountain? Huaimei was very concerned about this. Zhu Anan smiled sweetly and said, Mimi, I know that you have strong intuition. However, you're not a god. How can you know everything? Anyway, judging from the capabilities of Mr. Zhang Shan and Mr. Ning Kaichen, their inheritance and methods are extraordinary. Other than a blessed land of immortal cultivation, who else can nurture such a prodigy? Huaimei was startled. After thinking carefully, it did make sense. Looking at the world, it was simply too difficult for individual cultivators to be so monstrously talented. After all, most of the talented cultivators had entered various large sects. It seems that my imagination is still too shallow. The geniuses and prodigies born from those blessed lands of immortal cultivation and ancient sects are definitely not something that the cultivation sects in the Feather Kingdom can imagine. Huaimei took a deep look in Jiang Ming's direction and could not help but fall silent. However, she did not notice the cunning look in Zhuanin's eyes. Zhuanin did not care why Jiang Ming did this or what his true identity was. She only knew that he really wanted to protect her, that was all. However, Mr. is still advancing and breaking through. His goal is to go to the mystic realm to find out what's going on. Is it to defy the heavens and change my fate? Zhu Anan could not help but clench her fists tightly. She knew very well that defying the heavens and changing her fate was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. I absolutely cannot allow anything bad to happen to Mr. Therefore, I need to constantly become stronger, strong enough to protect and help Mr. At this moment, Zhuanin's heart was firm. No one knew that in the near future, a peerless empress would appear in the world. And this peerless empress, who would cause the Feather Kingdom and even the cultivation world outside the borders to tremble in fear, was currently swearing silently beside an individual cultivator who had yet to become truly famous. Jiang Ming knew nothing about this. At this moment, he had already completed the preliminary work of consolidating the cultivation bases of his two paths. It seems that my cultivation can continue to soar. Jiang Ming clearly felt that since the 100 Tribulations sacred body had reached the second level, both his cultivation paths had been greatly improved. If he continued to cultivate for a long time, his strength might continue to break through and directly reach the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and the middle stage of the innate martial realm. Unfortunately, haste makes waste. I have to accumulate a sufficiently deep foundation and wait for the opportunity. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and then began the next step. I have to start researching spells. To be precise, it was a mystic technique. Spells were basically techniques used by those in the foundation establishment realm and below. Higher level spells were called mystic techniques. Mystic techniques are a higher level of technique than spells, second only to divine techniques. Right now, I need to further deduce these spells and reach the level of mystic techniques. At this moment, Jiang Ming began to close his eyes and meditate. In an instant, he slowly reached a realm that ordinary people could not imagine in their lifetime. This was the mystical spell realm. Many people could not reach this realm in their entire lives. What they cultivated was only the mystic techniques passed down by higher level cultivators. Most of those who could reach this level were basically nascent soul realm or deity transformation realm cultivators. They had already come into contact with some divine techniques. Therefore, they could deduce various mystic techniques. However, Jiang Ming, who had never come into contact with divine techniques, was able to step into this mysterious realm at the early stage of the golden core realm. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Jiang Ming could not help but secretly praise his talent and monstrous comprehension. The foundation of the first mystic technique deduction was a fire-type spell. The fireball technique. Jiang Ming had been using the fireball technique for a long time and he had accumulated a lot of experience in it. However, just this spell is far from enough. This is the most basic spell. I need to deduce a higher level spell first. Jiang Ming fell into deep thought for a long time. He planned to deduce the fireball technique to the second level. The reason why he did not directly use some higher level spells as the foundation was because the concept and accumulation of Jiang Ming's understanding of these spells were far from enough. Now, he had to do his best and use the basic spells as the foundation. From there, he would continue to comprehend them, allowing his comprehension of the concepts to reach an unimaginable level. Only then would his foundation be enough to deduce powerful mystic techniques. Jiang Ming had always been a man of his word. After deciding on the first spell to comprehend, he devoted himself to the process of comprehending the fireball technique. 3 days passed. What is Ning Kaichen doing? Why are there explosions coming from the other side? At this moment, Huaimei could not help but be stunned because there had been a commotion in the direction where Jiang Ming was. All kinds of explosions kept ringing in her ears. At this moment, Wu Hen walked over and said indifferently, "Master is comprehending the true essence of spells and deducing even more powerful mystic techniques." What? Are you joking with me? A mere early-stage golden core realm cultivator wants to deduce a mystic technique? How can he do that? Huaimei had a look of disbelief, thinking that Wu Hen was joking. Wu Hen just smiled and said, "You won't get it. You don't even understand how monstrous my master's aptitude is, yet you dare make such a claim." That's right. How could ordinary people like you know about my master's heaven defying methods? Huaimei was speechless. First, it was Juanan, and now it was Wu Hen. They were all blindly praising Ning Kaichen. They were probably brainwashed by Ning Kaichen. My God, what is this aura? It is different from a spell. However, it isn't as solid as a true mystic technique. It is a special realm between spells and mystic techniques. Huaimei's expression changed drastically. What was going on? At this moment, everyone could not help but be speechless. They did not understand what had happened at all. It was also at this moment that Huaimei suddenly realized that her understanding of Ning Kaichen was still too shallow. This guy might really be a true prodigy with monstrous capabilities. Jiang Ming knew nothing about this. He did not care. In his opinion, the most important thing was strength. Techniques were also a part of strength. The second stage of the fireball technique is the Great Fireball technique. And the third stage is the Great Blazing Flame technique. Now that it is gradually advancing toward a higher level, the true essence of the path of fire is becoming more and more intense. If I succeed, I will deduce the true fire element mystic technique. At this moment, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Immediately, he shouted, condense, refine, transform, deal. Raging Flames Mystic Technique. This was Jiang Ming's personal name for the mystic technique he had deduced. Powerful techniques that possessed the true essence of the fire element were unleashed at this moment. Everyone present could not help but be dumbfounded. They faintly realized that Ning Kaichen had really succeeded. This fellow actually deduced a mystic technique on his own. Moreover, it's a mystic technique with its own attributes. Isn't this too much? Many people muttered to themselves, as if they felt great fear. With such a monstrous figure above their heads, it was truly suffocating. However, this was nothing at all, because Jiang Ming still planned to further advance and evolve the Raging Flames mystic technique to reach a higher level. Only then could it be considered completely stable. Otherwise, if he were unable to stabilize the mystic technique, it would be extremely difficult to use it during battle. The Raging Flames mystic technique is a fire-type mystic technique. It is constructed with the true essence of fire as the foundation. However, it only uses the true essence of fire as the basic power. It is lacking in other aspects, because it is only mortal fire. Jiang Ming's brain was working like crazy. He was wondering if it was time to find some spiritual fire of heaven and earth to improve the Raging Flames mystic technique. Thinking of this, he immediately went out to find Huaimei. Is there any spiritual fire of heaven and earth in the mystic realm you want to take me to? Jiang Ming was concise and went straight to the point. Huaimei was also a little confused by the question. After a long time, she slowly said, I don't know. The mystic realm I want to take you to is called the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. However, I do know that the person who was once called the flame demon Heavenly Lord was handling some powerful devil fire and evil fire. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes could not help but light up. Huaimei immediately said, Ning Kaichen, calm down. Although the devil fire is not bad, it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous for you to tame it. Most importantly, the devil fire is the natal power of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. It's definitely very difficult to obtain it. You are simply seeking death if you go now. Why don't you think of another way to find some spiritual flames here? Unexpectedly, her words were interrupted. I remember you said before that there are restrictions in the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. Only those below the nascent soul realm are qualified to enter, right? Huaimei took a deep breath and nodded. That's right. She finally understood that no matter what she said to Ning Kaichen, it would be useless. Once this guy had made up his mind, nothing could stop him. Jiang Ming clapped his hands and said happily, that's good. Actually, he also felt that it was strange. The difference between the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm was vast. In comparison, the difference between the deity transformation realm and the nascent soul realm was much smaller. In Jiang Ming's opinion, it would not be a big deal if the restriction was set to allow only those below the deity transformation realm. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed odd to only allow cultivators below the nascent soul realm to enter such a frightening area. Jiang Ming shook his head and did not dwell on this matter. He slowly turned around and his gaze fell on a group of people not far away. Who are those people? He had long noticed the arrival and existence of those people. He did not ask before because he had more important things to do. However, now, it was obvious that these people were not good people. Do you still need to ask who they are? Don't you know what you did previously? Huaimei was speechless. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally understood that these people were from the Zhao and Li families. They were here to cause trouble for him. The Zhao and Li families obviously did not notice the presence of Jiang Ming. And the others, because Jiang Ming had set up many methods to directly block everyone's aura. The reason why they stopped here was because they had sensed the mysterious aura fluctuations in this area. They thought it was some kind of treasure. However, after searching for so many days, they found nothing. Damn it, we've been here for so many days. If the higher-ups find out, won't they scold us? We came out to look for Ming Kaichen. However, we haven't been able to find him. This is a joke. That's right. We have to give up on the treasure hunt. Otherwise, we will definitely be severely punished when we return to the family. Many cultivators decided to give up on the treasure hunt and continue searching for Ming Kaichen. After all, if they could find and capture Ming Kaichen, they would also receive a valuable reward. However, there were also people who maintained the opposite opinion. I think we should continue to search for treasures. After all, we have to share the rewards with the leaders if we find Ming Kaichen. It's better to continue searching for treasures. That's right. If I can find some treasure, my strength will definitely rise to a higher level. When I go back to the Jiang Kingdom and the Ning Kingdom, I will have a place there. Why do I have to suffer being a grunt for the family for the rest of my life? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. If you want to leave, just leave. Don't delay our treasure hunt. For a moment, this team of over 100 Foundation establishment and Golden Core Realm cultivators had already started quarreling, causing many people to have an unimaginable sense of déjà vu. They haven't found me yet, or rather, they haven't found the treasure yet. And they're already starting to have internal strife? The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth curled up. The Zhao and Li families were just average. Thus, the so-called elites they cultivated were average as well. Are you planning to teach them a lesson? Huaimei asked, causing Jiang Ming to laugh. Are you kidding me? Why should I attack them? Killing them will only lower my status. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to talk too much with these people. He directly asked Huaimei to lead the way. He planned to go directly to the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord to see what was going on. At the same time, Holy Sun, this cave abode has already been opened. What do you think we should do now? Someone asked. It was a Golden Core Realm cultivator from the ancient kingdom. Blessed land. He was also a prodigy. However, unfortunately, he was still far from the level of a Holy Sun. The other was a cultivator who had reached the halfway stage to the nascent Soul Realm. Even Holy Sun Guqi was very polite to him because he was a follower of Holy Lord Gu Hua, the current Holy Lord. Uncle Rao, do you think we should go in now, or wait for the people from the other factions to come and let them scout the way first? Holy Sun Guqi asked. However, his gaze at the entrance of the mystic realm was filled with greed. He had come for the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, if it was just a fight for the saint cultivation platform, a few other holy sons would be enough. Why would he need to come personally? One had to know that this was the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. If this veteran went one step higher, they would be a quasi-saint. In the ancient kingdom-blessed land, the flame demon Heavenly Lord was at the level of an ancestor. Even the current Holy Lord had not reached this level. Thus, Holy Son Guqi was naturally tempted. Rao Wuqing's expression remained unchanged. We definitely have to go in. However, we don't know what's going on inside. After all, the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord must be extraordinary. Why don't we wait for the people from other forces to arrive before we go in? However, with our sect members around, the other factions won't come here. Right? Moreover, even if they dared to come, they would not show their faces directly. After all, they're not stupid. Holy Son Guqi was worried about this. He was afraid that no one would scout the way for them. However, Rao Wuqing smiled nonchalantly and casually grabbed a few early-stage Golden Core Realm cultivators and hundreds of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Shall we make them scout the way? The people who were captured were stunned. They had been hiding in the dark to observe the situation. However, they did not expect to be directly captured and used as cannon fodder to scout the way. Everyone, I am an elder of the Five Mountain sect and have a relationship with the ancient kingdom-blessed land. I hope that everyone can spare my life, a mid-stage Golden Core Realm expert announced. He did not dare disobey because the people in front of him were all from ancient cultivation sects. This was especially true for the person in front of him. He was half a step into the nascent soul realm. His strength was especially terrifying and powerful. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. However, Rao Wuqing shouted coldly. In the next moment, this elder from the Five Mountain sect was killed ruthlessly. Countless people were shocked. This person was really cruel. A mid-stage Golden Core Realm expert was really killed just like that. Most importantly, this person was not an ordinary person. He came from the Five Mountain sect. Although the Five Mountain sect was not a grotto heaven, it was still a great faction that was second only to the grotto heavens and was on the same level as the Divine Eye sect. The elders in it naturally had extraordinary statuses and were especially prominent. However, now, he was actually killed just like that. That half-step nascent soul realm expert from the blessed land of immortal cultivation did not even blink. Does anyone else have any objections? Rao Wuqing looked over coldly, and the group immediately shrunk their necks and did not dare make a sound, afraid that they would be the next to die. They did not dare continue resisting and immediately followed his instructions to enter the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. I see. He uses very cruel means. Jiang Ming was also watching from afar and was quite shocked. This half-step nascent soul realm cultivator was definitely not an ordinary person. Of course. He is Rao Wuqing, also known as Demon King Rao. He has killed countless people. Most importantly, if he hadn't fought Holy Lord Gu Hua in the past, which caused him to be injured, he would have long entered the nascent soul realm and had a chance to break through to the deity transformation realm. It can be said that among the holy sons of Holy Lord Gu Hua's generation, although Rao Wuqing was not a holy son and was only a General under Holy Lord Gu Hua, in terms of talent and combat strength, he was still at the level of a holy son. Huai Mei spoke slowly and glanced at Jiang Ming to see his reaction. However, to Huai Mei's surprise, Jiang Ming did not have any reaction at all. Instead, he was smiling. If that's the case, it's interesting. It seems that the holy son who has grown up is indeed extraordinary. He is worlds apart from those who are still immature. Jiang Ming's words left Huai Mei speechless. She naturally knew who the holy son that Jiang Ming was talking about was. Holy Son Guqi. I can't believe Jiang Ming actually dares look down on the holy son Guqi. Even if the latter's combat strength and aptitude are inferior to his, he should not be so underestimated, right? After all, holy son Guqi's identity and status are obvious. He is not someone an ordinary prodigy can disobey. Unless Jiang Ming had a great background, Huai Mei thought to herself. However, she was soon choked by Jiang Ming's words. When I establish the Flower Fruit Mountain in the future, I will definitely recruit some peerless geniuses. However, I definitely do not want these pieces of trash who cannot even reach the nascent soul realm. What injury? He's simply finding an excuse for his weakness. He is destined to be a weakling. Jiang Ming looked disdainful. Then, he stood up and patted the dust off his body. All right, it's our turn to enter the mystic realm and find the devil fire. Jiang Ming came here this time to find a suitable flame for himself in the land of heritage of the flame demon heavenly lord, a powerful and terrifying devil fire. However, it was clear that the number and quality of the experts that came this time far surpassed the batch he had met in the Black Rock ruins. There's even Rao Wuqing, a powerful cultivator in the half-step nascent soul realm. Ning Kaichen, I suggest that we wait for a while more. We shouldn't try to get the devil fire. That will put us in a desperate situation. Huai Mei said. There was nothing they could do. There were too many enemies. Even if Ning Kaichen was talented, facing so many enemies, especially Rao Wuqing, who had the talent of a holy son from the previous generation, would simply be courting death. However, Jiang Ming smiled disapprovingly and said, if we stop here, how can we seize greater opportunities? How can I become stronger? Don't forget that. We cultivators should go against the grain. We should fight against all our enemies and not fear death. Jiang Ming's hot-blooded attitude stunned Huai Mei. Behind him, Wu Hen's expression did not change. Ying Sha could not help but smile. This guy really has no dignity. Doesn't he know what kind of person he is? How dare he say such words? He thought to himself. However, he did not dare to say those things out loud, because Ying Sha knew very well that he was definitely not Jiang Ming's match. If he provoked Jiang Ming, he would probably be beaten to the ground. Jiang Ming did not know what Ying Sha was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care, because he was just fooling Huai Mei. See those people? Don't they look familiar? Jiang Ming suddenly glanced in a direction. Huai Mei looked over and was instantly stunned. There were people from the Ghost Spirit sect. And the one leading them was actually the Ghost Spirit sect's young master. It's not surprising for them to come. However, why is Elder Zhai here too? Huai Mei frowned. She knew very well who that person was. Elder Zhai was a genuinely great cultivator of the half-step nascent soul realm. His strength was not something that ordinary people could compare to. At the thought of this, Huai Mei's body could not help but tremble, becoming increasingly stiff. The fear toward the young master and elder Zhai was carved into her bones and could not be easily changed. Are you afraid of these people? Jiang Ming smiled indifferently and said, if you were to encounter an even more powerful existence, such as the sect, master of your ghost spirit sect, wouldn't you be so afraid that your soul would dissipate? Huai Mei did not say anything. She knew where her fear came from. It was all because of everything she had seen in the ghost spirit sect over the years, as well as the intimidation that the young master had brought to her, that made Huai Mei unable to help but feel extreme fear. Fortunately, our disguises were successful, and we shouldn't be recognized. Otherwise, I, the traitor, would definitely be tortured to death. Huai Mei secretly rejoiced in her heart. However, in the next moment, she was dumbfounded because Jiang Ming strode forward and actually greeted the ghost spirit sect's young master. Who are you? I am Yan Qixia. He was using this identity again. After all, Zhang Shan and Ning Caichen's identities were famous outside, and they had attracted many bounties on their heads. If he were to use Zhang Shan and Ning Caichen's identities so openly, he would not even be able to enter this mystic realm. Upon hearing this, the ghost spirit sect's young master was slightly startled. He asked, why are you looking for me? He looked down on all the individual cultivators present. However, he did not dare underestimate the young man in front of him. This was because although Yan Qixia was young, he was at the golden core realm. Even the current grotto heavens could not nurture such a prodigy. It was very likely that he came from a blessed land of immortal cultivation. I come from the Swallow Mountain sect, and on this trip, I happened to encounter the opening of the mystic realm here. Unfortunately, our group is too weak, and I hope to make some friends to explore the place with us. Of course, I'm willing to pay a price in exchange for your companionship. Jiang Ming's forthright appearance stunned the ghost spirit sect's young master, Huayan. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. Where did this stupid fool come from? Once one entered the mystic realm, it did not matter where one came from. Why? And was going to strip the place bare anyway. I've heard of the Swallow Mountain sect. It's said that they are famous for being chivalrous and righteous, and they value justice and truth. The disciples of such a faction are all hotheads. Perhaps the heavens had given me an opportunity today to make good use of such a hoodlum. Huayan thought to himself as the smile on his face grew wider. Yan Qixia, I would be happy to accept your request. Moreover, being able to make friends with the elites of the Swallow Mountain sect and travel together with you is my greatest honor. Huayan looked exceptionally polite. Jiang Ming laughed out loud and did not care about anything else. He turned around and went in. Huai Mei stared at him. What was this guy trying to do? Also, did this guy come up with another fake sect? Immediately, Huai Mei realized something. Perhaps neither Yan Qixia nor Ning Caichen was his true identity. Who is this guy? He actually dared to take the initiative to find Huayan to travel with him. He's simply courting death. At this moment, Huai Mei was extremely worried. She did not care about Jiang Ming. However, what would happen if Zhu Anan was implicated? Master naturally had a plan. Moreover, just watch carefully, the one who will be in trouble will definitely be this young master of the ghost spirit sect. Wu Hen said slowly. Ying Sha nodded. Although he often ridiculed Jiang Ming, he also understood that this person was very crafty and ruthless. Zhang Shan, Ning Caichen, Yan Qixia. This guy played every role very well. How could such a person be an ordinary person? It was even more impossible for ordinary people to toy with him. Ing Sha looked at Huai En's back and could not help but shake his head. This silly boy would definitely be toyed with like a mouse. What a pity. Such an extraordinary genius would eventually become Jiang Ming's plaything. At the same time, Huaiyan did not notice the reactions of the others. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold glint flashed across them. He was thinking about how to make use of Yan Qixia. Once we finish exploring the mystic realm, we'll choose a place to attack and snatch all the treasures this kid finds, Huaiyan said. Young master, aren't you afraid of offending the Swallow Mountain sect? Because of this? Elder Zhai frowned. The Swallow Mountain sect was a cultivation sect that was known to dominate the major kingdoms in the world of immortal cultivation. Although it was not a blessed land of immortal cultivation, it was still on the same level as the immortal feather grotto heaven, or even stronger. If he were to make a move against Yan Qixia, it was very likely that he would draw the wrath of the Swallow Mountain sect. Huaiyan smiled slightly and said disapprovingly, if it were any other sect, I would be somewhat fearful. However, the Swallow Mountain sect is different. These stubborn fellows are very particular about what they do. If their disciples are killed, so be it. After all, how can a person not encounter trouble when he travels the world of immortal cultivation? Even if we kill him and alarm the Swallow Mountain sect, they won't come looking for trouble with us. Hearing this, Elder Zhai nodded subconsciously. The Swallow Mountain sect had always been unruly. However, they were also extremely rigid. They would never avenge their disciples, because in their eyes, dying in the world of immortal cultivation was the best way for a hero to die. Many factions praised the thinking of the Swallow Mountain sect on the surface. However, in reality, they viewed the Swallow Mountain branch with disdain and contempt. Alright, I'll pay attention to it. When the time comes, I'll directly kill this young man. There won't be any issues. Elder Zhai spoke slowly as if Yan Qixia were already a dead man. What they did not know was that Jiang Ming had already seen through their thoughts. After all, the ghost spirit sect's young master is a narrow-minded person. Moreover, he's not as smart as he thinks he is. Furthermore, with my identity connected to the Swallow Mountain sect, they won't hold back. As long as they make a move, I'm confident that I can kill them. Jiang Ming could not help but smile. His plan had already been formed. Now it was time to see when these guys would attack. However, compared to those people from the ghost spirit sect, Jiang Ming was more concerned about those from the ancient kingdom blessed land. They came in not long before us. Why is their progress so fast that they have already disappeared? Jiang Ming looked ahead. There was no trace of the people from the ancient kingdom blessed land. What was going on? He kept looking around, and a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes. Then, his body suddenly jerked, and he charged forward. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted in front of everyone, followed by a series of sharp explosions. Countless living beings felt the pressure. Damn it, what are the people in front doing? This is the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord, a legacy relic left behind by a powerhouse. There are countless dangers within. Thus, it's only right to be extremely careful, someone could not help but complain. However, in the next moment, he turned into ashes, dying instantly. There was probably great danger. As they expected, soon, cultivators rushed over. "Run! Run!" one of the cultivators roared, his face filled with fear and panic, as if he had seen something terrifying. The others revealed doubtful expressions. However, soon, their eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never expected a flaming monster to come straight at them. Jiang Ming and the others had already found a place to hide. "Ning Kaichen, did you already know about the existence of this flaming monster and its attack route and methods? Otherwise, why would you find a place to hide in advance?" Mei stared at Jiang Ming. The latter frowned and said unhappily, "I'm not Ning Kaichen now. I'm Yanqi Xia. You'd better not forget that." Jiang Ming did not want to reveal his identity, for no reason. Although it would be revealed sooner or later, now was not the time. Hearing this, Mei raised her eyebrows and said, "All right, Yanqi Xia. I just want to ask you one thing. Did you already know about the layout and situation here?" "Haha, Mei, you'd better not forget that you were the one who told me about the existence of this mystic realm. How could I know about it in advance? However, it's normal for a mystic realm like this to be filled with danger. I've already discovered that we're not in the same plane of existence. The ancient kingdom-blessed land disappeared because they were on another route, in another plane of existence." Jiang Ming frowned. As expected of a veteran who was almost at the level of a quasi-saint, his means were indeed not something that ordinary people could compare to. One had to know that after reaching the realm, before becoming a quasi-saint, the insightful emptiness realm, one could accommodate the void and open up a small world within their body. Jiang Ming did not guess incorrectly. The land of heritage of the flame demon, Heavenly Lord, was very likely a manifestation of the inner world of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. To be able to evolve the path of space to such a level means that he's indeed a ruthless person who's only a little bit away from becoming a saint. However, the people of the ancient kingdom-blessed land should not be having a good time either, because the strength of this monster was determined by the overall strength of the intruders. In short, the monster will be stronger than 99% of the cultivators. Unless you're stronger than that, you will die. This means that the vast majority of the cultivators must be eliminated in each passage, and then enough elite cultivators must be selected to enter the deeper parts. In short, this was a kind of screening process. It was the survival of the fittest. After Jiang Ming understood this, he could not help but take a deep breath. He vaguely understood this point. Thus, he naturally would not choose to attack. However, Mei was reluctant. "So many people are going to die here. Are you sure you want to just let them die? Are you planning to go up and save them?" Jiang Ming asked. Mei, don't forget that you were born in the ghost spirit sect. Haven't you killed many people? Or do you want me to die and taken in away? Mei was speechless. She indeed had this plan. For some reason, Mei still did not want Zhu and to follow Jiang Ming, because Jiang Ming was too mysterious and unpredictable. He was not someone she could figure out. However, she did not expect Jiang Ming to be powerful enough to see through everything with one glance. However, as a female cultivator, Mei would naturally refuse to admit it. "I just don't think there's a need for so many people to die. After all, we're all cultivators. Therefore, we should help each other." Jiang Ming sneered and looked at the flaming monster in front of him. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill the other party. The power of fire on this flaming monster was extraordinary. The flaming monster was extremely arrogant. Flames raged out, turning the surroundings into a crematorium. Countless cultivators were burnt by the flames and could not help but wail. Screams of pain erupted continuously at this moment. Huaimei was immediately given a big fright, and her expression was extremely ugly. How are we going to go deeper? Just this flaming monster alone is blocking our way forward. Huaimei's face was filled with despair. Jiang Ming glanced at her and said, I'm going in to seize the devil fire. I'm also going to take down this flaming monster in front of me. As for you, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. Huaimei immediately frowned. Ning Kaichen was not chivalrous at all. However, that was normal. It was the survival of the fittest. Bang! Jiang Ming took a step forward and sent a cultivator flying. Then, he kicked a few people away. These people wanted to curse. However, they were burned to ashes by the flames the next moment. Damn it! What are you trying to do? Can't you see that the monster is about to force its way over? Are you still planning to continue walking forward and seek death? An intermediate Golden Core Realm cultivator shouted angrily, wondering if there was something wrong with this new guy's brain. Not far away, Huayan and the others, who had just arrived, also frowned. They did not understand what Yan Qixia wanted to do. Humph. Jiang Ming snorted and said, you don't have to run away since you've met me. It's better to stay and search for treasures together. As for this monster, leave it to me. What the hell? Everyone was stunned. Before they could return to their senses, they saw Jiang Ming leap out and slash down with his sword. In order to hide his true identity, Jiang Ming switched to using a different sword instead of his usual blade. His sword strike actually had the power to tear the sky apart, causing many cultivators' eyelids to subconsciously twitch. What a powerful sword intent! However, in the next second, a majestic force swept over and directly destroyed the flaming monster. It was Jiang Ming's sword Qi. How terrifying! Huayan and the others had been watching the battle and thought that Yan Qixia was probably finished. However, in the end, the latter split a flaming monster with a single slash. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that Yan Qixia was the real monster. Jiang Ming snorted coldly and put on an arrogant appearance, bearing the airs of a disciple of the Swallow Mountain sect. I told you, with me around, you guys will definitely be fine. After all, we are all here together, so I, Yan Qixia, will definitely fight for enough benefits for all of us. After all, we are fellow cultivators, and we should help each other. What an idiot! Huayan could not help but shake his head. He knew that the people of the Swallow Mountain sect were all stubborn and had extraordinary pride. He did not expect this guy to be so stupid. Right now, Huayan was considering whether or not he should pretend to cooperate with this person first so that he would not be killed by this guy's insanity. It was also at this moment that a voice entered his ears. Young Master Huayan, why don't we join forces and open up a path in front? Huayan was already somewhat unsettled at this moment. However, now, everyone's eyes were focused on Huayan, and they recognized the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master. Heavens, isn't this the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master? He actually came personally. Young master, I have admired you for a long time. Your name has already spread throughout the entire region. With you around, we will definitely be able to press forward and win every battle. That's right. This time, when we entered the land of heritage of the flame, demon heavenly lord, we were at a huge disadvantage compared to those from the blessed land of immortal cultivation. Only when you take action can we gather enough experts and make it easier for us to compete with the blessed land of immortal cultivation. In an instant, Huayan's expression became even uglier. He was about to say something. However, he could not say anything. If they were all individual cultivators, or rather, low-level cultivators, Huayan could kill them as he pleased. However, there were many cultivators from other factions among them. If even one of them escaped, his murderous deeds would be exposed. At that time, who knew how many forces would find trouble with him? Damn it. It was all the trouble that the damned Yan Qixia had created for him. Huayan's hatred for Yan Qixia had already risen to an indescribable level. However, he could not flare up. After all, it was a fact that the ghost spirit sect was cruel and heartless. However, he had to put on a show. Otherwise, it would easily incur the wrath of the masses. Forget it. Yan Qixia, just you wait. When I get to you, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. I won't give you any chance to breathe. Huayan swore inwardly. However, a smile appeared on his face. Thank you for your kindness. Although I'm not as strong, I am still willing to join hands with you to open up a brighter future. As he said that, he pretended to take a few steps forward. However, he was pulled to the front by Yan Qixia. Huayan, there's no need to say anything more. Your courage and boldness have earned my admiration. Let's set off now, and find out what's going on. We'll let the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land know that the things of the Feather Kingdom belong to us, and not just anyone can get them. Yan Qixia looked indignant. Huayan's mouth twitched. What a joke. He was not even from the Feather Kingdom. Huayan naturally did not want to really be the vanguard. However, after being pulled by Jiang Ming, he naturally could not continue to decline. He could only grit his teeth and say, yeah. Let's do it. We must let those people from the blessed land of immortal cultivation understand that the cultivators of the Feather Kingdom are not easily controlled. He was forced to become the leader. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth curled up slightly. What is this guy trying to do? Why is he so obsessed with establishing a connection with Huayan? Could it be that he wants to join the ghost spirit sect? Huaimei was puzzled. At this moment, Zhuanan, who had been silent all this while, spoke. There is only one reason why Mr. is doing this. It's because that person is an idiot. Huaimei was stunned, not quite understanding the meaning behind her words. The next moment, Zhuanan spoke again. Huayan, the ghost spirit sect's young master is very close to death. Zhuanan's words caused Huaimei's eyelids to twitch. What do you mean? Does Ning Kaichen want to kill Huayan? Huaimei recalled what Ing Sha had said earlier. It seemed that everyone knew that Ning Kaichen was plotting against Huayan, and he was the only one who had been fooled. Was Huayan that stupid? Huaimei took a deep breath and slowly said, but Huayan has always been a cautious person. Over the years, countless people in the ghost spirit sect have tried to kill him. However, these people didn't end up well in the end. That's why I'm worried. Huaimei was really worried about this. Everyone knew that Huayan had always been a ruthless and crafty person. If he was not that ruthless, he would have died a long time ago. Hearing this, Zhuanan smiled and did not answer. Behind them, Ing Sha burst out laughing. If we were to talk about who the most cunning person in this world is, it would undoubtedly be Master. I'm afraid no one can fool him. And haven't you noticed that Huayan's rhythm has been completely disrupted? He has no choice but to go ahead alone. Besides, when the time comes, Yan Qixia will be the one saving people, and Ning Kaichen will be the one killing people. Do you think Huaiyan will still have the mood to analyze all this? What do you mean? Huaimei was stunned. She did not quite understand what Yan Qixia meant. In the next moment, a powerful force swept over, causing one's heart to involuntarily jump a few times. Huaiyan's heart was also trembling. He stared ahead for a long time before he slowly said, "If this continues, I'm afraid that we will all suffer." Yan Qixia, I think we should stay here and wait for a while. Hearing this, many of the cultivators nodded their heads slightly and agreed. It was extremely dangerous ahead. If they were not careful, it was very likely that they would die. No one dared to take such a huge risk. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "Frankly, it's okay, I'll open the way." As he spoke, he took a step forward and disappeared into the depths, causing many people to be stunned. Wasn't this person a little too brave? He went deep without giving anyone a chance to react. Elder Zhai sneered and said, "Since this kid insists on seeking death, then let him die. There are too many dangers ahead. It's better to be cautious. Now that someone is scouting the way for us, it's naturally the best thing." Huaiyan was the only one who vaguely realized something. He could not help but take a deep breath. "I'm afraid the situation is not good. This guy is forcing us into a desperate situation. We have to go in now, or the other sects will look down on us." However, it was different now. Even if they were evil cultivators, they were also a group of people who cared about their dignity. This was especially true for him, the ghost spirit sect's young master. He was a person who cared about his reputation. If he did not do as he said and ended up being ridiculed by many people, he would simply become a huge joke. Elder Zhai and the others could not help but frown. They had actually overlooked this point. Damn that Yan Qixia. If he hadn't dragged us down with him, we wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. Elder Zhai gritted his teeth. Huaiyan's expression was similarly ugly. He then looked around and realized that everyone's gaze was on them. For a moment, Huaiyan could only sigh helplessly. "Let's go." He had no choice but to go deeper. Right now, he was stuck in a dilemma. Only by going deeper would he have a way to break out of this situation. At this moment, Huaiyan only hoped that he could discover something in the depths. That way, he would not have been the one to stand out in vain. At the same time, Jiang Ming had already changed his appearance and returned to Ning Kaichen's appearance. "Haha, I'm finally in." Jiang Ming naturally noticed the movement behind him, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up slightly. He naturally knew that Huaiyan could not possibly stay back. The people from the other factions were also eyeing the inheritance and treasures of the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord covetously. Naturally, they would not let go of everything here easily. If that was the case, then his plan had succeeded. Next, it's time to think of a plan to kill these people. However, before that, I have to maximize their value. Jiang Ming began to think about how to make use of them. However, at this time, he found something wrong. It turned out that something strange had happened nearby. There's actually a secret room hidden here. This time, Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned on the spot. He had a vague guess in his heart. There might be many passages to the outside world. However, once the secret room was opened, they would likely face off against the ancient kingdom blessed land. However, it's not suitable for me to directly encounter the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land. It's better to let Huayan do it. However, I have to let him know about the existence of this secret room. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming laid out several traps, and they were traps that could be seen by people with discerning eyes. Then, he hid in a corner. Very soon, Huayan and the others walked in with puzzled expressions. Why were things this easy? Other than these obvious traps, there was almost no danger. Huayan felt as if he was living in a dream. For a moment, he could not help but frown. He had never thought that this journey would be so smooth sailing. It was as if the heavens were blessing him. However, we didn't see Yan Qixia along the way. Elder Zhai could not help but be stunned. He looked left and right but did not see Yan Qixia. Huayan frowned as well, then looked at a trap not far away. On the other side was a secret room. Yan Qixia should have entered the secret room. There must be countless treasures inside. Damn it, we actually let this guy beat us to it. Huayan's expression changed drastically. He immediately gathered his men and opened the secret room. He then shouted, Yan Qixia, put down the things in your hands. Soon, Huayan's words came to an abrupt halt because a group of people had appeared on the other side, the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land. Leading them were Holy Sun Guqi and Rao Wuqing. What were you talking about just now? What about Yan Qixia? Also, where did you come from? Holy Sun Guqi and Rao Wuqing looked displeased. They thought that they were the only ones who had entered the secret room, and they did not expect to meet other people. Huayan's expression was particularly brilliant. He had come to deal with Yan Qixia, and he did not want to encounter the people from the ancient kingdom blessed land. Ah, Holy Sun, I didn't do that on purpose, Huayan said with a flattering smile. The Holy Sun Guqi snorted and said disdainfully, are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid? Let me guess, you want to deal with us so that you can steal all the inheritances and treasures here, right? Beads of sweat kept dripping down Huayan's forehead. He said with a trembling face, Holy Sun, I was bewitched by someone else. Previously, there was a young man named Yan Qixia who said that he wanted to scout the way. Therefore, I thought that he was here to snatch your inheritance and treasure. I wanted to stop him from offending you. Humph. I've never seen Yan Qixia before. However, I recognize you, Huayan. You're the ghost spirit sect's young master. You're so impressive. You're just a young master of a sect in the Feather Kingdom, yet you dare to be so impudent. It seems that I don't get any respect in the Feather Kingdom at all. This time, Holy Sun Guqi was even more furious. The reason for his rage was simple. He was the #1 Holy Son of the ancient kingdom blessed land, and everyone had to respect him. However, there was still someone who dared disrespect him. If this wasn't to snatch the treasure from him, what else could it be? He deserved to die. Rao Wuqing's expression was also extremely gloomy. The battle aura from his entire body spread out, almost suffocating Huayan. He could only kneel on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. Rao Wuqing approached him step by step. He bent down and said coldly, "Why are You crying? The sound is so annoying. Now, I'm asking you a question, and you're only allowed to answer. Do you understand? Huai nodded repeatedly. First question, who is this Yan Qixia you mentioned? Rao Wuqing did not think Huaiyan was lying. It was very likely that there really was a person called Yan Qixia. However, they had never seen him before, which was enough to explain why they were so weary. Yan Qixia is a disciple of the Swallow Mountain sect. We only met him before we entered the mystic realm. Moreover, he was the one who took the initiative to look for us. Huai hurriedly recounted the matter. However, a different thought arose in his heart. Yan Qixia had caused him so much trouble. Wasn't it time to rat Yan Qixia out and let the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land see what kind of person Yan Qixia was? A disciple of the Swallow Mountain sect? We didn't expect that the people of Swallow Mountain would also come here. Rao Wuqing said fearfully. Holy Sun Guqi asked in confusion, Uncle Rao, what's there to be afraid of? About someone from the Swallow Mountain sect? He's only at the early stage. Golden Core Realm. You're a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator and a combat genius at the level of a holy sun. Why should you be afraid of such a guy? You might not know this. However, although the Swallow Mountain sect isn't a blessed land of immortal cultivation or an ancient sect, and is even weaker than the ancient kingdom blessed land, that's because the Swallow Mountain sect isn't very famous. The Swallow Mountain sect is extremely chivalrous and just. Holy Sun Guqi was confused. This is the key point. No one knows just how strong the elders of the Swallow Mountain sect are. Rao Wuqing took a few deep breaths before slowly continuing. Most importantly, the people of the Swallow Mountain sect are all lunatics. If you want to compete with them, then you have to be prepared to sustain several injuries. Even if these people were to die, they would take a few lives with them before they died. Their chivalry is just an excuse. In fact, these people have long gone to the extreme. They're the scariest types of cultivators to encounter. Rao Wuqing was incredibly powerful. However, even he was rather fearful of the Swallow Mountain sect. However, he quickly smiled. Anyway, you're right. I'm a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator. No matter how extreme the other party is, they can't threaten me. Since you dare ruin our plans, then you should die. At this moment, killing intent shot out from Rao Wuqing's eyes. There was one more thing he did not say, and that was that he was very clear that if he did not get rid of Yan Qixia first, this disciple of the Swallow Mountain sect would definitely go to the extreme and eventually become the most unstable hidden danger. Naturally, they wanted to get rid of such a hidden danger as soon as possible. Alright, in that case, let's seize the time to make preparations and find Yan Qixia and get rid of him. It was also at this moment that Huai Mei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had already completed their second disguise. Otherwise, they would be dead if they were caught. However, the other group of people did not fare well. These people were genuine Swallow Mountain sect disciples. Even the symbol of the Swallow Mountain sect was embroidered on their robes. They had thought that everyone would give them some face and respect when they roamed the world of immortal cultivation, given their chivalrous reputation. They had never imagined that their status as members of the Swallow Mountain sect would bring them a fatal disaster. However, what they did not expect was that, although no one was paying attention to them at first, Rao Wuqing was keenly aware of their own emotional fluctuations. Ah, there's still such a large group of Swallow Mountain disciples. Die. Since Rao Wuqing had already spoken, he naturally would not let the matter rest. He immediately killed all of them. For a moment, the other people present could not help but purse their lips, fear surfacing in their eyes. Holy Sun Guqi also looked at these people. You can search for treasures. However, you have to hand over a portion. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. He was not just referring to this area. He meant all the treasures in this entire mystic realm. For a moment, the expressions of all the people from the other factions and the individual cultivators changed drastically. He was tyrannical. Holy Sun, we have all taken a huge risk to enter. I hope that you can be magnanimous. The leader of one of the sects spoke. However, he was directly pressed to the ground by an expert of the same level as him. Although he did not die, countless people's eyelids trembled. Huai was even more frightened. He had never thought that things would develop to this point one day. It was all that damned Yan Qisha's fault. If this bastard had not harmed him, he, Huai, would not have fallen to such a state. One had to know that he, Huai, had to be the person with the highest status. Here, Huai had never expected that he, who was originally the core of the sect, would become someone else's servant. Fortunately, most of the people from the Swallow Mountain sect had died, and the remaining few were heavily injured. No matter how one looked at it, they were in a much worse state than he was. With these people as a foil, I don't have any burdens at all. Unfortunately, I don't know where Yan Qisha went, Huai thought to himself. The heavily injured disciples of the Swallow Mountain branch were also furious. They frantically searched through their memories, trying to remember who Yan Qisha was. It was all because of him. If it was not for Yan Qisha, they would not have ended up in such a state. Rao Wuqing did not plan to let them go. They were all seriously injured. Anyway. Therefore, he would just get rid of them directly. After dealing with all the Swallow Mountain disciples, countless people could not help but gasp. Rao Wuqing was truly ruthless. Is this the style of the people from the ancient kingdom-blessed land? They're so bloodthirsty. At the same time, Holy Sun Guqi suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, do you know a person called Zhang Shan? Did he come here? This time, Huai Mei and the others looked calm because they had heard Jiang Ming mention that there would definitely be people looking for Zhang Shan's whereabouts. Therefore, the group of people seemed particularly calm. The others looked at each other, shaking their heads and saying that they did not know. Holy Sun Guqi's gaze landed on Huai again, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily. He was afraid that the other party would directly kill him. Fortunately, Holy Sun Guqi did not intend to lay his hands on him yet. Holy Sun, these are some treasures we just found, please accept them. Huai said with a fake smile, his face full of flattery. Holy Sun Guqi glanced at it and nodded. Not bad. As expected of the ghost spirit sect's young master. Alright, you can continue to search for treasures. Huai continued to laugh. However, he was cursing in his heart. Among the treasures he had just found, there was no lack of magical tools. In the end, there were even middle to high-grade magical tools. In the end, he handed them all over. However, he was very resentful. Damn it. It was all that damned Yan Qisha's fault. He hoped that this fellow was not dead. Otherwise, who would Huayan find to take revenge on? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't know if he has disguised himself. However, I know that he has his own arrangements. Therefore, you don't have to worry, Wu Hen said in a deep voice. Huai Mei was speechless. Why was this guy so confident in Ning Kaichen? Nobody knew what this woman was thinking. At this moment, Jiang Ming appeared in front of everyone with Ning Kaichen's appearance, which quickly stunned many people. This guy seems familiar. He seems to be the wanted criminal of Jinyuan City and Yangzhou City. Someone recognized Ning Kaichen and exclaimed in surprise. Huai had been searching for treasures. However, when he heard the name Ning Kaichen, his eyelids twitched. Without another word, he raised his head and stared at Ning Kaichen. B** starred. Die. Huai immediately wanted to kill Ning Kaichen. However, he had no choice. Not only had this guy stolen his cultivation furnace, but he had also taken the exclusive property he had set his eyes on. Anyone would be furious. Shut up. Continue searching for treasures. If you can't find a treasure that I'm satisfied with, I'll kill you right here. Rao Wuqing snorted coldly, not paying Huai any heed at all. It was obvious that Holy Sun Guqi would at least show Huai some respect, because the latter was the young master of one of the 6 blessed lands. However, Rao Wuqing was different. He had always been a decisive killer. He was powerful and arrogant. Hearing this, Huai almost wet his pants in fear. Without another word, he began to search for treasures again. He felt so aggrieved. If he could, he would kill Rao Wuqing right now and then go kill Ning Kaichen. How could Rao Wuqing not see through this kid's thoughts? His face was filled with disdain and contempt. He, Rao Wuqing, could easily crush 100 of them. Then, Rao Wuqing's gaze fell on Ning Kaichen, who was not far away. Guqi, is this the fellow disciple of Zhang Shan that you mentioned before? Rao Wuqing looked at Holy Sun Guqi. Now everyone knew that Ning Kaichen came from the Flower Fruit Mountain and was from the same sect as Zhang Shan. Holy Sun Guqi nodded and said in a low voice, I don't know if Zhang Shan has come. If he has, we will try our best to snatch all the treasures he has. I also want the ancient beast he has. It will be a great help to me and the sect. Rao Wuqing nodded. His attitude toward Holy Sun Guqi was very good. After all, the latter was the #1 Holy Sun. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the next head of the ancient kingdom blessed land. Holy Sun Guqi took a deep breath and strode toward Ning Kaichen. Everyone noticed this and could not help but look over in surprise. They did not know what Holy Sun Guqi was planning. At this moment, Kaichen suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Holy Sun Guqi unhappily. Guqi, can't you find my junior to settle the score with? Why do you want to find trouble with me? Is your mighty sect just full of sore losers? Jiang Ming was truly speechless. It was very likely that Holy Sun Guqi was greedy and wanted many by. After all, the ancient kingdom blessed land had been around for a long time. Therefore, its foundation was naturally extremely deep. It was not something that ordinary factions could compare to. How could he be lacking an ancient beast? Jiang Ming was wary of Holy Sun Guqi just in case this guy suddenly had some devious ideas to deal with him. However, Holy Sun Guqi suddenly grinned. Ning Kaichen, you may have misunderstood me. The reason why I asked about Zhang Shan's whereabouts is purely because I admire Zhang Shan. That's all. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. Only a fool would believe this guy's nonsense. Jiang Ming quickly played along and said with a smile, there's no need to explain, Holy Son. My junior has also said that you're amazing and are destined to be extraordinary. Although he tricked you once, if you're in any trouble in the future, my junior will definitely help. Of course, for the sake of my junior, I, Ning Kaichen, am also willing to help. Hearing this, Huaimei was stunned. She did not quite understand what Jiang Ming was thinking. Huaimei kept winking at Jiang Ming, wanting him to stay away from Holy Sun Gu Qi. If it was just Holy Sun Gu Qi alone, it would be fine. However, Rao Wuqing was still there. If they were not careful, they would die. After all, no matter how capable Jiang Ming was, he was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. How could he be qualified to compete with a great cultivator at the half-step nascent soul realm? Huaimei's heart was in her throat when she thought of this. Jiang Ming obviously noticed Huaimei's thoughts. However, he said indifferently, if you don't mind, I want to become sworn comrades with you. How about that? For a moment, Huaimei was instantly dumbfounded. She was so angry that she was about to burst. Was Ning Kaichen stupid? To everyone's surprise, Holy Sun Gu Qi did not flare up. Instead, he smiled and said, it's my honor to be your sworn comrade. After we leave this place, we must hold a grand banquet to celebrate. For a moment, everyone chose to remain silent. They did not understand what had happened. Could it be that Holy Sun Gu Qi had also lost his mind? Did he forget that Zhang Shan had tricked him and stolen his storage ring? Huai looked as if she had just eaten something she should not have eaten. She had never expected this turn of events. Damn it. I was hoping that Holy Sun Gu Qi would kill Ning Kaichen or even cripple him so that I could use this opportunity to interrogate him about Zhu Enen's whereabouts. Alas, in the end, Huai was in such a terrible mood that she did not know what to say. At this moment, Holy Sun Gu Qi's heart was also rippling. The reason why he did this was mainly because he was afraid of the flower fruit mountain behind Zhongshan. Although they had yet to find out what kind of power the flower fruit mountain was, they understood that the strength of the flower fruit mountain was definitely not something that ordinary people could underestimate. After all, how could a force that could nurture Zhongshan and Ning Kaichen be an ordinary sect? Both of those two people can easily snatch the position of Holy Sun away from me if they were in my sect. To be able to nurture these two, I'm afraid that the overall strength of the flower fruit mountain is even above the ancient kingdom blessed land. No matter where the flower fruit mountain is located, it is not a sect I can provoke. Moreover, there are many hidden dangers in my own sect. If I can rope in the help of the flower fruit mountain, it will definitely be a good thing for me. It is, however, a pity that I can't get my hands on that beast. Holy Sun Gu Qi felt extremely bitter. However, in order to build a good relationship with these people, he had no choice. For a moment, everyone could not help but turn their heads, as if they wanted to continue searching for treasures. However, Holy Sun Gu Qi clearly did not have that intention. Ning Kaichen, the treasures here have basically been plundered clean. Do you want to consider going elsewhere to take a look? Holy Sun Gu Qi said with a smile. He had ulterior motives. He wanted to use Ning Kaichen to aid in his exploration of the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. Jiang Ming's lips curled up. How could he not see through Holy Sun Gu Qi's thoughts? However, these were not important. Instead, he said with a slight smile, since you've said so, it's not good for me to refuse. Why don't we go together? Alright, let's go together. Holy Sun Guqi was especially excited and immediately led everyone from the ancient kingdom blessed land away. He did not plan to stay here for too long. After all, staying here for a long time would cause many consequences. When the experts from the other forces saw this scene, their eyes instantly widened. Were they being abandoned? At this moment, Holy Sun Guqi naturally did not have the mood to care about these people. After all, they were useless in his eyes. At the thought of this, everyone could not help but take a deep breath of cold air. They were envious and jealous of Ning Kaichen. They also wanted to follow Holy Sun Guqi, especially since the latter had Rao Wuqing, who could fight nascent soul-real cultivators. With him in charge, all the difficulties would be solved. At the thought of this, countless cultivators could not help but plan to follow Holy Sun Guqi and the others to see if they could get some benefits. However, they were too optimistic. At this moment, all the experts of the ancient kingdom blessed land had their eyes on them. If anyone dares follow us, I don't mind sending them to the afterlife. Someone said coldly. The corners of Holy Sun Guqi's mouth curled into a cold smile. Ning Kaichen, do you care about these pieces of trash? Holy Sun Guqi asked. With a smile. Jiang Ming smiled and said disapprovingly, why would I care about these pieces of trash? Jiang Ming arrived outside the secret room and soon saw a large group of people fleeing frantically. Holy Sun Guqi frowned. What happened? Why are you all fleeing? He grabbed a person, and his angry roar made that person shudder. However, what was even more terrifying was that the person who was grabbed turned into a pool of blood in an instant, causing many people's scalps to go numb. What was going on? Soon, they caught a few more people. However, every time someone wanted to say the reason, they inexplicably turned into a pool of blood. It was as if there was a strange, invisible force affecting everything. For a moment, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. There's a problem with the laws here. It's a ghostly mystic realm. This time, Rao Wuqing's expression was extremely gloomy. When Jiang Ming heard this, he could not help but frown slightly. He had been tricked. This was not the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord at all. It was a strange mystic realm that used the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord as a front to attract countless outside immortal cultivation. A ghostly mystic realm? Even though I've long heard of the ghostly mystic realms, this is the first time I've entered one after so many years. Guqi. Be careful. This place is very strange. If you're not careful, you might die. Rao Wuqing said in a low voice. In this place, unless one was powerful enough to resist the power of the laws, here, it was impossible to survive. Guqi nodded. His expression became increasingly gloomy, and he did not know what to say for a while. After a while, he suddenly noticed something and looked at Jiang Ming beside him. He was a little surprised, not because of anything else, but because Jiang Ming looked calm at the moment, as if he was not scared by those tragic deaths from the beginning to the end. Ning Kaichen, do you have any countermeasures? Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and said, I don't know how to deal with this. This is my first time entering a ghostly mystic realm. I didn't expect the laws here to be so powerful. The immortal cultivators haven't even started to violate the laws. Just thinking about it can kill you. I think we should be careful. Why don't we retreat? F***ck. Gu Qi and the others also noticed this and revealed puzzled expressions. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. After all, there were too many strange things here. The disappearance of a secret room did not seem to be a big deal. However, Jiang Ming had observed the surrounding environment, and he noticed that when they walked out, it was completely different from the environment he saw earlier. There must be something extremely strange about this. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. He looked at the crowd and only heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that Wu Hen, Ying Sha, and the others were all there. No. The things we took out from the secret room turned into ashes. Many people exclaimed in shock. Gu Qi also lowered his head to take a look, and realized that the ancient sword in his hand had actually turned into a pile of ashes. F***ck. There are too many oddities in this secret room. I want to leave this place now. A bald, burly man immediately wanted to leave. However, in the next second, he turned into ashes and scattered all over the ground. Many people around him trembled and immediately jumped to the back. The situation was getting worse. For a moment, everyone stood on the spot with their bodies and minds extremely tense. They did not dare move at all. Gu Qi swept his gaze across the crowd and pointed at a few people. You guys go and scout the way. Their expressions changed drastically. Holy Sun, our strength is weak and we're not enough to explore the path ahead. You'd better find someone else. That's right, Holy Sun. We'll definitely find nothing if we go and investigate. We'll only waste your precious time. You should go first. How could these people dare go and investigate? They were afraid that they would also turn into a pile of ashes. However, Holy Sun Gu Qi sneered and signaled for one of his sect experts to capture these individual cultivators. Of course, 2 of them were from a certain sect. Ah! Help! Great Elder, help! The cultivators of a certain sect began to cry out for help. However, no one dared answer. Otherwise, they would be going against Holy Sun Gu Qi. Who would have the guts to do that? Whoosh! After the immortal cultivators were thrown far away, the experts from the ancient kingdom blessed land immediately got into formation. You either continue to advance or die. With a glance from these experts, the immortal cultivators, who had been crying, immediately did not dare make any noise, and immediately began to explore. There might be a way out if they advanced. However, if they retreated, they would definitely die. After all, the people of these sects had always been arrogant and despotic. They did not care about the lives of other cultivators at all. Jiang Ming did not care about the lives of these people. However, he found that the laws here seemed to have undergone a series of changes. Could it be that once someone dies, it will invisibly replenish the strength of the law's energy here? It's terrible. The power of the ghostly mystic realm can continue to rise, and we are isolated from all the spiritual energy here. We have no chance to replenish our spiritual energy or mana, so we are doomed. Jiang Ming spoke slowly, causing Holy Sun Gu Qi's expression to change. He looked around and felt the power of the laws in the ghostly mystic realm. He could not help but suck in cold air. Indeed, the power here seemed to be increasing. Moreover, there was a possibility that it would continue to rise. It's indeed as you said. We're currently in a stalemate. What do you think we should do? Holy Sun Gucci was not panicking. The spirit stones they had were enough to push a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator to the peak of the next realm. Even if they used up their spiritual energy and mana again and again, they could still persist for several years. However, the problem was that if they could not get out, they would be trapped here sooner or later. No matter how many spirit stones they had, it would not help. Other than that, the ghostly mystic realm is different from other places. The enemies here are laws. Even if we use all our strength, we won't be able to defeat them unless we solve all the mysteries here. Rao Wuqing's face was equally gloomy. They would rather enter the forbidden zone than encounter these so-called mysteries. This was simply a hopeless situation. However, although Jiang Ming appeared to be panicking, he was not. After all, he came from the mortal world. In that world, even people without any spiritual energy knew about the laws. Therefore, it was just a game of wits for him. However, although Jiang Ming had the confidence to solve the mysteries here, he did not show it. He still said with a fearful expression, "This place is too strange. If it's as we've guessed, and the power of the law here can continue to rise, it's best if we control the number of deaths." Before he could finish, a cry of surprise rang out. They thought that someone had died. However, they soon realized that the few people who were scouting the way seemed to be looking at something. This is the first law. Jiang Ming swept a glance at the man, and his face slightly froze. After walking for 50 meters, they finally saw the first law of the ghostly mystic realm. The first law states that you are not allowed to leave this place, or you will die. This should be true. The bald cultivator must have triggered this law and died, Gucci said in a deep voice, winning the approval of many people. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Instead, he walked to the other side and soon found out what the second law was. It was the same as the first law, which was written in blood. You are not allowed to tell anyone about the other laws. This means that they want people to investigate the laws themselves. Otherwise, once everyone finds out, no one will take action. Then, the laws naturally won't be able to kill more people. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling that something was wrong. This law seemed to be fake, or rather, there was a mixture of truth and falsehood to it. After going deeper, someone came back and begged, "Holy Sun, can you let me live? With them scouting the way, it doesn't seem like I'm needed." Humph. Gucci snorted coldly and said, "I told you to go deeper. So, go deeper. There's no need for so much nonsense." The cultivator's expression changed drastically, and then he became ruthless. "We're going to die anyway. Therefore, we might as well fight." In the next moment, the cultivator's aura soared as if he was about to self-destruct. He was planning to drag Gucci down with him. "You're courting death." Rao Wuqing shouted angrily and raised his hand to slap him to death. Everyone present was stunned. Couldn't he even choose to self-destruct? In addition, Rao Wuqing was a little too powerful. For a moment, the few other cultivators looked at each other. They really could not understand why there was such a huge gap between the two cultivators. Rao Wuqing did not care about this at all, because he did not feel too good at the moment. "There seems to be some power affecting me." As soon as Rao Wuqing said that, Gucci's expression changed. He immediately asked, "Uncle Rao, you're a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator and a combat genius at the Holy Sun level. How can you be so easily affected by this law? Could it be another law? Since that's the case, we can only move forward and see if we can find a way to break the rules of this ghost story. Gucci gritted his teeth. Rao Wuching was a capable general sent by the sect to assist him. Although he had yet to reach the nascent soul realm, his combat strength was extraordinary. He might not be invincible in the early nascent soul realm. However, he was definitely a rare top-notch existence. If such a person died here, it would be a great loss. Ning Kaichen, you came from the Flower Fruit Mountain, right? Do you have any methods to deal with the laws? Gucci suddenly asked. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Gucci came from the ancient kingdom-blessed land. Therefore, it was impossible for him not to have some means to deal with the laws of the ghostly mystic realm. The reason why this guy asked was very simple. He wanted to hide his strength so that he could be the one to stand out. Haha, Holy Sun Gucci is a really smart person. First, he flattered me, and then he pulled this move. He simply forced me to stand up for him. It's the same method I used to deal with Huayan. Jiang Ming could not help but smile bitterly. The tables had turned against him. It did not matter. Jiang Ming's gaze slowly fell on everyone nearby. You guys continue to advance. If you even think of disobeying us, forget Holy Sun Gucci, even I will kill you. He aimed this at the cultivators behind him, including Huayan. Ning Kaichen. Huayan gritted his teeth and growled. He had never imagined that Ning Kaichen, who should have been trampled to death by him, would now lord over him. However, no matter what he said, Ning Kaichen remained calm and composed, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The gazes of the other immortal cultivation first landed on Ning Kaichen, then on Holy Sun Gucci. At this moment, Holy Sun Gucci's mouth twitched a few times. He did not expect that Ning Kaichen would be so cunning that he could ruin his little plan with just a few words. He had wanted to push Ning Kaichen to the forefront. However, he did not expect Ning Kaichen to push him to the forefront and attract the attention of countless people. Jiang Ming's lips curled up slightly. He would never let anyone scheme against him. However, that was a separate matter. Although he had successfully attracted the attention of Holy Sun Gucci, it did not mean that Jiang Ming intended to let Holy Sun Gucci take the lead. He was still worried that Holy Sun Gucci would cause more deaths, which would increase the power of the laws here. Now, I'll start looking for the other laws here. Jiang Ming acted as if he had the backing of Holy Sun Gucci and gave out orders one after another. Holy Sun Gucci clenched his fists even more tightly. He had to endure this anger. Soon, someone sent back the news that the 4th, 5th, and 6th laws of the ghostly mystic realm had been found. What about the 3rd law? Jiang Ming asked with a frown. There is a 3rd law. However, it is blurry and we can't recognize it. Someone said bitterly. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. This was something he had never expected. How could there be a ghostly mystic realm whose laws were unclear and unrecognizable? If it were not for the fact that these guys' lives were in his hands, Jiang Ming would have suspected that these people were bluffing him. After Jiang Ming went forward to check, he could not help but be stunned. It's not that these guys are lying, and it's not that this writing is vague and unrecognizable. It's because this language is not the language that should exist in the modern cultivation world. This is an ancient script, and it's the earliest ancient script.